Hello everyone, welcome to another Paranormal M video. If you enjoy the stories tonight, please give the video a like. And if you have a paranormal experience that you still can't explain, you can send it to me. Our first story is from someone who says he has only heard unexplained voices a few times in his life. The most recent one spoke directly to him, knew private details about his family, and claimed to be someone he had watched in documentaries years earlier. Whether there is another explanation or not, it left him deeply unsettled. Now settle in, and I hope you sleep well. I'm 21, and I've had a few experiences over the years that I still can't fully explain. Something especially strange happened a couple of nights ago, and I needed somewhere to talk about it. I don't really have friends I can open up to about things like this, and I'm not close enough with my family to tell them either. I know some people might think I'm imagining all of this. That's fair. I'm only describing what I saw, heard, and felt. Some parts might have ordinary explanations, but there are others I've gone over again and again, and I still can't make sense of them. The earliest experience I remember happened when I was about 12. There was a serious argument happening in my house. Arguments weren't unusual, but this one was getting physical, and I was scared. I went into my bedroom, shut the door, and started praying for everything to calm down. I wasn't religious at all. I didn't even know whether I believed anyone was listening. I just didn't know what else to do. After a while, I stopped praying and sat there quietly. Then I heard a voice. It sounded completely clear, almost as though someone were standing in the room with me. It said, "You're going to be okay. Things could be worse." That was all. I looked around, thinking maybe my father had opened the door without me noticing, but nobody was there. At the time, I took it as some kind of sign that God might be real. I didn't think of it as paranormal. It was only after other things happened that I started wondering whether it was connected. A few years later, when I was 16, I started watching a documentary series about a well-known criminal case. Actors were recreating the events, and the series had become popular online. I won't say who it was about because I don't want the name to distract from what happened. The first night I watched it, the television kept turning off by itself. It always seemed to happen during the darkest or most disturbing parts of the episode. I turned it back on 2 or 3 times, assuming the cable was loose or the power outlet was acting up. Then small things started falling from the table beside the television. A remote, a notebook, and a charging cable all ended up on the floor at different times. I told myself the surface must have been uneven. The following night, I continued the series, and the television started doing the same thing again. This time, I also heard creaking and soft knocking sounds coming from inside the walls. The house wasn't old, and I had never noticed those sounds before. When the television switched off for the 3rd time, I stood up to check the plug. As I moved toward the wall, I felt something wrap around my lower leg. It felt like a hand. It didn't just brush against me. It gripped me and pulled hard enough that I nearly lost my balance. I panicked. I checked behind the furniture and even looked underneath the couch, although there was barely enough space for anything to fit there. I was crying by then because the feeling had been so real. I stopped watching the series and went straight to bed, although I barely slept. The next night, I stayed downstairs. When I eventually used the television again, nothing unusual happened. For a long time, I considered that my only paranormal experience. It changed the way I thought about spiritual things because, before that night, I had never believed in ghosts or anything similar. When I was 18, my mother and I started watching more documentaries about crime cases. Eventually, we watched another program about the same person from the earlier series. For some reason, I felt unusually drawn to that particular case. Other cases didn't hold my attention in the same way, and I never really understood why. Then, a few weeks ago, I was lying in bed after putting my phone away. The room was quiet, and I was just starting to fall asleep when I heard a voice say, "Do you remember me?" I sat up immediately. At first, I thought someone might be outside my window. I checked with my phone flashlight, then went outside with a torch to look around. Nobody was there. I tried to dismiss it as my mind doing something strange while I was half asleep. But 2 nights ago, it happened again. I was in bed, upset and crying because of some difficult things happening in my personal life. After a while, I heard someone making soft shushing sounds, almost as though they were trying to comfort me. I sat up and checked the window again. Then the voice said, "I'm sorry I frightened you. Do you remember me?" I asked who was there. The voice answered with a shortened version of the name of the person from those documentaries. It said something like, "It's Eli," as though I should already know who it was. That was when I noticed the voice sounded similar to the person it claimed to be. It began talking about the situation happening in my family. It mentioned 2 relatives by name and referred to details that felt very specific. The voice said that what was happening wasn't fair and that it was sorry I was dealing with it. Then it asked whether I was still afraid. It took me a while to answer. Eventually, I managed to say, "No." There was silence for a moment. Then the voice said it would speak to me again sometime. Before it disappeared, it told me to sleep well. The room went completely quiet after that. I barely slept. I keep thinking about the voice I heard when I was younger. From what I can remember, the voices sounded very similar. That has made me wonder whether the first experience was connected to everything that happened later. I've never regularly heard voices or experienced anything like this outside of these few incidents. I'm autistic and have borderline personality disorder, but hearing voices has never been a normal part of my life, even during periods when my mental health was at its worst. I'm open to ordinary explanations. I've tried to think of one myself. Maybe stress, lack of sleep, or something else played a part. I genuinely don't know. I haven't heard the voice again since that night. Maybe I never will. But if it happens again, I'll write down exactly what I hear. I live in an apartment building that was built sometime in the late 1980s. My grandmother bought the apartment shortly after the building was completed, and for a few years, she rented it out to other people. As far as I know, none of the previous tenants ever mentioned anything strange happening here. Now I live in the apartment with my grandmother, my mom, and my uncle. The unusual part is that I seem to be the only person in the family who experiences anything unexplained. There are a couple of difficult events connected to my family, although I honestly do not know whether they have anything to do with what I have been experiencing. My grandfather passed away many years before I was born, and he never lived in this apartment because he and my grandmother had already separated. My uncle also went through a very dark period here and once tried to take his own life. Thankfully, he survived, received help, and is now a genuinely happy and positive person. I only mention it because I have heard people say that intense emotions can sometimes leave a kind of energy behind. The strange activity usually starts with small things. I have watched objects move slightly while I was looking directly at them. Once, a pair of sandals that were already lying flat on the floor shifted a little on their own. Another time, a bottle of face cream slowly moved across the bathroom counter, even though no one had touched it. Sometimes, I feel something brush against my back when I am alone. It feels almost like fingertips, but when I turn around, there is nobody there. I have also felt individual strands of my hair being pulled. A few times, I looked in the mirror and actually saw those strands lifting or floating, even though there was no fan running and the windows were closed. There have been moments when something seemed to push me gently from behind. It has never been strong enough to knock me over, but it is clear enough that I notice it immediately. The bathroom is where the atmosphere feels strongest. When I am inside with the door closed, I sometimes hear distinct knocks from the other side. They are not random sounds from the pipes. They sound deliberate, almost as though someone is standing outside and waiting for me to answer. I have opened the door right after hearing them, but the hallway is always empty. I also hear footsteps around the apartment, especially late at night. They move slowly through the hall and sometimes stop near the bathroom or outside my bedroom. During the day, the apartment can still feel uncomfortable. It is that heavy sensation of being watched, even when I know I am alone in the room. The curtains occasionally move without enough wind to explain it. Once, the towels in the bathroom began swinging so violently that even the plastic hangers moved with them. The window was barely open, and the air in the room was almost completely still. Another sound I hear is something rolling across the ceiling, almost like small glass marbles. We live on the top floor, so there is no apartment above us. I cannot understand how someone could be rolling anything over our ceiling. I have also seen shadows. They usually appear near doorways or in the corner of my vision. They are shaped almost like people, but when I turn to look directly at them, they disappear. The hardest part to explain is the feeling that whatever is here is aware of me. Sometimes it feels as though it is trying to communicate. Other times, I get the strong impression that it does not like me very much. For a while, I suspected an old porcelain doll that I kept in my room. I wondered whether it might be connected to the activity, so I tried using a pendulum. The answers suggested that the doll was not haunted. I also described the situation to people in an online community that discusses haunted objects. Most of them said they did not sense anything unusual about the doll. Instead, they believed the problem was connected to the apartment itself. I know my experiences might not sound as dramatic as other stories. I have read accounts of objects being thrown across rooms, fires starting without explanation, or people hearing clear voices and screams. Nothing that extreme has happened here. Still, being touched, pushed, or having my hair pulled is not exciting when it is happening to you. It is frightening. The strongest part is not even the movement or the noises. It is the atmosphere. Most of the activity happens at night, but the uncomfortable feeling remains during the day. I have not experienced nightmares connected to the apartment. I am a Christian, and I keep a small wooden cross and an image of Jesus beside my bed. Maybe it is only because they make me feel protected, but my bedroom is the one place where the presence rarely seems to bother me. I have thought about placing something similar in the bathroom, since that is where the feeling is strongest. The problem is that my family does not really believe me. They usually dismiss the sounds as part of an old building and tell me not to worry about it. Lately, the activity has become less frequent, but when something does happen, it feels more intense. I do not believe that it is actively trying to harm me. At the same time, I do not feel that it is friendly. I cannot tell whether it is a man, a woman, several different presences, or simply my imagination turning ordinary things into something frightening. I have tried reading about ghosts and poltergeist activity, but I have found very little detailed information in my language. So for now, I am left with the same questions. Is there really something living with us in this apartment? And if there is, why am I the only one who feels able to notice it? Trying to tell this story has always been harder than remembering it. When I let the memory sit quietly in the back of my mind, I can still see the whole scene. But the moment I concentrate on one detail, it starts slipping away. The image blurs around the edges, almost as though the memory does not want to be examined too closely. I had to write this down in pieces. I would remember something, make a note, then leave it alone for a while. Strangely, more details returned when I stopped actively searching for them. This happened many years ago, but it remains one of the most unsettling things my family has ever experienced. My husband and I were driving our 5-year-old daughter to visit her grandfather in Connecticut. He was planning to take her out for ice cream that evening. We were traveling along a quiet road just outside town, the kind lined with patches of woods, older houses, and long gravel driveways. It was late afternoon, but the sun was still bright. We could see everything clearly. As we came around a gentle bend, all three of us noticed a figure standing near the edge of the road. It was not on the shoulder. It was actually standing on the pavement, although far enough to the side that we could drive past it. Even now, I cannot tell you exactly what we saw. I remember the figure as being unusually tall, perhaps a little over 6 feet. Its entire body looked black, not simply because of its clothing, but in a deeper, flatter way. I could not make out skin, eyes, or any recognizable facial features. It had long, dark hair hanging around its head and shoulders. The hair was thick and uneven, gathered into tangled ropes that looked damp or badly matted. Its clothing was just as strange. It appeared to be wearing several layers, including something resembling a long coat or heavy cloak. But the fabric did not fold or move the way ordinary clothing should. The layers seemed to overlap in impossible places. Looking at it gave me the uncomfortable feeling that someone had tried to assemble a human outfit without understanding how clothes were supposed to fit. That was the impression the entire figure gave me. It looked as though it was attempting to pass as a person. I cannot explain why I felt that way. Nothing about it was dramatically monstrous. It had arms, legs, hair, and clothing, yet every part of it seemed slightly incorrect, as though it had copied the general idea of a human being, but missed the small details that make a person seem alive. Then I noticed what it was holding. It looked like an old parasol or umbrella with several broken ribs. The canopy was open, but it was being held upside down. The figure was slowly pushing it across the pavement, then pulling it back again. Back and forth. Back and forth. The motion reminded me of someone cleaning a carpet with an old-fashioned vacuum. It was such a ridiculous thing to see that, under different circumstances, it might have been funny. But nothing about that moment felt funny. As our car drew closer, the figure began to turn toward us. Its head did not turn first. Its whole body rotated at once. The movement was slow and stiff, almost mechanical, as though it were balanced on a platform beneath its feet. I do not remember seeing a face, but I knew with absolute certainty that it was watching us. The moment it faced the car, a wave of terror passed through me. I have experienced fear before. I know what it feels like to be startled or to recognize danger. This was different. It felt ancient and instinctive. Every part of my body seemed to understand that we were near something we should not be near. I did not reason through it. I did not think, that person might hurt us. The feeling came before thought. Beside me, my husband had gone completely rigid. He later told me he felt the same sudden certainty that we needed to leave immediately. The figure never stepped toward us. It did not raise its arms. It did not chase the car or make any threatening gesture. It simply stood there, facing us, with that broken umbrella resting upside down against the road. Neither my husband nor I spoke as we passed. Then, from the back seat, our daughter said, very quietly, almost casually, "That thing was pretending." Her words broke the silence. We had not described the figure to her. We had not said it looked strange. We had not even acknowledged that we had seen it. She simply said that one sentence and stared out the rear window. We did not turn around. Over the years, my husband and I have discussed the experience many times. Some details remain strangely difficult to hold on to, but the central pieces have never changed. The daylight, the tall black figure, the tangled hair, the clothing that looked assembled incorrectly, the broken umbrella moving across the pavement, the unnatural full-body turn, and the crushing feeling that we were looking at something that wanted to appear human, but was not. Most of all, I remember my daughter's voice from the back seat. That thing was pretending. I have searched through folklore, local legends, and other people's strange encounters, but I have never found anything that truly matches what we saw. Even now, when I allow myself to remember the scene without examining it too closely, I can picture the figure standing beside that quiet road. But whenever I try to look directly at its face in my memory, there is nothing there. Hey, I want to share some experiences that have really stuck with me over the years. It's a bit personal and, honestly, a little unsettling, but I think it's important to tell these stories just like they happened. So, here goes. A couple of years ago, I bought a house after living in an apartment that was right behind a cemetery. Yeah, not the most comforting location, I know. If you check out some videos on my profile, you'll see a couple of the strange things that happened there. But even after moving to the house, it felt like whatever was around before just tagged along. Or maybe it never left. I lived there with my 3 kids. My oldest daughter Emma, who's 12, her younger sister Lily, 10, and my little boy Max, who's 5. I'm a single dad, so it's all on me. The weird thing is, none of the kids seem bothered by it. It's me who feels it, this presence, this thing. It all started just 3 days after we moved in. I was in the kitchen and could see down the hallway that leads to the kids' rooms. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of what looked like one of my daughters running down the hall and disappearing into one of the bedrooms. Moments later, all 3 of my actual kids came bursting in from the front door, just back from playing outside. I just stood there thinking, okay, what just happened? It was eerie. After that, I started sleeping in my bedroom, which is on the opposite side of the house from the kids' rooms. But even then, I would feel like one of them was sneaking in and lying down beside me. I'd turn over to ask if they were okay, only to find no one there. One night, it got even more intense. I felt a small arm drape across my back, like a child's arm. When I turned over, I saw this little girl, smaller than my daughters, leap out of bed and dash into the bathroom. And when I say she moved fast, I mean lightning fast. She covered about 12 feet in less than a second. It was surreal. Since then, at least twice a week, something paranormal happens. Doors close on their own when I'm home alone, the kids at school. Sometimes I hear voices, a man and a woman talking somewhere in the house. And those moments when I feel something on the bed, they still happen. It's not frightening in the traditional sense, but it makes me uncomfortable enough that I usually end up crashing on the couch with the TV on and some lights lit. Yet, even then, from the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of something darting around the hallways. At one point, I brought in 3 different paranormal investigators. We all saw the same thing. The little girl, run behind the kitchen island. It's like she's part of the house, or maybe a lingering spirit that's just there. Now, before all this, there was another story I heard from my family, something from way back when I was just a baby. My dad rarely talks about it, but if I ask, he either denies it or says he doesn't remember. He's one of those people who avoids anything to do with the paranormal. See, when I was a baby, my crib was set right next to my parents' bed so they could check on me easily. One night, I started crying, and my mom was about to get up when my dad said, "Don't worry, I'll get her." He picked me up and left the room, pacing back and forth in the kitchen while I cried. That's when something strange happened. My mom felt a presence in the room but didn't look. Then, something grabbed the back of her head, like a hand. It lifted her head, and she was frozen in place, her neck bending back in a way that looked like it could snap. Terrified, she screamed my dad's name. Her head fell back onto the pillow, and when she finally looked, she saw a white figure dart out of the room and into the hallway. My dad heard her scream and rushed out, seeing the same white figure dash into the hallway bathroom. He flipped on the lights but found no one there. My mom was sitting up in shock, and they both realized it was a malicious spirit. They spent that night in the living room and moved a few months later. I asked my mom if she ever saw anything else, strange movements, cold chills, but she said that was the only time. As for my dad, he stuck to his denial until a few years ago, when, during a conversation about ghost stories, he let it slip. Remember that apartment when we saw one? His face was full of surprise, like he'd revealed a secret he wasn't supposed to. When I reminded him he'd said he didn't remember, he just went quiet. Now, moving to something else. I've had quite a few weird experiences, especially dreams that seemed to warn of deaths. From ages 9 to 17, I went to a music camp nestled in the mountains, far from everything. The camp was magical, run by an elderly woman and her husband who'd owned the place since the 50s. Her oldest son, also quite old, lived with them and was the conductor for the most advanced students, though I only got close to his group in my later years there. One August, at the start of the semester, he passed away after a long illness. I didn't know him well, but on the Monday night before I found out, I had a long, intense dream. I can't remember all the details, but I woke up in the middle of the night, gasping for air, my heart pounding, drenched in sweat, and gripped by a deep sense of dread. I turned on my lights to make sure I was safe, and finally managed to fall back asleep. Then later that week, I learned he had died late Monday night, early Tuesday morning. It was sad, but also chilling to realize I'd woken up in panic the very night he passed. Then, that winter break, the same thing happened again. Another nightmare, waking me up, panting and terrified around 2 a.m. I checked my phone's flashlight to scan my room, just to be sure. A few hours later, I got texts from friends across several states. The sweet old woman who co-founded the camp had passed early that morning. That time, the dream hit me even harder. And then there was my neighbor's story. When I was about 20, a few years after those dreams, my mom asked if I could help out our neighbor who'd had a stroke. She lived across the street, a few houses down to the left. I'd known her as a kid, but as time passed, I'd forgotten what she looked like or sounded like. I agreed, and we developed a little routine. Grocery shopping every Monday and visits every Thursday, where I'd cook and we'd have a good time. It became a highlight for me. One Thursday, she told me she might not need me for the next grocery trip, since some people had brought her food. I forgot about it pretty quickly. But then, Saturday night, I had another terrible dream. Gasping for air, sweating, terrified like before. Since it had been years since those kinds of dreams, I didn't immediately connect it. Monday came and went with no call from her. I figured she didn't need me. Thursday passed the same way. Then the next Monday, I went over to check. No answer. Her phone went to voicemail. The house has a locked fence, and her car's always in the garage, so I couldn't see if she was home. 2 weeks after seeing her last, my mom told me she'd seen the ambulance and police outside. The neighbor had passed away from another stroke during that time and had been alone in the house until her son came to check on her. I was the last person to see or speak to her alive. These experiences, from the haunting in the house, the ghost in the apartment, to the dreams before deaths, they've shaped me in ways I'm still trying to understand. It's like there's a thin veil between this world and the next, and sometimes, just sometimes, it gets pulled back just enough to peek through. You know, I've had some pretty strange experiences over the years. Things that don't quite fit into the everyday world. I want to share a couple of these stories with you, not to frighten you, but just to let you in on what it's like when the line between reality and the unknown gets a little blurry. So, when I was a kid, I wasn't afraid of the dark itself. No, it was what lurked in the dark that terrified me, especially what might be hiding in my closet. It sounds like a classic childhood fear, right? But for me, it was very real. I always felt safer when my closet doors were closed firmly shut. The clicks of the latches felt like a barrier between me and whatever was waiting there. But some nights, if I happened to fall asleep with my back facing the room's doorway, I would get this overwhelming feeling. It was like something was there, either sliding out from beneath my bed or just appearing in the shadows of my room. I'd imagine these long, cold fingers trailing down my back, and it would send chills racing through me. There were two distinct forms this presence would take. The first was a woman. It's strange because I could never tell if she was young or old. Her face was always a blur of sadness and anger. I think, deep down, she was mourning a lost child. Her touch, while frightening, had a strange gentleness to it, as if she was full of sorrow and rage all at once. She usually appeared right there in the room with me, like a shadowy figure just beyond the edge of sight. Then there was another presence, much larger and far more terrifying. This one felt wrapped in seaweed or tattered rags, almost like a mummy, but not stiff or decayed. It moved differently, with a kind of sorrowful weight to it, like it carried a heavy burden. Its touch was harsher, colder, and somehow more dreadful. Yet beneath that horror, I sensed regret or remorse lurking. Over time, these spirits, or whatever they were, seemed to grow quieter, less active. Now that I'm older, I don't feel their presence as strongly. It's like the connection has faded. I've always wondered if they were connected, maybe both tied to a shared tragedy. Maybe they lost a child together or suffered some great pain. I've felt odd sensations not just in my room, but in my dad's office, the living room, even the guest bathroom. My parents have lived in that house for nearly 30 years, and to their knowledge, nothing strange has happened to them. And as far as I know, there's no known history of tragedy on the land or the house before they moved in. Maybe these presences are attached to the house itself, or perhaps they're connected to me in some way. When I went away to college, surrounded by so many people and the bustle of campus life, their appearances became even more fleeting, if they appeared at all. Now, there's another story I want to tell you about, involving an old man who has appeared to my family across generations. It's pretty eerie how this one keeps showing up. When my dad was about 14, living in his childhood home, one night he went downstairs for a glass of water. He doesn't remember exactly what time it was. Could have been 3 in the morning, or maybe 11 at night. The living room door was open, and the hallway light spilled into the room, casting a soft, dim glow. As he stepped toward the living room, he noticed an old man sitting quietly in a chair tucked away in the left corner of the room. It wasn't like a sudden fright or panic. The feeling was more confusion than anything else. They just stared at each other for what felt like 10 long seconds. Eventually, my dad made his way into the kitchen, grabbed his water, and when he turned back toward the living room, the old man was still there. His body faced the same way, but now his head was turned to look right at my dad. No words were exchanged. My dad just passed by and went back upstairs. The next morning, curious and a little unsettled, He asked his father if anyone had been in the house the night before. His dad said no friends had come over at all. Fast forward about 20 years, and my family moved into the house where I now live. I wasn't even born yet. My oldest brother, who was around 7 at the time, was the last one to enter the house that day. The moment he stepped inside, he suddenly started screaming and crying. My parents rushed to him, alarmed and confused. When my dad asked what was wrong, my brother pointed toward the top of the staircase, the stairs that are just a little to the right when you enter through the front door. He told them there was an old man standing there, just staring at him. It's strange, isn't it? How this figure showed up decades apart, to different people in our family, in different homes, yet feeling like the same presence. There's this silent thread connecting these experiences, something timeless and unresolved. All these moments, all these feelings, they stick with me. They remind me that maybe there's more to the world than what we see. Maybe some stories linger, waiting to be told, waiting to be understood. And maybe, just maybe, these whispers from the shadows are reaching out, hoping someone will listen. Hey, I want to share a couple of experiences that have really stuck with me lately. One about some strange happenings in the basement of a new house, and another about my little girl and her mysterious friend. Both stories are different, but they kind of weave together around this idea of things unseen, you know? So first off, my boyfriend and I, along with his family, moved into this new house just as the COVID quarantine started. I've been crashing on the basement couch because his bed is a twin and way too small for the both of us. The basement itself has this sort of quiet, dim vibe at night, kind of cold, the kind of place where every little sound seems amplified. Now, there was this toy down there, a Transformer jet airplane with a little speaker that buzzed and hummed like it was flying. At first, it seemed normal, but then it started going off randomly in the middle of the night. The first few times it happened, I thought maybe the toy was just old, a button stuck or something. But then, one night, at exactly 3 a.m., it went off like crazy, like someone was mashing the button over and over. It woke me up, and I was honestly kind of annoyed. I grabbed the toy and took it upstairs, thinking that would be the end of it. But even upstairs, I could still hear that buzzing. On top of that, I kept hearing footsteps on the stairs, up and down, slow and steady. It was so eerie, and yet, I eventually managed to fall back asleep. The next day, my boyfriend's mom put the toy back in the basement. I figured, okay, maybe it's just a kid's toy and nothing more. Then, around 6 a.m., that toy started its crazy buzzing again, non-stop, so much so that it wouldn't even finish the sound before starting again. I was furious. I yelled at it, told whatever spirit might be there to leave me alone. But the more I yelled, the worse it got. So finally, in a fit of frustration, I threw the toy out onto the back porch. For a few nights, nothing happened, which was a relief. But then, just last night, I woke up at 4 a.m. feeling something cold on my feet. Water. I jumped up, startled, and the steady stream stopped. Just a few droplets fell, then silence again. I checked the ceiling, no leaks, no water damage. The leather couch I sleep on was wet, but I couldn't find where the water came from. I checked on all the animals. They were sleeping peacefully. I even checked on my boyfriend's family. Everyone was sound asleep in their rooms. I hadn't told anyone about the weird occurrences except my boyfriend, so I know this wasn't some prank. I looked into it afterward and found something called a water poltergeist. I'd never heard of that before, but it kind of fits what happened. It's strange, right? Feeling like you're sharing a space with something unseen, something that taps into the quiet of the night. Alright, now about my daughter. She just turned 4, and for about a year now, she's been talking about this friend named Ida. At first, I thought it was just her imagination. Kids and their imaginary pals, right? But she never actually played with Ida in front of anyone. She'd just tell me about her friend, who she said she met at her great-grandma's house, her Nana's place. One day, we were pulling into a Walmart parking lot next to this apartment building, and she pointed and said, "That's where my friend Ida died." I was thrown off. I asked her what she meant, but she just repeated it and then changed the subject like toddlers do. A few months later, she said it again at the same spot. That's when I realized this wasn't just a kid's fantasy. I tried to ask more questions, but she was pretty vague, only bringing up Ida now and then. Then, one day, my daughter's stepmom texted me. She'd heard about Ida and decided to Google the name. She found records of Ida Carter and her sister Sarah. And get this, the picture of Sarah looked just like my daughter, but grown up. Same big black eyes, same dark hair. They looked related, no doubt about it. The picture of Ida looked just like my oldest daughter. It was seriously uncanny. Even more chilling, they found a picture of their mother, Betsy Larson. That last name sounded familiar. It's the last name of my kid's father's grandparents. It's the same last name of my daughter's Nana, the great-grandma where she said she met Ida. And the exact same picture of Betsy Larson was hanging in Nana's house. Nana didn't recognize the names, and the grandfather who might have known them passed away years ago. The truth is, Ida, Sarah, and Betsy are all deceased. Ida died in the 1970s. I'm convinced my daughter has somehow communicated with Ida's spirit. There's even a part of me that wonders if my daughter might have been Sarah in a past life. What's weird is that my daughter says Ida is a little girl, just like her, even though Ida died as an adult. The resemblance and the connections are too strong to ignore, though. My daughter has said other strange things that make me think she can see beyond what we do. But this is the most unexplainable. I truly believe that her ancestors, or at least spirits from her family's past, have reached out to her. So yeah, these two stories, me with the strange toy and water in the basement, and my daughter with her friend Ida, they both make me think there's so much going on just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. Things we can't always see, but sometimes, if you listen closely enough in the quiet, they make themselves known. Hey there, I want to share a really touching moment that happened last year. It might seem like a coincidence, but to me, it felt like something much more comforting. It's about my great-uncle, Gerald. He was a retired veteran and firefighter. I didn't know him very well growing up, but I always heard he was a gentle soul with a huge heart, though he struggled a lot with anxiety. Our family on his side wasn't the warmest bunch, unfortunately. Gerald often found himself alone at the family brother and sister suppers, with only my grandmother really making the effort to include him. Now, the family dynamics were, well, kind of catty. There was a lot of whispering behind backs and stirring up drama. Eventually, word got around, and my grandmother grew tired of it all. She decided to stop going to those suppers, and when Gerald found out, he decided not to go either. That meant Thanksgiving was going to be pretty lonely for him, aside from his caretaker. But my grandmother stepped in and invited Gerald to our Thanksgiving dinner, to be surrounded by people who genuinely loved and cherished him. I remember that day vividly. Gerald was smiling the whole time, especially when he was holding my baby niece, rocking her gently to sleep after she'd been fussy almost all evening. It was the first time I really got to know him, and honestly, I've never met someone with a gentler heart. After the dinner, my grandmother told me Gerald said he didn't want to leave, that he had such a good time and didn't want the night to end. He passed away peacefully in his sleep just a week later. I'm truly grateful he had that moment of happiness before he left us. Here's where it gets even more remarkable. I live in Alabama, and even in the northern parts, snow is a rare treat. On Thanksgiving, it was mild, not even chilly enough for a jacket. The day before Gerald's burial was similar, just a cool, quiet day. But the morning of the burial? It snowed like I had never seen before. The flakes fell thick and fast, blanketing the ground with at least 3 inches, which is unheard of around here, especially overnight and without any warning. I like to believe it was Gerald's way of telling us from beyond that he was finally at peace. Now, let me tell you about a place I used to work, a building that really seemed to hate people. Until about 4 months ago, I worked the late shift from 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Most of the time, we worked in pairs, but I preferred working alone. Yeah, probably not the best idea. This particular building was disconnected from the others, connected only by a long hallway with rooms on either side. Each room also had extra doors leading either to another room or outside. Nobody liked going into that building, even in teams. The atmosphere was heavy, like the walls themselves were angry. You'd feel watched, and the tension was thick, enough to put a honey badger off its game. Naturally, I was often the odd one out, sent in alone. One night, I went in, talking to myself as I worked, explaining what I was doing, hoping it would calm whatever was there, like the building might listen and settle down. But then, I felt this overwhelming dread wash over me, like something was desperate to get me out. My skin prickled and my heart hammered. But being stubborn, I kept working. After about 5 minutes, the feeling turned to terror. I heard footsteps at the far end of the hall, then chaos, doors banging, things crashing, an eerie clatter like something invisible was throwing objects around. It was the kind of noise that screams, "Get out now!" I bolted and found one of the teams to help me finish, hoping they could act as a shield. Whatever was haunting that place seemed to want air flowing through every corner. All doors and windows were wide open, even cupboards that were usually locked. It hated anything that could be thrown. Papers, keyboards, chairs, broken computer parts, they were all tossed around like a storm had swept through. It might not sound super spooky, but I still remember apologizing to 20 people because I'd somehow angered a ghost, and a whole lot of their work got wrecked or lost. Then there's a story about my stepdad, who passed away recently, but still feels very present in our lives. The day after we found him, while preparing to meet the funeral home, I caught the lingering scent of him in my bedroom. Not just his cologne, but something deeper, more personal. I recognized it instantly and stepped out quickly. When I went back in, the scent was gone. This has happened a few times, usually when I'm handling things related to his passing. Once, at his apartment, I went into his bedroom closet to grab an old shirt while cleaning. Suddenly, I heard a rhythmic tapping. I peeked out and saw his bedroom door swinging gently back and forth, tapping the wall behind it. It wasn't the wind. It moved at a steady pace, like it was being deliberately pushed. I had to reach out and stop it. It was the only time I witnessed that door moving like that, especially when I was alone. I tried to recreate it by bumping the door or turning on the fan, but nothing made it move. I want to believe it's him letting me know he's still around. My mom and I now talk to him in the apartment, joking and asking for help finding things, like the key to his gun safe, so we can follow his wishes about his firearms. Now, about intuition, mine has never been wrong. Even as a kid, I knew when someone was lying or when things felt off, even about stuff I hadn't researched. It always seemed like common sense, though a lot of it wasn't. Recently, a few things made me wonder if I should talk to someone about it. For example, when boy band BTS announced a break earlier this year, I had a bad feeling. I even snapped a video saying, 12:58 a.m., October 8th, 2022. I just got a bad feeling about BTS, trying to see if I'm a witch. I was half joking but genuinely curious if I was overthinking. A week later, they announced they'd all enlist in the military and return in 2025. No one expected it, but I just felt it in my bones. Then, on chat roulette, a guy said his wife was African. I blurted out, "She's Moroccan." My friend asked him, and he confirmed it. We both screamed, not from fear, just shock that I was right. She jokes I might be a witch. Another time, with different friends, a Somali guy came up. I got a bad vibe and asked if he was one of those Africans who bash Black Americans for not identifying with African countries. They said no and kept talking. But then he ignored my African American friend and started bashing my Ethiopian friend for not being a real African because she was born in America. My friends looked at me wide-eyed, another hit for my intuition. So, what do you think? Just lucky guesses, strong gut feelings, or something more? Let me tell you about a vision I've had since I was very young. I call it the City of Wires. It always starts the same, a sudden epiphany, like I'm close to a fundamental truth about the universe. But then, a nameless fear creeps in, and suddenly, I see it. A vast plain of dust stretching endlessly beneath a sickly sky. On the horizon, towering black monoliths loom, connected by a tangle of humming black wires. The silence is broken only by the eerie, singing howl of wind through those monoliths. The terror is overwhelming, breaking the vision and pulling me back. Afterwards, I never remember what sparked the revelation, but I'm left with an odd sense of understanding. For years, I thought it was just an overactive imagination, but the visions kept coming, each revealing strange truths. Then I found others who'd seen similar things, cities of black monoliths, humming wires, a dead clockwork world. One friend even dreamed of the exact same place, describing it in a voice as a fear of a concept. It's haunted me my whole life, and I'm searching for answers. If you've seen the City of Wires, you'll understand. Switching gears, after my dad passed from a long battle with cancer in 2017, some strange things happened. He was a smart, funny guy, but also a bit of a micromanager and petty. Even after he died, his influence lingered. One afternoon, my mom was crying on the couch, feeling like she hadn't done enough for him. I comforted her, saying she'd done more than enough. Suddenly, our Alexa lit up and said, "I don't think so. I don't think so." We looked at each other, and my mom laughed, saying, "See, even your dad thinks so." Another time, I was smoking weed in the bathroom, careful to blow smoke out the window. My brother was brushing his teeth nearby. Suddenly, loud knocks came from the bathroom door. Mom shouted, "What's going on? Are you smoking weed?" She opened the door, and I was busted. She pointed to an old alarm clock blaring wildly, even though it was unplugged and just blinking 00. Weirdly, I hadn't heard a thing. That same night, the Wi-Fi went out. When we tried to reconnect, it rejected our usual password, our last name family. It was like Dad took his name away from us. We had to change it to our dogs' names. Here's one that might sound strange. I've had weird dreams, not quite lucid, not sleep paralysis. One summer, staying with friends at a holiday apartment, some rooms just felt off. At night, the lights flickered, and I woke to see a dark, smoky figure near me, reaching out. When it almost touched me, my body pulsed with energy, hot and tingling, releasing waves that made the figure vanish. Afterward, I felt energized and slept soundly, unlike my friends. A similar figure appeared at my home later, with even stronger waves. My watch recorded odd heart rates and sleep patterns during these times. It feels too real to dismiss. Any ideas? I also want to share about my family living in Japan at the Czech embassy. My relative, a diplomat, was stationed there, and some strange things happened during our 4 years there. One night, an older family member had a sleepover in the embassy's private cinema with Japanese friends. Around 2 a.m., they noticed a plant shaking violently in the corner, though no one could have touched it. One friend, experienced with sleep paralysis, warned, "Don't look at it. They will want you to help them." After some time, it stopped, and they left quickly. Receptionists often saw cupboards slam open and shut rapidly. I only learned about this recently, since my mom avoided going down there. Lastly, I want to tell you about a dark and mysterious house I lived in after my parents' divorce. After my mom's mental health declined, the house changed. Dark, stale, oppressive. It felt like the air was thick with sadness and something else. One day, 3 of us heard the front door open, but when we checked, it was closed tight. It was a heavy door that required force to open or close, so hearing it open without closing was impossible. Another time, while talking in the middle room, we heard creaking footsteps overhead, then a loud crash like glass breaking. My boyfriend and his friends searched the house, including the attic, but found no one and no broken glass. The attic was too fragile to walk in without falling through. The house grew darker, our fights more intense, and one night I screamed at the darkness, telling it to leave. I swear the darkness visibly retreated, and light returned. Eventually, I left the house, and the staleness and despair never returned. I often wonder if the darkness was always there, or if it was created by my mother's struggles. There's so much more I could share, but these stories remind me that sometimes, even in the darkest moments, there are signs. Whether snow falling softly in Alabama or a whispered presence that tell us we're not alone. You know, I haven't really shared this story with many people. Just a few close friends and my cousin over the years. It's kind of something I kept tucked away, maybe because it felt too strange or hard to explain. But looking back, those experiences really shaped a part of my childhood, so I want to tell you about them now, like I'm sitting right there with you, sharing a quiet moment. It all started when I was about 5 years old. That was a really tough time for me and my family. You see, my baby sister, her name was Lily. She was born, but sadly, she only lived 3 days. There were complications with her birth, and it just didn't work out. I barely have memories of her. I remember playing in the little kid area with my grandma one afternoon, the bright colors of those toys around us. I remember getting some dinosaur books to keep me company because things were so quiet and different after she passed. And then, I remember seeing Lily one last time before she was taken off life support. That moment was heavy, though at that age, I couldn't quite grasp everything happening. Not long after Lily passed, my Grandpa Joe, he died too. I spent a fair amount of time with him, but oddly, the memories of him are kind of hazy now. Maybe it was just my young mind trying to protect itself. Right after both of those losses, things started to get really strange. Nightmares. They came every night, without fail. And not just nightmares, but what I later learned was sleep paralysis. I'd wake up completely frozen, lying in my bed, unable to move even a finger. There were voices, soft whispers at first, then louder, almost shouting inside my head. And my bed, it would feel like it was spinning faster and faster. But the worst part was this sharp, stabbing pain in my back, like someone was driving a knife into me. Each night, the dreams got worse, the pain more intense, and the voices louder. Eventually, I started to see shadowy figures in my room, dark shapes that seemed to watch me from the corners. Now, there was one really strange thing that happened while we lived in our little apartment, the one where all these nightmares first started. It was late at night, and my mom was in the kitchen cooking, making something warm, maybe soup or stew. The kitchen was right next to a long hallway leading to the bedrooms. I was sitting at the far end of that hallway, playing quietly with my stuffed dinosaurs. I picked one up, a little triceratops, and tossed it down the hallway just for fun. Then, this strange feeling washed over me. It was like a heavy silence settled in, and I couldn't look away from the toy. I swear, the dinosaur sat up on its own and started moving slowly toward me. I wasn't scared exactly, but I knew something wasn't quite right. I tried to call out to my mom, but my voice wouldn't come. It felt like I couldn't catch my breath. As the toy got closer, it suddenly toppled over, and just like that, I snapped out of the trance I'd been in. After that, I felt nothing unusual, no fear, no lingering unease. I didn't tell my mom about what happened. It was the only time anything paranormal happened in that apartment besides the nightmares. After about a year of living there, we moved to a duplex further into town. For a little while, I got some relief from the nightmares, but they came back, worse than before. These new dreams were violent and felt so real. They followed a pattern night after night. First, I'd wake up frozen, drenched in sweat, hearing voices whispering and sometimes yelling. Then, as I moved my eyes around the dark room, I'd spot this black figure standing silently nearby. The room would go quiet, and then, slowly, my blanket would be pulled off me. That's when this heavy wave of nausea and dizziness would hit, and I'd finally be able to sit up. The whole thing would stop then, leaving me trembling. This torment went on for about a year, the same nightmare over and over. But one night it was different. The usual pattern played out. I woke up frozen, the voices shouting louder than ever in my head, my body drenched in sweat. I managed to sit up, but the dizziness and nausea didn't stop. Instead, it got worse. I didn't feel the need to wake my parents, even though they were on the same floor. I just wanted to run downstairs to the bathroom. I sat over the toilet, feeling like I might throw up, but nothing came out. My vision was strange, darkening at the edges but filled with these tiny white specks, like static on a TV screen, swirling and floating everywhere. It was terrifying. And that stabbing pain in my back returned, sharper than ever. I couldn't speak or call for help, like someone had stolen my breath and voice. I felt utterly helpless. That night felt endless. Eventually, I must have passed out because I woke up on the couch the next morning, the nightmare finally over. Luckily, when we moved again, this time to a house nestled in the woods, I never experienced those nightmares or strange happenings again. I was in 5th grade by then, and though I still had the occasional bad dream, none came close to those terrifying experiences in the apartment and duplex. Just recently, I shared all of this with my cousin, the one I mentioned earlier. He told me something that gave me chills. He said he always felt this heavy, bad presence whenever he was near those old places we lived. That's why he never wanted to spend the night there. It's strange to think about, but somehow, sharing my story with him made me feel less alone. So, that's my story. Those whispers in the shadows, the pain, the frozen nights. They're a part of my past now, but they're still vivid in my mind. I guess sometimes, the things we don't talk about can shape us the most. Hey there. I want to share something pretty personal. Something that completely changed how my wife and I view the world. Now, I was always a big skeptic, you know? I believed most things had logical explanations. Ghosts, spirits, all that stuff. I thought it was mostly stories, exaggerations, or just people trying to make sense of weird noises or creaks. But about 6 years ago, something happened to us that cracked that skepticism wide open. Let me take you through it. So, my wife and I were staying at my late father's house after he passed away. The house itself was this tiny Victorian-style place, just a postage stamp on the block, 2 floors, and an attic that was kind of half-finished, like a little apartment up there. It had been in my family since the early 50s, but it was originally built way back in 1879 by a French family. Everyone in my family had always whispered about the place being haunted, but honestly, I never experienced anything strange growing up there. I just thought my family liked to tell spooky stories a little too much. We were there for about a week, about 6 hours away from where we live, to clear out Dad's stuff. It was tough, both emotionally and physically. And that's when things started to get weird. The first thing that happened was when I was heading up to the attic to sort through some of Dad's collections. He had tons of NASCAR die-cast cars and all kinds of collectibles stuffed everywhere. I was on the phone with my wife, who had gone out to grab some food. As I was going up, I noticed the attic door's handle twist slowly, and the door creaked open just a little bit. Now, the attic wasn't exactly a cozy spot. It was dusty, cluttered, and not the kind of place you want to hang out in. My heart jumped. I thought, someone's broken in. So I ran up there, phone still in my ear, and searched every corner. There was no one. Not a soul. Looking back, I realize how foolish I was to go up alone, especially if there had been someone there. Grief dulls your senses, including fear, I guess. Then, a couple of days later, my wife, a childhood friend, and I were all in that attic, cleaning out more stuff. The floor was covered with this thick shag carpet, old and worn, from the 70s. The attic was divided into a couple of rooms. One was just storage, where our friend was working. Suddenly, my wife just pointed at the door to that room, and we both watched in disbelief as it slowly creaked shut on our friend. The thing is, that door was heavy. It took real effort to close it if it wasn't already moving. Neither of us moved or said anything for a moment, just staring. Our friend was understandably creeped out, and we just awkwardly said, "Oh, sorry, forgot you were in there," trying to brush it off so he wouldn't freak out or think we were losing it. But the last night was the real turning point. We were sleeping upstairs in the master bedroom. The bed was set up so that the headboard was against a wall that lined up with a landing at the top of the stairs. It's a bit tricky to explain, but the stairs and the landing were set at different heights, between 3 to 15 feet, depending on where you stood. Throughout the night, my wife kept waking me up, whispering that she could hear footsteps pacing outside on the landing. When I looked, I saw this shadow moving just beneath the doorframe. I opened the door, ready to confront an intruder, but again, no one was there. We searched the entire house carefully, but no signs of anyone. Later that same night, I woke up to scratching sounds coming from the wall right behind my head. My wife was awake too, staring at me wide-eyed, terrified. I tried to convince myself it was just a rat or some animal. After all, the house was old and had its share of critters. I got frustrated and punched the wall, thinking it might scare whatever was making the noise away. But then, something hit back, hard. So hard that the whole wall shook. It was like a fist pounding right where I had punched. Then we heard footsteps, loud, heavy stomping, running away from us and heading up the attic stairs. But here's the thing. The sounds weren't just footsteps on stairs. They sounded like someone running down a hallway, a floor that simply didn't exist behind that wall. It was impossible. We were speechless. We packed up our son and left that very night. We called the police, thinking maybe someone had broken in. But the cops found no evidence of forced entry, no sign of anyone inside. Our security cameras outside didn't catch a thing. We sold the house as it was, with all the belongings inside, and never went back to stay there. A few weeks later, I went back briefly to finish some final business and say goodbye to my dad. When I stepped inside, the whole house felt hateful. I can't explain it, but it wasn't just a building anymore. It was almost like the walls themselves were filled with anger and sadness. I never felt that before, not even as a kid. I don't know what any of it means. My dad always brushed off the ghost stories as nonsense, and I never had any strange experiences until that week. Now, whenever my wife and I try to talk about it, we both get chills or feel like we're losing our minds. It's something that stayed with us, a mystery we can't explain. So, how do you cope with something that defies all logic? For us, it's still hard, but sharing the story is a start. Thanks for listening. Hey, I just want to share something that's been on my mind for a while. And maybe someone out there has had a similar experience or can help make sense of it. So, I'm from central Scotland, and honestly, I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I mean, I've had a couple of weird experiences that shook me up, and even one that really stuck with me. But I always try to push those thoughts away, tell myself there's a reasonable explanation. Still, these things happened, and now my friend, who lives just 2 doors down from me, mentioned he's been going through something eerily similar. So I figured maybe sharing this could help both of us find some peace, or at least feel less alone in all this. Alright, so here's the first experience. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago. I was home alone one night, about to turn in for the evening. You know that quiet when the house settles down, the silence almost heavy, that kind of night. My bedroom door was open, always is when the cats are roaming in and out throughout the night. And my brother's door was closed down the hall. Suddenly, I heard this scratching noise, like one of my cats was clawing at his door. But here's the thing. It wasn't the usual scratching on the carpet or anything soft. This was deep, like claws digging into the wooden door itself, slow and deliberate. Something about the sound felt wrong. Heavier than any cat, at least. I didn't move, just froze, listening. The scratching went on for what felt like minutes. I was starting to get really uneasy. Then, silence. But right after, I heard this quick, darting sound moving from my brother's door at the far end of the hall, all the way to the top of the stairs on the other side. It was so fast, like something big and heavy was sprinting, but changing directions mid-run with impossible ease. You know how cats sometimes do those sudden bursts of energy and run around the house? Yeah, but this wasn't like that. It sounded much heavier, like a big dog maybe, but it moved with this unnatural speed. My heart was pounding by this point. The noise kept repeating, dashing back and forth, from one end of the hall to the other, over and over. Then it stopped, right outside my door. That's when I remembered. My door was open, and I swear my chest felt like it was going to burst. I heard it push the door open slowly, with what sounded like a heavy head, followed by this deep, raspy breathing. Not quite a dog's, almost human-like. Then it let out this low, guttural growl that sent a chill straight down my spine. And then, it vanished. Just gone. The house was silent again for what felt like hours. I was too scared to move or even think clearly. That night messed me up more than I wanted to admit. But with time, I pushed it to the back of my mind, didn't tell a soul. Until just a few weeks ago. Recently, something almost exactly like that happened again. This time, the sounds were coming from the other side of my parents' room, darting around at that same impossible speed. It was like whatever it was playing with the space, moving too fast to catch. That's when I finally decided to tell my friend about it. And he told me he's been hearing and feeling something similar at his place, just 2 doors down. It's terrifying to realize it's not just some trick of my imagination. I'm left wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this, or if there's some explanation for it. Because right now, it feels like something's lurking just beyond the edge of what I can understand, pacing the halls when the house falls silent. And honestly, that thought keeps me awake sometimes. Hey, I want to share something with you. Something that shook me to my core. Now, I've always been open to the idea of the paranormal. Never fully dismissed it, but this experience, it changed everything for me. So, let me set the scene for you. This happened a couple of years back, not long after my partner passed away. We'd been together for nearly 10 years, so you can imagine how low I was feeling at that time. I was desperate for some kind of connection, some sign that they were still around. One night, I stumbled across this article online about contacting loved ones on the other side. Before that, I never even considered trying something like that. But that night, I decided to give it a shot. I turned off all the lights in my room to get the atmosphere right and lit a candle. Just a simple scented one, nothing fancy. I didn't have a Ouija board or anything like that. Frankly, I was too scared to go that far. I wasn't even following the instructions exactly. I was skeptical it would work. So I called out, "Are you there?" Nothing. I tried again, a little louder this time. "Are you there?" And just like that, everything went pitch black. I mean, completely dark. You know where I live, there aren't many streetlights, so it was like someone turned off the sun. But here's the weird part. In that moment, I didn't think the power had gone out. No, instead, I felt like I'd somehow left my room entirely. Sounds strange, right? But there was no storm, no wind, nothing to explain the sudden darkness. I fumbled around, trying to find my phone, but I couldn't feel it anywhere. Panic started creeping in. I jumped up and dashed around, hands scraping the walls, searching for the door handle or light switch. I couldn't see a thing, and my heart was pounding so loud I thought it might burst. I began screaming, pure, raw fear. That's when my mom swung open the door, asking what was wrong. "It's okay," she said. "The power just went out." It took about 10 minutes for the electricity to come back on. Now, some people might say it was just a coincidence, but I know what I felt. After that night, I had more experiences. Once, I even saw a shadow sitting in the corner that looked just like my partner. Since then, I've sworn off trying to reach out like that again. Honestly, I might delete this story later, but I just needed to get it out there and hear what others think. Oh, and about the candle? When everything went black, I don't remember what happened to it. I was so panicked, I just remember total darkness and not being able to see anything at all. Now, I want to tell you about someone else's story, a friend of mine named Josie Herrera. Josie lives in Chico, California, and she had a series of experiences that were, well, terrifying. Josie was waiting outside her house one day, excited to meet her best friend, Judy Foster, and Judy's little daughter, Hannah. Judy was a single mom, moving from Montana to Chico because she was going through some tough times financially and personally. She left Hannah in Josie's care while she searched for an affordable apartment. Eventually, Judy found a place called Walnut Gardens, a cozy apartment complex in a great neighborhood. The only available unit was on the first floor, with a balcony that made Judy nervous. She worried about Hannah falling off. But given her budget, she took it anyway, reassured by the manager's promise that she could move to a ground floor apartment as soon as one opened up. The first day in the apartment was a whirlwind of unpacking and organizing. Both Judy and Hannah were exhausted and went to bed earlier than usual. That night, Judy had a vivid dream. She saw a young couple, dressed like they were straight out of the 1970s, wandering around the neighborhood as if they were hunting someone. There was this strange, almost hypnotic H symbol appearing over and over. The couple ended up right under her apartment balcony, staring at Hannah with this dark, evil look. When they called Hannah to come over, Judy woke up, gasping for air. It was exactly 3:37 a.m. when she opened her eyes. She called Josie immediately, trembling as she recounted the nightmare. Josie tried to reassure her, telling her it was just a bad dream and to try to sleep again. But the next night, the nightmare returned. This time, the couple was walking down the hallway towards her apartment. Judy locked the door, but somehow, they appeared inside. They tried to take Hannah away. Judy screamed for them to stop, and in a flash, Hannah turned into a young woman Judy didn't recognize. She jolted awake again, heart racing, the time once more 3:37 a.m. The very next day, the manager called to say a ground floor apartment was available. Relieved, Judy moved in right away. The place was filthy, so Josie came over to help clean. As they worked, Josie felt this chilling presence, like an invisible watcher lurking in the shadows. A coldness seeped into the air, making her skin crawl. She kept quiet, not wanting to scare Judy. After settling in, strange things started happening. Judy's keys would vanish from their hook only to turn up on her bed. Hannah, being a curious 4-year-old, began seeing a young woman who she initially thought was her mother's friend. But one day, Hannah noticed a deep gash on the woman's neck. Little did she know, this was the same woman haunting Judy's dreams. The nightmares didn't stop. One night, the couple was driving a blue car in Judy's dream. They picked up the young woman and brought her back to the apartment building. The man asked to use the bathroom, and Judy screamed in her dream for the woman not to let him in. But no one heard her. She woke up, heart pounding, at exactly 3:37 a.m. Despite everything, Judy tried not to sleep, but exhaustion won. The dreams continued in a relentless sequence. One night, Judy saw the man pour some liquid onto a cloth and cover the woman's mouth and nose until she passed out. They staged her to look like a drunk college student, then drove away with her. Judy's shouts for help went unheard. She woke up again at 3:37 a.m. In another dream, the woman woke up in the back of the car, wrists tied, screaming for help. The man stopped, locked her head inside a metal helmet, and dragged her into a brick basement. They shackled her wrists above her head, leaving her completely helpless. The couple stripped her forcefully. The man kissed her aggressively, while the woman who had been with them bit her. The kisses turned into something darker, and unable to bear the horror, Judy woke up. The nightmares escalated. One night, Judy saw the woman screaming in a bathroom, pleading for mercy. The man slit her throat. She bled out, looked Judy straight in the eyes through a mirror, and whispered, "Help me." Judy woke up, as always, at 3:37 a.m. But this time, when she opened her eyes, the blinds in her room were slamming up and down furiously, and the apartment lights flickered wildly until they burst and shattered. Feeling desperate, Judy asked a family friend, Misty, to watch over Hannah. Misty was warm and kind, though she couldn't speak. When Judy and Hannah returned to the apartment, Misty felt an eerie sensation, like invisible eyes watching her. Suddenly, Hannah's favorite Ernie doll, one of those talking toys, started repeating, "I feel great," over and over in its programmed voice. Judy called Hannah and Misty back and cautiously approached the bedroom, following the sound. There, she found the doll hanging by a noose atop a pile of belongings. The sight froze her in place, pure terror. She grabbed Misty and Hannah, and they fled the apartment immediately. Judy called the police for help, but they dismissed her, even ridiculed her story about the doll, then hung up. With no other choice, they returned to the apartment to sleep, but set an alarm for 5:30 a.m. In the dead of night, Judy woke to the apartment shaking. Lights flickered, objects flew around the room, and the Ernie doll kept repeating, "I feel great." Overwhelmed by fear, the trio bolted outside. As Judy glanced at the hallway clock, her blood ran cold. It was 3:37 a.m. once again. These experiences, these relentless hauntings at 3:37, left Judy shaken but determined. It's a chilling reminder that sometimes the veil between worlds is thinner than we think, and some cries for help echo in the darkest hours. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation, trust your instincts and remember, you're never truly alone. Hello. I want want to share something that happened to me several months ago. I've experienced paranormal activity for most of my life, so these things don't frighten me the way they did when I was a child. Still, this particular experience left me deeply unsettled. That evening, my partner Elias was staying at my house. It had been a completely ordinary day. Before bed, we watched videos together for a while, as we usually did. My mother had already gone to sleep, and my father was still out with some friends from his motorcycle group. I couldn't fall asleep. I think I'd had strong tea after dinner, which probably explained why I was still awake so late. I stayed quietly in bed, waiting for sleep to come. At around 4 in the morning, Elias was already asleep beside me. I heard my father arrive home, walk through the house, and eventually go to bed. Not long afterward, I finally drifted off. The dream began almost immediately. I was at my aunt's country house, where our family often gathers for celebrations. Everything looked familiar, except the entire garden was covered in snow. That was strange because I live in a warm place where it never snows. I've never even seen real snowfall. Elias was there, along with another couple we were friends with. At first, the dream felt completely normal. Some parts are missing from my memory now, but I remember opening a bedroom door and finding the couple inside without any clothes on. There were other shadowy figures around them, and the whole scene had an uncomfortable, intimate atmosphere. They invited me to come inside. I immediately shut the door. I felt embarrassed and anxious because we were in my aunt's house, surrounded by my family. At that point, I had no idea I was dreaming. Everything felt real. Later, I remember standing on a balcony, talking to someone while cold air moved through the trees. I can't remember whether the person was Elias or somebody else. For a little while, the strange feeling disappeared. The next morning, still inside the dream, everyone was having breakfast. There was hot chocolate, fresh bread, and fruit on the table. It felt peaceful again. Then I went upstairs to change my clothes. That was when everything shifted. My mother was sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for me. We have a very close and loving relationship, which is why seeing her there made me feel safe. She smiled and asked me to sit beside her. I did. She began asking about the previous night. She kept saying, "What happened yesterday? What did you see?" Her questions became more insistent. Somehow, I knew she was asking about what I had seen behind that bedroom door. I didn't want to tell her, but she wouldn't stop pressing me. Then my body began sliding toward her. My feet lifted from the floor, and I floated helplessly toward her legs. I couldn't move my arms or call for anyone. As I got closer, her face slowly began to change. Her features stretched in unnatural directions. Her eyes looked empty, and her smile grew wider and wider until it no longer looked human. I stared at her and managed to ask, "Are you really my mother?" The moment I said those words, I woke up drenched in sweat. I shook Elias awake and told him, "Something came into my dream." I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as morning arrived, I opened the windows, cleaned the room, burned incense, and performed a deep, energetic cleansing. I've sensed presences before. I've felt watched, heard unexplained sounds, and occasionally perceived things I couldn't identify. But nothing had ever entered a dream and manipulated it so deliberately. The unsettling intimacy of the dream also stayed with me. I can still remember those bodies with disturbing clarity, and even now, seeing that couple's faces brings the entire feeling back. I don't know exactly what visited me that night. I only know that whatever was sitting on that bed was not my mother. This is the only paranormal experience I've ever had, and honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. It started when I was around 8 years old. My family lived in a small apartment in Brooklyn, New York, and I had this canopy over my bed that looked almost like a soft, rounded tunnel. It was pale blue with tiny silver stars printed across it. The fabric was thin enough that I could see shapes through it, but everything on the other side looked blurred and slightly distorted. Most nights, I felt safe in my room. I had the normal fear of the dark that a lot of kids have, but nothing serious. Then, one night, something felt different. I couldn't sleep because I had this heavy, uncomfortable feeling that someone was watching me. I don't remember being tired, and I don't remember drifting off. My bedroom door was always left partly open, so that a little light from the hallway could come in. At some point, I noticed a shadow moving toward my doorway. When it reached the door, a figure slowly bent down and passed beneath the frame. It was extremely tall and unnaturally thin. Its arms hung low beside its body, and its fingers looked long and pointed. I couldn't make out every detail because the figure was completely black, darker than the room around it. Its head was the part I remember most clearly. There were sharp shapes rising from the top of it, almost like a jagged crown. Where its eyes should have been, there were two perfectly round openings. They weren't glowing. They looked clear, almost like empty holes cut straight through its face. I watched it move closer to my bed. Because of the canopy, I could see its shape approaching through the blue fabric. It leaned toward me and began whispering. I couldn't understand most of it, but one word sounded like, "below." I know that sounds dramatic, maybe even ridiculous, but that is what I heard. I pulled the covers over my head and froze. I tried to breathe as quietly as possible because I was terrified it would notice that I was awake. I stayed beneath those blankets until daylight. When my mother came in to wake me for school, I told her everything. She said I must have had a nightmare. Years later, I heard people claim that the apartment building had a strange history and that unusual things had happened there before. I never put much faith in those stories. Even now, I'm not sure I believe them. For a long time, I barely spoke about what happened. Whenever I did talk about it, the memory somehow felt stronger afterward, almost as though telling the story gave it more weight. When I was about 16, I had a close friend named Mara staying over. One evening, I finally told her about the figure. She became very quiet. Then she told me she had seen something almost identical during a recurring nightmare. Mara was a talented artist, so she took out her sketchbook and drew what she remembered. When she turned the page around, my whole body went cold. The long arms, the narrow body, the jagged shape around its head, and those two empty circles where the eyes should have been, were nearly identical to what I had seen as a child. I hadn't shown her a picture. I hadn't even described every detail. Seeing that drawing frightened me more than I can explain. Years passed, and nothing else happened. Then, a few weeks ago, when I was 23, I was standing alone in my backyard late at night. It must have been sometime after 1 in the morning. There's an old wooden fence at the edge of the yard. Beyond it, there's a narrow stretch of trees, an open field, and then a row of houses farther away. While I was standing there, I heard a steady drumming sound coming from directly behind the fence. It wasn't music playing from a phone or a speaker. It sounded close and physical, as though someone was striking a hollow piece of wood with their hands. The rhythm was slow at first, then became faster. I didn't investigate. I went straight inside and locked the door. About a week later, 2 friends came over. We were standing outside when one of them mentioned that the backyard felt strangely unsettling. I told them about the drumming, and that led us into a conversation about unexplained experiences. Eventually, I told them about the figure from my childhood. Before I began, I said that I didn't like discussing it because every time I did, it felt as though I was inviting the memory back into my life. Right after I said that, something snapped behind the fence. It could easily have been an animal. There are plenty of them in the trees. But the moment I started describing the figure's face, A bat flew directly between us. It came so close that we all ducked. Almost immediately afterward, something heavy landed in the far corner of the yard. None of us waited to see what it was. We ran inside. I understand that these things could all be coincidences. A branch can break. A bat can fly through a backyard. An animal can make a thumping sound in the dark. I'm naturally skeptical, so I've spent years trying to explain the childhood experience as a dream, a hallucination, or some form of sleep paralysis. But it never felt like sleep paralysis. I remember being able to move. I remember choosing to pull the blankets over my face. I remember lying there awake, listening to my own breathing and waiting for the sun to come up. More than anything, I remember the feeling that it had actually happened. I don't know whether the figure was real. I don't know why my friend drew the same thing, or whether the strange events in the backyard are connected in any way. Maybe there's a perfectly ordinary explanation for all of it. I hope there is. But after all these years, I still sometimes think about those two empty circles staring at me through the blue canopy, and I wonder whether that night was really the last time I saw it. This happened recently, and even though the whole interaction lasted only a few minutes, my boyfriend and I still can't stop thinking about it. We had just picked up lunch from a small cafe and were walking back to our car. In the vehicle parked beside ours, there was a man and a woman sitting together. I barely noticed the man, apart from his long hair and loose, slightly bohemian clothes. The woman, though, was impossible not to notice. She was staring through the window at two elderly women who were chatting beside a nearby pickup truck. And when I say staring, I mean she was completely locked onto them. Her eyes were wide, and she had this huge, unnatural smile on her face. There was something strangely eager about the way she watched them. It reminded me of an animal staring at food after going hungry for days. At first, I assumed she might be under the influence of something, or maybe she was impatiently waiting for the women to move. I tried not to judge her, so I pushed the thought aside and avoided looking in her direction. My boyfriend opened the passenger door for me, and I climbed into our car. While he walked around to the driver's side, I glanced over again. This time, she was staring directly at me. I gave a small, nervous laugh and quickly looked away. Unfortunately, I tend to laugh whenever I feel uncomfortable. It's not something I can easily control. For some reason, I felt anxious watching my boyfriend walk through the narrow space between our cars. I told myself I was overreacting. I'm naturally cautious, so I tried to make light of the situation when he got inside. I quietly said, "Did you notice that woman beside us?" He nodded and looked over at her. For a few seconds, he just watched her. I shifted closer to the passenger door, trying to keep him between us so I wouldn't have to see her face again. It's difficult to explain, but something about her presence felt incredibly heavy. It wasn't simply that she looked troubled or intoxicated. There was a darkness in the way she watched us that made the entire car feel colder. Then my boyfriend turned to me and said, "She's trying to say something." That immediately changed everything. I started wondering whether she might be in danger. Maybe the man had threatened her. Maybe she was trying to quietly ask someone for help. So I leaned forward and looked at her properly. The moment our eyes met, she smiled. It was a slow, unsettling smile that never reached her eyes. She stared straight into mine without blinking. Our cars were close together, and neither vehicle had dark windows, so it almost felt as though she were sitting right beside me. There was something gleeful in her expression, but not in a happy or friendly way. She looked as though she knew something terrible and was enjoying the fact that we didn't. Then I noticed the man was no longer in her car. He must have gone into one of the nearby stores. She was alone, and the doors didn't appear to be locked. If she had needed help, she could have opened the door or spoken out loud. My boyfriend looked at me and said, "She just mouthed, 'I'm going to get you.'" I stared at him, completely confused. "What? Are you serious?" I laughed again, but only because I was so uncomfortable that I didn't know how else to react. I could tell it had shaken him too. He started the car, backed out of the parking space, and drove away. As soon as we left, we both admitted that the encounter had made us feel deeply uneasy. We've both been around people experiencing addiction, mental illness, or emotional distress before. This felt different. Maybe there was a perfectly ordinary explanation. Maybe she was intoxicated, unwell, or simply trying to frighten strangers. But in that moment, sitting beside her in the parking lot, it felt as though we had come dangerously close to something truly awful. Even after we got home, neither of us could shake the feeling. The image of her expression kept returning to us, especially that empty smile and the way she stared without looking away. I know it isn't a dramatic story. Nothing actually happened to us. It was only a brief encounter between strangers in a parking lot. Still, it left both of us feeling disturbed in a way we can't fully explain. Has anyone else experienced something like this? And how do you stop replaying an unsettling moment when your mind refuses to let it go? Okay, I wanted to share an update because things became serious very quickly. I took my friend to the hospital today, and the doctors decided to keep her overnight. They ran blood tests, and we should have the results tomorrow. She looked exhausted, dehydrated, and honestly, much worse than I had realized, so they put her on an IV with fluids and vitamins. I also spoke privately with the doctors about everything that has been happening. They agreed that she should receive a psychiatric evaluation while she is there. I still do not know what I believe about this presence she talks about. Part of me thinks there must be a medical or psychological explanation. Another part of me cannot ignore how physically ill she has become, or how strange some of these experiences have been. During the ride to the hospital, she told me that Gigi is afraid of losing her. That is the name she gave the presence. It is a slightly ridiculous nickname here, the sort of name you might give an imaginary fool who cannot fix a leaking tap without flooding the kitchen. At first, she used the name jokingly. Now she says it with real affection. She asked me several times to turn around and take her home. I refused. The moment we passed through the hospital gates, she suddenly relaxed. She looked at me and whispered, "It's quiet now." That caught my attention because churches never made the presence disappear completely. She said it only felt distant inside them, like someone calling from the far end of a tunnel. At the hospital, she claimed it was completely gone. The nurses later told me that she fell asleep almost immediately and started snoring loudly. Considering how little she has rested properly, I am counting that as a victory. While we were waiting in the emergency department, she finally admitted that she is frightened. She said she used to enjoy the comfort Gigi gave her, but now she feels trapped by it. She does not want the presence around anymore, and she is afraid of what it is doing to her. Before leaving, I gave her a small silver cross on a chain. I had bought it years ago from a monastery, and it had been blessed there. I also gave her 2 little sealed bags, one containing incense and the other containing salt. I have no idea whether those things will help, but they seemed to make her feel safer. She listed me as her emergency contact, so the hospital can keep me informed. For now, she is somewhere safe, surrounded by medical professionals. I am trying to focus on that, instead of letting my imagination run wild. To explain how we reached this point, I should probably start at the beginning. I am 36, and my friend is 26. We work together as primary school teachers. When she first joined the school, I helped her settle in, and over the past 2 years, our friendship grew into something resembling an older brother and younger sister relationship. About 9 months ago, she bought a small apartment in Bucharest. It was in a newly finished building, so there had never been another owner. She had been single for a long time and often joked that her taste in men was so terrible that loneliness was probably safer. To help herself fall asleep, she developed a private ritual. She would imagine that someone was lying behind her, holding her gently until she drifted off. Eventually, the sensation became more vivid. She said she could actually feel an arm around her waist, breath near her neck, and fingers moving through her hair. She assumed it was some form of lucid dreaming or an unusually strong imagination. Over time, the experience became more intimate. She was embarrassed when she told me, but she said the imagined encounters sometimes felt completely physical. Then, the sensations began happening during the day. She would feel a hand resting on her shoulder while she graded papers. Something would brush her hair away from her face. At other times, she would suddenly become warm, sleepy, and calm, as though she had been wrapped in a heavy blanket. That was when she started calling the presence Gigi. At first, she described him as comforting. I did not think much of it until we took our students on a trip through Transylvania. We visited old fortresses, monasteries, and several medieval churches. Inside the churches, she told me she felt alone for the first time in months. In the graveyards, however, she became visibly distressed. She kept looking over her shoulder and asking when we were leaving. She said she felt as though something inside her mind was urgently telling her to get away. The same thing happened in the older parts of the castles. She had never been especially religious, but the experience made her curious. Over the following weekends, she visited Orthodox churches, a Catholic cathedral, a mosque, and a synagogue. She also walked through Bellu Cemetery, which is famous for its elaborate tombs and monuments. The pattern remained the same. Inside places of worship, the presence became distant. Inside cemeteries, it seemed frightened or angry. After that, Gigi became stronger. My friend described the sensation as a rush of happiness spreading through her entire body. When the summer holiday began, she started sleeping for longer and longer periods. She said waking up felt like being pulled out of warm water. At one point, she realized that nearly 3 days had passed and she had barely eaten. That frightened her enough to visit her parents, but the feeling followed her there. She said Gigi kept surrounding her with warmth and making everything else seem unimportant. Later, she stayed with my wife and me for a weekend. She went into the guest room and hardly came out. We did not hear her shower, eat, or even walk to the bathroom. When she finally emerged, she had a distant smile on her face. She looked awake, but mentally she seemed very far away. A week ago, I visited her apartment. The heat inside was unbearable. The thermostat showed almost 36 degrees Celsius, even though the apartment faces north and is located between 2 other occupied units. Her windows were closed, but the heating system was off. She had lost a frightening amount of weight. Her skin was pale with a yellow tint, and her clothes hung loosely from her shoulders. For the first time, she asked me for help. She said she no longer believed Gigi was imaginary. She thought he might be a spirit or something similar, and she wanted him removed. Because she had been raised Orthodox, I contacted an Orthodox priest. A few days later, I also contacted a Catholic priest through my wife's family. Both visited the apartment separately and performed house blessings. Nothing changed. The following Sunday, my wife and I brought her to our home. We packed a bag for her, made her drink water, gave her soup, took her for a walk, and watched a light-hearted film together. For a few hours, she seemed almost normal. That night, I woke up and went to the kitchen for water. As I passed the guest room, I heard her talking. She was speaking softly to Gigi. It did not sound like someone delivering a monologue. She paused as though listening, laughed at things I could not hear, and answered questions. She talked about love, marriage, death, and whether two people could belong to each other forever. It reminded me of the long, serious conversations teenagers have during sleepovers, except there was only one voice in the room. The next morning, my wife and I confronted her. She laughed and said it was only part of her bedtime ritual. Whenever we asked another question, she changed the subject. That same day, 3 LED bulbs stopped working. One of my cactuses also collapsed into a wet, rotten mass. Plants sometimes do that, and bulbs burn out, but the timing unsettled us. That night, my wife and I both slept badly. We had feverish dreams and woke repeatedly feeling overheated and short of breath. In my dream, I was trapped in a conversation with someone who would not let me stop speaking. By morning, my friend was gone. She had packed her things and returned to her apartment before either of us woke up. We panicked, but thankfully she answered when we called. She insisted she was fine. She was not fine. That is why I went to her apartment, brought her downstairs, put her into a car, and refused to take her anywhere except the hospital. I do not know whether Gigi is a hallucination, a coping mechanism, a symptom of an illness, or something I do not understand. Right now, the label matters less to me than keeping my friend alive. She is finally sleeping. The doctors are watching her. For tonight, that is enough. Hey, I want to share with you a few stories that have been on my mind lately. Nothing too wild, but definitely enough to make you pause and wonder. The first one happened just the other morning, and it still gives me the chills if I think about it too long. So picture this. It's early morning, and I'm getting ready for work. The house is still quiet, except for the soft sounds of my wife, Emily, in the bathroom putting on her makeup. Our little girl, Quinn, she's just about 2 years old, sits on the bathroom counter right next to my wife, playing with her tiny toothbrush. It's one of those calm, everyday moments. I suddenly remember I need to check something in the attic, count a few things for some renovation work we're planning. Our attic access is one of those pull-down doors in the ceiling of the main hallway, just about right above the bathroom door. So I pull down the ladder, climb up, and start counting what I need. Then, out of nowhere, I hear Quinn say, "Hi." At first, I just think she's talking to Emily, which she does all the time. But when I climb down and walk into the bathroom, I see Emily looking at me with this strange, almost stunned expression, like she's trying to figure out something that doesn't add up. I ask her what's wrong, and she tells me this. While I was up in the attic, Quinn looked up and said, "Hi," again. But instead of looking at Emily, she was staring straight at the wall behind her. Then she said, "Hi," once more, still looking at that same spot. Then, slowly, like she was watching someone approach, Quinn lifted her head as if tracking a person walking closer. Then she tucked her arms in tight to her sides and giggled, the same way she does when she's trying to protect herself from tickles. Emily asked Quinn who she was talking to, but Quinn just stayed quiet. And then, right at that moment, the plastic makeup container Emily was holding snapped shut, like someone had slapped it shut. By then, I had come down from the attic and walked into the bathroom, but I didn't see the container move myself. I just heard Emily's story, and honestly, it was the first time either of us had anything like this happen in the 4 years we've lived here. Quinn has had some moments before, random giggling or pointing at things we can't see, but nothing quite like this. What really struck me was Emily's reaction. She's not the type to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. Usually, she's the first to call out ghost stories as nonsense. So this shook her up, and it made me wonder, what else could be up there with us? Alright, now on to another story. This one's from when I was a kid, and I still can't shake it. I was about 12 or 13 on this summer kayaking trip down a river in a really remote part of France. We were carrying everything with us: tents, gear, the whole deal, and spent nights camping wild or at small campsites. It was this raw, beautiful place called Haute Allier, full of deep gorges, steep cliffs, and thick, old forests. One night, about a week into the 3-week trip, we stopped to camp along a rocky riverbank. I pulled my kayak up onto the shore and wandered ahead a bit, scouting where we'd pitch our tents. The shore was a gentle slope leading up to a dense line of tall trees with a clearing just beyond. As I approached the trees, something strange hit me. I felt woozy, like the world tilted just slightly, and I was drawn to look up at the trees. Between two of the trunks, I saw this opening, a clearing that stretched out into a vast, open plain I'd never seen before in that region. The sky above was a deep, perfect blue, with hills framing the sides. It was surreal, almost like stepping into a dream or a fantasy world, though it felt familiar somehow. In the background, I heard this faint, crystalline melody, like a pipe or a flute, but clearer, purer, and echoing softly, almost like it was coming from another dimension. It wasn't quite like anything I'd ever heard before, though later, the closest sound I could compare it to was a high-pitched harmonica. I stared at that shimmering opening for what felt like hours, hypnotized, until someone called my name. I blinked and looked away, and when I turned back, the clearing was just a normal patch of forest. The mysterious plain and that haunting music were gone. I never really understood what I saw that day. It wasn't heat stroke. I felt fine afterward, and we hadn't been exerting ourselves much. But every time I think about it, there's this deep longing inside me, like I was meant to step through that opening and go somewhere else. Finally, I want to tell you about something that happened at my friend Sarah's house, the old Miller farmhouse where she and her family live. It's a charming place, built back in 1929, full of original shiplap walls and beautiful old woodwork. Sarah and her husband, along with their 2 kids and dog, moved in earlier this year. The farm sits on a big plot of land in northwestern Ohio, surrounded by bean fields and open spaces. Sarah's landlord is Nancy, who's part of the family that's owned the land for generations. Nancy lives just over an acre behind them, and she's been battling esophageal cancer. Sarah's been helping keep the house in shape so Nancy doesn't have to worry about it. One morning, when Sarah was getting ready for school at around 6 a.m., her husband was home with the kids, letting them sleep in. Sarah was in the living room, trying not to wake the little ones with bright lights. That's when she saw it. The door to her children's room was open, and standing there was a figure. It was just a head taller than her kids, with a full head of dirty blonde curls, half hidden behind the doorframe, staring right at her. The figure slowly pulled back its head and then vanished. What made it eerier was the layout of the room. There was no way anyone could have been standing at the foot of her daughter's bed and hiding behind the door at the same time. Sarah rushed into the room and found her daughter sound asleep, clutching her giant cow stuffed animal, both tucked in tight. She woke her husband up, visibly shaken, her pupils dilated and her hands trembling. He checked the room, and though he didn't see anything himself, he could tell she was genuinely freaked out. He asked if she needed medical help for shock, but she insisted she knew what she saw. Then, just a couple months later, something happened to her husband. While brushing their daughter's hair after bath time, he saw a black shadow cross the threshold of their children's room. He called for Sarah, his skin prickling with goosebumps, while their 3-year-old asked, "Who's in there, Dad?" Later, as they were putting the kids to bed, a little Tyke's circus toy suddenly started playing music on its own, going off multiple times on top of the toy box. It's the kind of toy that only makes music when you slide the little acrobat across the tightrope, but no one had touched it. Sarah came to see, and, just as she approached, the music stopped. None of their toys had ever done anything like that since moving into the house. So, yeah, These stories might sound strange, but they've all left a mark on me and the people I care about. Whether it's a little girl talking to unseen friends, a mysterious doorway to another world, or shadows lurking just out of sight, it's hard to ignore these whispers from beyond. I guess sometimes the past isn't as far away as we think, and old houses remember more than just the people who live in them. Thanks for listening. I hope these stories give you a little chill, but also a sense of wonder about the unseen world around us. Hey, I want to share with you a few stories that have been on my mind lately. Nothing too wild, but definitely enough to make you pause and wonder. The first one happened just the other morning, and it still gives me the chills if I think about it too long. So picture this. It's early morning, and I'm getting ready for work. The house is still quiet, except for the soft sounds of my wife Emily in the bathroom putting on her makeup. Our little girl Quinn, she's just about 2 years old, sits on the bathroom counter, right next to my wife, playing with her tiny toothbrush. It's one of those calm, everyday moments. I suddenly remember I need to check something in the attic, count a few things for some renovation work we're planning. Our attic access is one of those pull-down doors in the ceiling of the main hallway, just about right above the bathroom door. So I pull down the ladder, climb up, and start counting what I need. Then, out of nowhere, I hear Quinn say, "Hi." At first, I just think she's talking to Emily, which she does all the time. But when I climb down and walk into the bathroom, I see Emily looking at me with this strange, almost stunned expression, like she's trying to figure out something that doesn't add up. I ask her what's wrong, and she tells me this. While I was up in the attic, Quinn looked up and said, "Hi," again. But instead of looking at Emily, she was staring straight at the wall behind her. Then she said, "Hi," once more, still looking at that same spot. Then, slowly, like she was watching someone approach, Quinn lifted her head as if tracking a person walking closer. Then she tucked her arms in tight to her sides and giggled, the same way she does when she's trying to protect herself from tickles. Emily asked Quinn who she was talking to, but Quinn just stayed quiet. And then, right at that moment, the plastic makeup container Emily was holding snapped shut, like someone had slapped it shut. By then, I had come down from the attic and walked into the bathroom, but I didn't see the container move myself. I just heard Emily's story, and honestly, it was the first time either of us had anything like this happen in the 4 years we've lived here. Quinn has had some moments before, random giggling or pointing at things we can't see, but nothing quite like this. What really struck me was Emily's reaction. She's not the type to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. Usually, she's the first to call out ghost stories as nonsense. So this shook her up, and it made me wonder, what else could be up there with us? All right, now on to another story. This one's from when I was a kid, and I still can't shake it. I was about 12 or 13 on this summer kayaking trip down a river in a really remote part of France. We were carrying everything with us, tents, gear, the whole deal, and spent nights camping wild or at small campsites. It was this raw, beautiful place called Haute Allier, full of deep gorges, steep cliffs, and thick, old forests. One night, about a week into the 3-week trip, we stopped to camp along a rocky riverbank. I pulled my kayak up onto the shore and wandered ahead a bit, scouting where we'd pitch our tents. The shore was a gentle slope leading up to a dense line of tall trees, with a clearing just beyond. As I approached the trees, something strange hit me. I felt woozy, like the world tilted just slightly, and I was drawn to look up at the trees. Between two of the trunks, I saw this opening, a clearing that stretched out into a vast, open plain I'd never seen before in that region. The sky above was a deep, perfect blue, with hills framing the sides. It was surreal, almost like stepping into a dream or a fantasy world. though it felt familiar somehow. In the background, I heard this faint, crystalline melody, like a pipe or a flute, but clearer, purer, and echoing softly, almost like it was coming from another dimension. It wasn't quite like anything I'd ever heard before, though later, the closest sound I could compare it to was a high-pitched harmonica. I stared at that shimmering opening for what felt like hours, hypnotized, until someone called my name. I blinked and looked away, and when I turned back, the clearing was just a normal patch of forest. The mysterious plain and that haunting music were gone. I never really understood what I saw that day. It wasn't heat stroke. I felt fine afterward, and we hadn't been exerting ourselves much. But every time I think about it, there's this deep longing inside me, like I was meant to step through that opening and go somewhere else. Finally, I want to tell you about something that happened at my friend Sarah's house, the old Miller farmhouse where she and her family live. It's a charming place, built back in 1929, full of original shiplap walls and beautiful old woodwork. Sarah and her husband, along with their 2 kids and dog, moved in earlier this year. The farm sits on a big plot of land in northwestern Ohio, surrounded by bean fields and open spaces. Sarah's landlord is Nancy, who's part of the family that's owned the land for generations. Nancy lives just over an acre behind them, and she's been battling esophageal cancer. Sarah's been helping keep the house in shape so Nancy doesn't have to worry about it. One morning, when Sarah was getting ready for school at around 6 a.m., her husband was home with the kids, letting them sleep in. Sarah was in the living room, trying not to wake the little ones with bright lights. That's when she saw it. The door to her children's room was open, and standing there was a figure. It was just a head taller than her kids, with a full head of dirty blonde curls, half hidden behind the doorframe, staring right at her. The figure slowly pulled back its head and then vanished. What made it eerier was the layout of the room. There was no way anyone could have been standing at the foot of her daughter's bed and hiding behind the door at the same time. Sarah rushed into the room and found her daughter sound asleep, clutching her giant cow stuffed animal, both tucked in tight. She woke her husband up, visibly shaken, her pupils dilated and her hands trembling. He checked the room, and though he didn't see anything himself, he could tell she was genuinely freaked out. He asked if she needed medical help for shock, but she insisted she knew what she saw. Then, just a couple months later, something happened to her husband. While brushing their daughter's hair after bath time, he saw a black shadow cross the threshold of their children's room. He called for Sarah, his skin prickling with goosebumps, while their 3-year-old asked, "Who's in there, Dad?" Later, as they were putting the kids to bed, a little Tyke's circus toy suddenly started playing music on its own, going off multiple times on top of the toy box. It's the kind of toy that only makes music when you slide the little acrobat across the tightrope, but no one had touched it. Sarah came to see, and just as she approached, the music stopped. None of their toys had ever done anything like that since moving into the house. So, yeah, these stories might sound strange, but they've all left a mark on me and the people I care about. Whether it's a little girl talking to unseen friends, a mysterious doorway to another world, or shadows lurking just out of sight, it's hard to ignore these whispers from beyond. I guess sometimes the past isn't as far away as we think, and old houses remember more than just the people who live in them. Thanks for listening. I hope these stories give you a little chill, but also a sense of wonder about the unseen world around us. Hey there. I want to share a story that's been on my mind ever since it happened last December. So, I'm a 21-year-old medical student, but that January, I decided to take a break from school and work as a caregiver at a nursing home for elderly, dependent people. It was my first time doing something like this, and honestly, it was tough. I'd never really been around someone who was dying before, let alone seen anyone pass away. When I first got there was this woman, really old and very frail, who was close to death. Watching her struggle was heartbreaking and honestly a bit overwhelming for me. I was still trying to process it all when I came back one afternoon a few days later. My coworkers told me she had died the day before. Usually, when someone passes in the nursing home, the caregivers prepare the body, get everything ready before the funeral service comes. But this time, this woman had a contract with a funeral home, and they were supposed to handle it. For some reason, though, they hadn't come yet, so she was still in her room, lying on what they call a cold bed. It's like a chilled surface that keeps the body preserved. Her blinds were closed, the lights were off, and the door was locked. Only staff members had keys to get inside rooms. What struck me as unusual was that even 5 days after she passed, she was still there, just resting in that room. One morning at around 8 a.m., there were only 3 of us caregivers in the building. Let's call my coworkers Claire and Anna. I was with Claire, helping another resident with her breakfast when the phone rang. We only had one phone for emergencies, and it rings whenever a resident pulls on the little alarm string, like in a hospital, meaning they need help. When I saw the number on the caller ID, it was room 424. I didn't immediately remember who was in that room since I was still new, but as I walked down the hallway toward it, my heart sank. I suddenly remembered that was the room of the woman who had died. I froze for a moment, a chill running down my spine. Quickly, I ran downstairs to find Claire and asked if she knew if anyone was supposed to be in the dead lady's room, maybe family or the funeral workers. Claire frowned and said she didn't think so. I asked Anna too, but she had no clue either. The phone kept ringing, that shrill alarm making the silence feel even heavier. Anna told me to just check inside the room. Maybe it was the family needing something. I hesitated, but I went back up. The door was unlocked, and the light inside was on. I knocked softly and said, "Hello?" But there was no answer. I didn't have the courage to step inside. From the doorway, I could see the lady still lying there, untouched. My hands were shaking so much I thought I might drop my phone. I pressed the small green button outside her door to deactivate the alarm and ran back to Claire and Anna, explaining what had happened, my voice trembling. As soon as I finished, the phone rang again. Claire told me to stay and help with breakfast while she and Anna went to investigate further. When they returned, their faces were pale. They told me the strangest thing. No one had been in the room. The body hadn't been touched at all. They called around to everyone who might have had access, and no one was scheduled to be there. The eerie part was, the reason the alarm kept ringing was that the big red button under her bed, the emergency alarm string, had been ripped from the wall. I know some of you might be wondering about the smell or how a body could be left that long without anyone noticing. Well, in France, it's not unusual for bodies to be kept on cold beds in the room for a day or two, and the cold prevents much of the decay or smell you'd expect. 5 or 6 days is definitely on the long side and, honestly, a bit disrespectful to the family and the lady herself. But it does happen sometimes. About the alarm system, in each resident's room, there's a big red button attached to the wall by a string near the bed. If a resident needs help, they pull it, and an alarm rings at the nurse's station. Outside the door, there's a smaller green button caregivers press when they enter the room to deactivate the alarm and show that someone is inside. When pressed, a green light appears above the door. Press it again, and the light goes off. It's a simple but effective system. So here I was, standing there, heart pounding, knowing that the alarm kept ringing from the dead woman's room, the button ripped from the wall, and no one there. The whole hallway was silent, except for the faint buzzing of the alarm and the echo of my own footsteps. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something. That experience left me shaken. I couldn't explain what happened, and honestly, I didn't want to. Something about that room felt wrong. It was like the air itself was heavier, colder. I still think about that morning sometimes, wondering if the lady in room 424 was trying to reach out in some way, or if something else was there with her. Thanks for listening to my story. Sometimes, the things we can't explain leave the deepest marks on us. Hey, I want to share with you two stories that really shaped how I see the world. Stories that made me believe in things beyond what we can touch or see. So, sit back, maybe turn down the lights a bit, and I'll take you through them like we're sitting around a campfire. First, let me take you back to when I was about 9 years old. My family, my dad, my siblings, and I, were on this long trip to visit my grandparents. Their house was way out in the countryside, miles from anywhere familiar. To set the scene, the house was this old ancestral home, kind of caught between past and present. The living room and the upstairs bedroom were half renovated, still showing signs of wear and age, but the kitchen, bathroom, and the upstairs rooms that used to be part of a boarding house were untouched, still holding that old-time charm and a bit of mystery. The backyard stretched behind it, quiet and shadowed. Because the living room was a mess from the ongoing construction, we all gathered in the kitchen. The TV was perched there, a little out of place, but it was cozy. It was midnight, and we were watching a show with my two cousins, my sister, and my aunt. We were cracking up at the jokes, the room alive with laughter and the playful teasing that only family can share. The kind of laughter that makes your belly hurt. Then, out of nowhere, this loud noise erupted from upstairs. It sounded like kids running, stomping and thudding on the wooden floors. Naturally, we thought it was my aunt's children playing, maybe sneaking around in the dark. But before we could even call out to them, the noise came rushing down the stairs. And here's where it gets strange. Imagine this, a blur like brownish smoke or wind, speeding down the wooden stairway with heavy stomps like hurried footsteps. It swept past the TV and into the sink area, where the glasses in the rack started rattling like they were caught in a storm. For a moment, we were frozen. Our laughter died instantly, replaced by a mix of shock, fear, and confusion. We didn't know what to think. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the same gust, or whatever it was, swirled back up from the sink, past the TV again, and rushed upstairs. The frames hanging on the stairwell walls shook violently, and one even fell to the floor with a loud crash. The sound echoed in the silent house, sending chills down our spines. I remember thinking, no, hoping I was dreaming. But I wasn't. And even now, years later, that night lingers in my mind. I told many people about it. Some shrugged it off, others believed. My aunt, who spent a lot of time cooking in that kitchen, said she was used to strange happenings like that. My cousins and dad, who grew up in that house, seemed to just brush it off, like it was nothing new. But for me, that experience was terrifying. Something that planted a seed of belief in the paranormal deep in my heart. It's a memory that haunts me even now as an adult. Now, fast forward to this year. My brother, let's call him Jake, has this house in Virginia that I'm starting to think is haunted. And I don't say that lightly because I've always been skeptical about ghost stories. But what's happening at his place is beyond anything I'd ever imagined. Jake's a tough guy, a metalhead who drinks whiskey, covered in tattoos, loves off-roading and shooting ranges. He's got this girlfriend from New Jersey who's the tech whiz, helping him with all the computer stuff because he's not exactly tech-savvy. He used to tease me relentlessly, calling me silly names like Urkel Durkel, and getting into fights over nothing. But after moving into this house, he's changed. He's quieter, more respectful, but also scared, like something's weighing on him. He's been asking me to stay over when his girlfriend's away, or he crashes at my place. It's a big change. The strange things started small. He would come home from work and find the garage fan on, even though neither he nor his girlfriend had turned it on. Lights flickered on by themselves. One night, I was outside smoking, and I heard the basement door creak open. I looked, but no one was there. His girlfriend was bundled up on the couch, nowhere near the door. Then, a few weeks later, Jake and I were outside again, and we saw the basement doorknob turn and the door pushed open with force. The kind of force you don't expect from an old, stuck door. No wind, no logical explanation. His girlfriend saw plastic bin lids opening on their own. A friend felt a presence in the garage, like someone breathing behind him. Then things escalated. Jake was putting away a bottle in the kitchen cabinet when a knife suddenly jumped up a couple of inches. He tried slamming the cabinet door to see if it was just vibration, but nothing else moved. Later, garlic salt and a box of pasta fell over, from places far apart in the kitchen. One night, Jake had a mechanic friend over, and as they walked into the basement, they both heard a loud, prolonged scream, a woman's voice, from upstairs. They just looked at each other, stunned. Later, when Jake told his girlfriend, her computer crashed and fell to the floor. We found out from the neighborhood HOA that decades ago, a pastor lived in the house. He was strict, hated drinking, smoking, and loud music, pretty much everything Jake enjoys. They said the pastor died in the hospital, but was very attached to the house. The neighbor confirmed the story and said a family with kids moved out quickly after feeling dread in the basement and smelling cigarettes where no one smoked. Last Sunday, Jake, frustrated and drunk, started yelling at the ghost, cursing him out. We heard a rumble upstairs and found the attic door open and pushed to the side. Now, this door is heavy and hard to open, set high up on the ceiling. You usually need a ladder. It was unsettling, like the house was breathing in the dark. I left that night because, honestly, I didn't want to stay there. Jake stayed at my place the next night too, still shaken. He woke up to a female moaning voice that shook his bed. Tuesday night, he slept at mine again. Wednesday, we went out with a friend, and when we came back, all the lights in his house were on, even though he swore he turned everything off days before. His girlfriend was out of town, so he was alone with these strange happenings. That night, while I was sleeping on the basement couch, I finally heard it, a faint, eerie moan coming from upstairs. It was real. I know it sounds like a horror story, but it's real life for Jake right now. He loves his house and the work he's done, but this presence is wearing him down. We're thinking of setting up cameras to catch proof, just to show people he's not going crazy. Thanks for listening to these stories. They're a reminder that sometimes the world is bigger and stranger than we think. And sometimes those whispers and shadows are more than just our imagination. Hey, I want to share something really personal with you. Something that's been on my mind ever since my dad passed away last week. We didn't have the closest relationship, honestly. He'd been really sick, but I hadn't been in touch with him much. We were in the process of reconnecting, but then, suddenly, he was gone. The funeral was just yesterday, and it was such an emotional day, you know? After everything, when the family gathered for the meal, I remember sitting there, quietly picking at my teeth, wishing I had some dental floss because I couldn't get this annoying little piece of food out. Funny thing is, when I got home, I never actually flossed. Somehow, that irritation just disappeared, and I was so wiped out that I just crashed and went straight to sleep. This morning, I woke up, made my bed, brushed my teeth. I always keep dental floss picks in a little bag by my sink so the cats don't get to them. Even then, I still didn't floss. But when I left my room and came back, there it was. A single, unused dental floss pick laying neatly on my bed. I stared at it, trying to figure out how it got there. I thought maybe one of my cats sneaked it in from behind the trash or something. They're crazy like that. But the floss was completely untouched, placed just so, like someone put it there for me, not tossed around or upside down or anything. I just stood there, feeling a little crazy, then threw it away and sat down and cried. It's such a weird thing, and I honestly can't explain it. Could it have been his spirit, leaving me a little parting gift? A strange gift, sure, but maybe one meant to tell me he was still around somehow. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Now, there's another story I want to tell you. Someone shared this with me recently, and it stuck with me. It's about these long, creepy fingers that a kid used to see at night. When he was little, he called them the bumblebee hands. It started as night terrors. A faceless head at the end of a long hallway, a figure just outside his bedroom window staring up at him, hands popping up over the side of the bed and then pulling back, and a shadow moving from room to room in the hallway, always with those hands. He thought it was just his imagination, or maybe the horror movies he watched. But the scariest thing happened when he was 8. One night, he actually felt those fingers, these long, cold fingers, gently sweep across his head from the headboard area. He was awake. He was terrified, heart pounding, sweating, and he even wet the bed. He couldn't move for what felt like forever. When he finally bolted out of his room screaming, he woke everyone up and got in trouble for it. That experience haunted him for years, making him sleep with the lamp on for ages. He's an adult now, and though he still gets night terrors, he's learned to fight them off somehow. But that night, that touch, is something he'll never forget. It was so real. And even though he doesn't talk about it much, I think there's something to it. Sometimes, the things we fear aren't just dreams. Speaking of fear, I want to tell you about this woman who's been feeling something really unsettling outside her home. It started one afternoon when she was on her way to do laundry. It was broad daylight, nothing strange, until she got near the laundry room and was hit by the worst smell of rotting flesh she's ever encountered. It was so intense that her body went into full fight or flight mode, and she ran back inside her apartment, locked the door, and had a panic attack. A week later, she and her husband were outside smoking at 1 a.m. when they heard what sounded like a dying dog. They went to investigate and heard a strange, wheezing whine that changed into an owl hoot. But not a real owl. It sounded like a person trying to mimic one. When they called out, silence answered, and then an eerie, unnatural laugh floated from the trees. A laugh that sent ice through their veins. They ran back inside, terrified. Then, a few days later, she saw 2 men walking near where the noise came from. One of them shined a phone light into the trees and then suddenly jumped back, and both took off running. There was pure fear in their faces, but she saw nothing. Things escalated. Her husband heard their daughter laughing in the field across the street late at night, but she was asleep in her room. Then, she found dried blood and scratches on her front door. A neighbor reported someone tried to break into their home the same night, but no one was ever caught. They hear noises on the roof, in the alley, and their dog barks and growls like it senses something unseen. She's tried calling it out, whistling, even antagonizing it, but it just laughs in that creepy way or goes silent. She's recorded some strange noises that sound like an owl mixed with a low moan, but every time she tries to catch it, the sounds stop. She's scared, feeling watched all the time. Her native coworker told her to leave it alone, wash the blood from the door, and stop trying to communicate. She wonders if it's something like a Wendigo or skinwalker. She's desperate for answers and wants to know if she's losing her mind or if something real is out there. Now, let me tell you about a terrifying experience from back in 2019 at an old school that's practically a historic site. Apparently, during the Japanese invasion, bodies were buried beneath the school floors. Just saying that sends shivers down my spine. This student went to get their books from their locker on the highest floor after lunch. The hallway was eerie. A statue of Mary stared down the hallway, her face kind of haunting. The hallway was lined with lockers on one side and a storeroom on the other, with a science lab straight ahead. As they reached the end of the hall and sat down to open their locker, they felt this overwhelming sense of dread. Then, from inside the science lab, loud heel footsteps echoed on the wooden floor, growing louder and louder before suddenly stopping. When they looked in, no one was there. The sky darkened, and after waiting in vain for someone to appear, they started to walk away. But then behind them, they heard children laughing and running. But this was a secondary school, and the kids shouldn't have been there. The noise wasn't from outside either. It was Monday, no activities scheduled. Suddenly, all the lockers began rattling and banging from the inside, making loud, terrifying noises. The student jumped back several steps, almost twisting an ankle, and ran back to class, crying. Everyone thought they were hysterical, but they never went back upstairs again. For their final year, their locker was on a lower floor and in a different building. And finally, I want to share an intense story from someone who struggled a lot, but found a strange, otherworldly encounter that changed their life. This person's life started tough. Addicted parents, foster care, and a tough path that led to heavy drug use and couch surfing at 19. One night, they were at a party house, a wrecked place where people passed out after taking their vices. A new girl arrived, looking almost glowing, too pure for that world. They didn't talk much, and the storyteller passed out early, but woke up to find the girl pale, choking on fluid. They managed to get her to the hospital just in time. That moment hit hard, realizing she shouldn't have been in that place, making the same mistakes. It made them face their own choices and start trying to change. 5 years clean followed, but then the pandemic hit. They lost their job, and stress piled up. They took a fast food job to keep their apartment. One night, about to clock out, they found their old dealer and a friend smoking behind the dumpster. The dealer joked about having a side shack where people were brought for some dark purpose. The storyteller was furious and refused to get involved, but the dealer's words stirred old cravings. They pushed the dealer away, but soon after, they were ambushed and knocked out, waking up tied to a chair inside the shack, a dilapidated building in the woods. The dealer and his friend set up a live stream, and the storyteller's fear grew as a massive wild boar, bigger than any normal animal, appeared. Its eyes glowed white, and it attacked, biting deep into their bones, but not in a way that killed. The pain was beyond physical, ripping something unseen from within. Then, the storyteller blacked out, only to awaken to the boar having devoured the dealer and his friend. Flashlights approached, the police, and a deep voice echoed from the boar. "They shall take your freedom. Come along with me." The boar transformed into a towering man with muscles like trees and a cloth covering his face. He called himself a god, Brawn, the boar god, who made a deal to feast on those brought to the shack. He'd eaten the dealer and his friend, but considered the storyteller a rare delicacy because, instead of flesh, he'd feasted on their addictions, the rot inside that had eaten away their soul. Braun explained that the craving would return one day, and he'd come back to feast again. Yet, he left some respect for the storyteller's strength in resisting for so long, promising to check in again. The storyteller was left shaken, but strangely grateful. A break from the pain, a chance to keep fighting. Braun disappeared as the storyteller made their way back to the road, the weight of the encounter heavy, but a strange hope glimmering. Back at work, they lied about their bruised face, and the coworker who'd been dragged away from those men thought they'd fought them off, giving the storyteller some unexpected respect. That's the story, a mix of pain, fear, and strange, eerie moments that remind us how fragile and mysterious life can be. Sometimes, the gifts we receive, from the memories of a lost father, the haunted shadows in a school hallway, or a terrifying god in the woods, are strange, unsettling, but maybe meant to guide us through the darkness. Thanks for listening. Hey there. I want to share with you two chilling tales that have always stuck with me. Stories about the Barari family in Delhi and the mysterious fate of the SS Ourang Medan. So, let me take you through these eerie accounts as if we're sitting down together on a quiet evening. Let's start with the Barari family. You see, the Chundawat family, originally farmers from a remote desert, decided to leave their dusty farmlands behind in 1989. They moved to northern Delhi, dreaming of a fresh start. At first, it was just Bhopal. Well, his name was actually Bhupal, and his wife, Narayani, along with their youngest son, Lalit, who moved out. But over the years, one by one, all 12 family members settled into the same house in the bustling city by 2007. They weren't just any family. They ran a grocery and plywood shop right on the first floor of their home. The shop thrived, not only because they sold quality goods, but also because the family radiated warmth. Bhupal was like the neighborhood dad, always ready with a smile, and Narayani, his wife, was the tender-hearted mother figure everyone admired. The neighbors fondly called them Daddy and Mommy. Narayani had this beautiful habit. She would often prepare little snacks and drinks for the street workers, and she cared for the local children as if they were her own. Gopal's 3 children, their spouses, and 5 grandchildren were always around the store, earning respect and affection from everyone. But then, in 2007, Bhupal passed away. It was a heavy blow, the loss of the family patriarch. Yet somehow, the family pulled together. They began working longer hours at the shop, eventually opening a second store with their earnings. Their health improved remarkably. They gave up alcohol and tobacco entirely. Even the children blossomed, doing better in school, surprising their neighbors with this sudden positive change. Everyone was happy for them, though no one could quite explain the transformation. Now, the story takes a darker turn on July 1st, 2018. The family, who never missed opening their shop at 6 a.m., didn't open that day. The neighbors tried calling, but there was no answer. Concerned, a 70-year-old neighbor decided to check on them in person. He walked up to their house and knocked repeatedly, but the silence was unsettling. Then, as he pressed harder, the door's knob twisted under his hand. The door was unlocked. He stepped inside, calling out their names, but what he saw made his blood run cold. The scene was so horrifying that he fainted right there. When he came to, he ran out screaming for help, and the police were called immediately. The first officer to enter the house barely lasted 10 seconds before rushing out, visibly shaken, only to return with reinforcements. What they found was beyond anything they could have imagined. In the front hallway, 10 family members were hanging, arranged in a tight circle, their hands and feet bound, eyes covered with cloth strips, mouths taped, and ears sealed with cotton balls. Black stools lay toppled beneath them. Nearby, Narayani, the mother, lay dead in her bed, a belt lying next to her. At first, the police suspected murder, but then they discovered 11 hidden diaries that revealed a far stranger truth. After Bhupal's death, the family had called a priest for a prayer in his honor. During that ritual, something extraordinary happened. Lalit, Bhupal's youngest son, who had lost his ability to speak after an accident years earlier, started chanting. His voice, initially faint and unfamiliar, gradually morphed into Bhupal's very own tone. The family was stunned. Lalit had found his voice, but it seemed to be Bhupal speaking through him. Days passed normally, but from September 7th, 2007, Lalit began laying down strict rules for the family. Rules about when and how they ate, what to sell in their shop, and more. The rules grew more intense, almost punitive. Lalit claimed that Bhupal's spirit possessed him nightly, using his body to write these commandments meant to save their souls. Every evening at 9 p.m., Lalit would enter a trance-like state, leading a half-hour prayer. The family came to accept this new reality, addressing Lalit as Daddy, while only Narayani hesitated. Life seemed strange but manageable until June 17th, when Bhupal's grandchildren threw an elaborate engagement party. 2 weeks later, they invited a neighbor for dinner, and all seemed normal. The family chatted about the upcoming wedding with excitement. Then, just 2 days after that dinner, the shop remained closed and the family vanished into silence. The chilling discovery at their home revealed the family had performed a ritual they called Bad Tapasya. Lalit, possessed by Bhupal, convinced everyone that hanging themselves like the roots of a banyan tree would save their souls. They practiced for 8 days, learning to bind themselves, blindfold, and seal their ears. On the day of the ritual, they offered burnt sacrifices, then began the grim act. Since Narayani couldn't hang herself, Lalit and his wife strangled her with a belt in her bedroom. Then, one by one, the family members were assisted into the nooses, stools knocked away beneath them, leading to their deaths. Lalit and his wife followed last, confident that Bhupal would return to save them, even believing that the water in a cup nearby would change color to prove it. They left the front door unlocked, awaiting rescue that never came. Psychologists later suggested this was a tragic case of shared psychotic disorder, while Lalit's elder brother believed it was a planned murder. Some whisper about paranormal forces, but no one knows for sure. Now, shifting seas away, let's talk about the SS Orang Medan, a ghost ship wrapped in mystery. Back in 1947, ships from the Netherlands, America, and England picked up a spine-chilling Morse code distress signal from somewhere in the Indian Ocean, near the Strait of Malacca. The message was desperate. An officer, including captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew is dead. Then came gibberish, followed by, "I die." Then silence. The American merchant ship Silver Star was closest and tried to respond, but the Orang Medan never answered. So, the Silver Star's captain decided to divert course and investigate. Hours later, they spotted the Orang Medan drifting aimlessly, lights off, completely silent. No crew responded to whistles or Morse code signals. When the Silver Star's crew boarded, they were met with a horrifying sight. Crew members of the Orang Medan lay scattered on the deck, faces frozen in terror, bodies stiff, hands stretched out as if warding off some unseen horror. Even the ship's dog was dead, caught mid-growl. They moved deeper into the ship, finding more bodies in the same fearful positions. The officer who had sent the distress signal was found with his finger still on the telegraph, dead mid-message. Descending into the ship's lower holds, the Silver Star's crew felt an unnatural chill, as if the cold had seeped into the very bones of the vessel, despite the engine being off and no damage visible. The corpses showed no wounds, yet decomposition was advanced. Strange, given the distress call had been sent just hours earlier. The Silver Star's captain ordered no one to touch the bodies and prepared to tow the Orang Medan to shore for investigation. But as they began towing, smoke billowed from the ghostly ship, growing thicker and more ominous. The Silver Star cut the tow line just in time. Seconds later, the ourang-medan exploded with a force that lifted it from the water before it sank into the deep ocean, leaving no trace behind. The only records of this eerie episode are the testimonies of the Silver Star's crew and the ships that caught the distress call. So, two haunting stories, one of a family's tragic descent into darkness, and one of a ship lost to the sea and mystery. What do you think? Are these tales of shared madness, sinister plots, or something beyond our understanding? I guess some questions are meant to linger in the quiet moments, whispering their secrets to those willing to listen. Hey, I want to share this story with you. Something that happened back in 2017 that still gives me chills when I think about it. So, picture this. I was about 11 years old, totally fascinated by anything paranormal, always glued to YouTube, watching ghost stories and all that spooky stuff. My mom, though, she's a bit skeptical. Not super religious, but she does believe in God and the idea of evil spirits. So, when I finally convinced her to get a Ouija board, well, it wasn't exactly a traditional one. It was this tablecloth with a Ouija board design printed on it. Kind of a quirky Halloween thing we bought from Spirit Halloween that year. I honestly wasn't too sure about it at first. I was scared it wouldn't work like a real board, but my mom thought it would be fine. We hung it up in my room, and honestly, it just sat there for months. We never even used it. But then, a couple of months after we got it, something weird happened. One early morning around 5 a.m., I woke up before anyone else. The world outside was still dark and quiet, but I got up anyway. I went to the living room and flicked on the TV, settling in to watch Adventure Time, one of my favorite shows to calm down. As I was sitting there, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. It was a shadow, black and fast, darting from the living room toward the hallway that led to my mom's room and my sister's room. My little sister was still asleep. She was in second grade, just like back then. I quickly turned to look, but of course, there was nothing there. I tried to tell myself it was just my eyes playing tricks in the dark, but deep down, I wasn't so sure anymore. Fast forward a few months, and things started to get more intense. My sister and I had just come home from school when our mom told us something that really caught me off guard. She was experiencing some strange things around the apartment. Her thumb would go numb for no reason. The TV and radio would glitch or distort, and our pet birds were acting completely frantic, like they sensed something else was in the apartment with us. At first, I was kind of excited. I mean, I had always dreamed of experiencing paranormal stuff firsthand, but I was about to learn that it wasn't all fun and games. That night, things escalated. My mom said she and my sister were going to take our dog Sophie out for a walk. I wanted to stay behind to see if anything paranormal would happen, and she was okay with that. So I stayed alone in the apartment, watching Adventure Time again, trying to keep my mind off the creeping feeling something was nearby. Then, out of nowhere, my walkie-talkie, just sitting there beside me, sprang to life. A man's voice came through, but the audio was so distorted I couldn't understand a word. It scared me so badly I bolted outside to find my mom and sister. My mom tried to explain it away, saying maybe railroad workers nearby were using radios, since we lived close to the tracks. But it was the middle of the night, and I could clearly see from the window there was no one there. Plus, the walkie-talkie had been off, so I still have no idea how it turned on by itself. When we went back inside, the TV was frozen and glitched, and the birds were going crazy again. I even started feeling this sharp pressure in my chest, like something heavy was pressing down on me. Later that night, my sister ran out of our shared bedroom, terrified. She said she saw a faceless man standing there. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank face. We checked, but of course, nothing was there. She was too scared to go back in, and honestly, I was starting to feel uneasy too. My mom managed to comfort her enough for her to fall asleep. Then came the worst part. I woke up at exactly 2 a.m. My sister had woken up earlier and was already in my mom's room, so I went in to join them. All three of us were awake, trying to calm down, when the noises started. We heard footsteps in the hallway and kitchen, the sound of movie cases being pulled off the living room shelf, and pots and pans rattling in the kitchen. Our dog and cat were with us in the room, and the birds were locked safely in their cage, so it couldn't have been them. And no one else could have gotten in. The apartment door locks automatically and needs a key, which my mom had with her. The windows? We were on the 4th floor, so no chance someone climbed up there without breaking them. Then, the walkie-talkie in the living room turned on again, with that same eerie male voice speaking through it. I don't know what he was saying, but the voice was unmistakable. That night felt like forever. The strange noises and the walkie-talkie chatter went on for what felt like hours. When morning finally came, things started to settle. Nothing seemed out of place. No movie cases were scattered, no signs of disturbance. But I knew deep down it wasn't a dream. My sister remembered everything just as clearly as I did. After that, my mom threw the Ouija board tablecloth in the trash and refused to buy anything like that again. But even after it was gone, some strange things stuck around. Every night, if I slept in my room, I would wake up at 2 a.m. and couldn't fall back asleep. My sister had the same problem. It was weird because my mom never experienced this. And my sister kept seeing that faceless man off and on for almost 2 more years, even after we moved out of that apartment. She'd catch glimpses of him in dark hallways or rooms, but he'd always vanish when she looked directly at him. Thankfully, those sightings stopped early in 2019, and the sleepless nights eased up too. Looking back, people have told me it could have been a person or even a bear, but that just doesn't add up. We lived on the 4th floor in downtown Spokane. The building was old, but the security was tight. The only entrance was the door, which locked automatically and needed a key, and the windows were too high to climb without breaking them. So, whatever it wasn't human or animal. It's something I'll never forget, and honestly, it's left me with a healthy respect and a bit of fear of the paranormal. Thanks for listening to my story. Hey, I just want to share something really personal that's been unfolding over the years in this old house my boyfriend and I lived in. It's kind of a long story, so bear with me. My boyfriend, let's call him Jame, had been living in this place for about 10 years before I moved in. I joined him about 5 years ago, and from pretty much day one, I felt this presence in the house. It wasn't something I could see, but it was there, just lurking around. At first, it was subtle, but over time, it became clear that whatever it was focusing on me more than Jame. There were these strange moments where I'd hear Jame talking to me, but when I'd pull him aside afterward and ask what he was saying, he'd have no idea what I meant. Like, I'd hear him say something through my headphones, but he was oblivious. It was disorienting, honestly. And then there was the sleep paralysis. God, that was terrifying. If you've never experienced it, it's this state where you're awake but can't move, and sometimes something feels like it's attacking you. I'll be honest, some of those nights, I felt like I was being sexually assaulted by an invisible presence. It was horrifying. One particularly bad night, I was so petrified in our bedroom that I couldn't bear to stay there. I ended up moving to the lounge room just to get some sleep. But even then, the air felt heavy and weird. The spare room in the house also had this strange energy, like a cold spot or just something off. We once set up a camera in there while we were cat sitting for a friend. We had 2 cats ourselves, and apparently, it's better to let cats get accustomed to each other gradually, so we kept the lounge room door shut between them for a bit. Anyway, back to the camera. Jamie said he once saw what looked like static-like figures moving across the screen in that spare room. It wasn't just the cats acting weird. The camera caught some strange stuff too. All of this kind of built up, but things really came to a head when we started packing to move out to a new place. In those last couple of days, the sleep paralysis came back with a vengeance. It was rare, since I'd started sleeping on the couch instead of the bedroom. But there I was again, being violently choked and pushed, scratched until my arm bore a massive scar that I still have. The cats were on edge too, staring and hissing at empty corners of the rooms like they could see something I couldn't. Of course, moving is stressful, so tempers were already fraying, but this felt beyond just stress. The final night was the worst. We'd moved most of the big stuff out, just had some leftovers to pack. We were starving and decided to order a pizza. While Jamie was in the shower, the house was mostly empty, silent except for the hum of the fridge and the faint ticking of a clock. Then, out of nowhere, I heard this loud, guttural moan echoing through the house. It bounced off the walls, making it even eerier. At first, I thought it was Jamie. Maybe he was just making a noise in the shower. But when he came out, I asked him to try to replicate it. He did, with the water running and all, but it wasn't the same sound at all. Then I had him moan from the lounge area where I was sitting, and while it wasn't identical, he hit the exact pitch and tone of what I heard. It was unsettling, to say the least. A couple of hours later, we were making one last trip to the moving van before shutting the house up for the night. It was about 3 a.m., and silence had settled deep into the walls. Suddenly, we heard canned laughter and some kind of conversation, like a TV show playing far off in the distance. But at that hour, nobody would be watching TV loudly, and no one else was around. The moment we stepped away from the house, the sounds stopped. I had to run back inside one last time, and the sounds started again, then abruptly stopped as soon as I moved away. It was surreal. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, is this normal? Is it good or bad? I wish I had a simple answer. This has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. I've always seen shadow people, figures creeping around corners, lurking behind people, close by or far away. Sometimes their presence would freeze me with terror down to my bones. Other times, I felt oddly safe. Growing up in a really religious family, I was taught about angels and demons, about guardian angels watching over us. I used to rationalize the shadow people as my guardian angels, standing watch, protecting me from darker forces. One might appear standing in a doorway, with another shadow lurking nearby, and I thought maybe the shadows were the angels shielding me from demons. As I've gotten older, these sightings have become more frequent and more vivid. Now I can hold my gaze on them for up to 30 seconds before they vanish. They play peekaboo, sometimes just a head peeking out, other times a full body of varying sizes. They hide when I look directly at them, ducking down behind counters, couches, or doorways. It's like they're watching me, silently observing every move. Interestingly, a friend of mine, someone who'd never experienced anything like this before meeting me, told me he started seeing things after spending time at my house. He said he saw something dash after me from my room down to the hallway near the shower. After that, he began noticing similar phenomena at his own place. I even confided in one of my older sisters. She's 34 now, and she admitted she's always seen things like this too. The last time she was at my house, she saw something crouching behind her. When she looked back, it stood up and ran, but not before locking eyes with her. Pure white, horrifying eyes. Since then, she refuses to come to my house and insists on smudging or saging every time someone comes or leaves her own home. Sometimes I've had things thrown at me, like broken glass, and I can't explain it. My other sister has been having these disturbing dreams about a woman trying to take her baby when the baby was just a few months old. It's actually how she found out she was having a daughter. A few months ago, I had a nightmare so vivid and terrifying, I still remember the dread like it was yesterday. In the dream, this woman came into the house after my sister let her in, standing right behind her with a blank face, her face inches from my sister's shoulder. She wanted my niece and nephew, but I wouldn't let her take them. She never touched me or the kids, but somehow got my sister to hold them. When I tried to grab the kids back, my sister's grip loosened, like the woman's power over her vanished instantly. When I told my sister about it later, she said she'd been dreaming about this same woman for the past 12 years. So, I'm left wondering, is this bad? Is seeing the shadow people connected to these dreams and experiences? Could these be separate things, or are they intertwined somehow? I don't know what to do. I'm hoping sharing this helps me understand it better, or maybe someone out there can give me some guidance. Because living with these unseen watchers isn't normal, but it's become my reality. Hey, I want to share something with you. It's a bit of a chilling story, but I promise I'm telling it as honestly and warmly as I can, like we're just two friends sitting down for a late-night chat. So, a little backstory first. I'm 27 now, studying to be a veterinarian. It's been a tough ride financially, especially when the pandemic hit. I needed a job, and I found one at an old nursing home. I work the night shift there, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. At first, I thought it was just a quiet, maybe even peaceful gig. But as days turned into weeks, the place started to feel different. Uneasy, really. The nursing home itself? It's this old building, over 150 years old, with heavy wooden floors that creak like they're whispering secrets, and long, dimly lit hallways full of shadows that seem to move when you're not looking. It's got 3 floors, and even though they tried to modernize it here and there, you can still feel the weight of its history pressing down on you. One of the first odd things I noticed was the hand dryers in the common bathrooms. They'd just turn on by themselves. Not for long, just a quick blast of air, like 2 or 3 seconds, and then off. At first, I thought maybe it was some weird electrical glitch, but it happened so often, it started to creep me out. Then came the moment that really shook me. I was alone on the ground floor, which has the most active hand dryer of all, by the way. I was just wandering around, going to the coffee machine, phone tucked safely in my jacket pocket. Suddenly, wham! My phone got yanked right out of my pocket and slammed onto the floor. The screen shattered. My heart pounded as I scrambled to pick it up, feeling that surge of fear that something unseen was messing with me. I didn't stick around. I just got the hell out of there. There's also these emergency bells, loud, shrill alarms the residents press if they're in trouble, usually if they fall in the bathroom. But sometimes those bells ring out in the middle of the night when no one's there. It's terrifying because you rush to help, heart racing, only to find an empty bathroom. The silence after the bell cuts through the night like a knife. One night, I was drifting off during a quiet moment, eyelids heavy and thoughts foggy. Then I opened my eyes and saw a dark figure sitting in the room across from me. It was a man-shaped shadow, just sitting there, watching me. For a moment, I froze, breath caught in my throat, my mind screaming to make sense of it. But then I told myself it was just a trick of the light, just my imagination. I closed my eyes and finally drifted back to sleep, but the image lingered. And then there was last night, the scariest of all. I was exhausted, so I went to the room next to the nurse's office to rest. There are these long chairs there, kind of like old-fashioned benches, and I thought I'd just close my eyes for a little while. But as soon as I sat down, this heavy feeling settled over me, like someone was silently watching my every move. I tried to shake it off. "It's just your mind," I whispered to myself. I dozed off lightly, but about 20 minutes later, I woke up suddenly because the chair started shaking violently beneath me. It wasn't a gentle rocking. It was full-on trembling, like the chair was alive and trying to throw me off. I jumped up, lost my balance, and fell hard onto the floor. For a split second, I thought maybe there was an earthquake. Panicked, I ran to find my coworkers, breath ragged, and asked them, "Did you feel the earth shaking?" They looked at me like I was crazy and said no, probably just a dream. They laughed it off, but I know what I felt. And honestly, it terrifies me. Now, I want to switch gears and tell you about something that happened to a friend of mine, Jake, who worked at a different place about a year ago. He used to finish work around 1 or 2 a.m., depending on the shift. Nothing strange at first, but then he started to notice this weird light on a freeway overpass near his route home. It was this narrow, bright beam of light shining right on the bridge. At first, he thought it might be a pedestrian with a flashlight or a car's headlights. But here's the kicker. Every time he drove under that bridge, the light would vanish the moment he got close. You know those moments when your brain catches something odd and you just brush it off? That's what Jake tried to do. But this kept happening, night after night, like clockwork. Only he seemed to notice it, no one else. Jake started digging into what it could be. A car or person's light? Nope, too narrow and straight. A train or tram? The bridge was just a normal 4-lane road. Some scientific experiment? No consistent timing, just early morning hours. Pressure plate? Other cars were on the road, so why just his? Reflection from car lights? No, it didn't fit. After exhausting all options, Jake figured maybe he was hallucinating from fatigue. That was until he caught it on video. He showed the footage to his sister to make sure he wasn't losing it. The video was clear. This mysterious light flashed and vanished as he passed under the bridge. Jake left that job in March 2019, but he still can't explain what he saw. He's not one to believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but this experience made him question everything. I guess what I'm trying to say is, sometimes the world around us holds these strange, inexplicable moments. Whether it's a nursing home full of silent watchers and shaking chairs, or a vanishing light on a lonely freeway. And maybe the scariest part is not knowing why or how it happens. But hey, thanks for listening to me ramble on about it. It feels a little less scary sharing it with someone. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll figure out the truth behind these night whispers and the vanishing light. You know, sometimes life gives you these moments that just stick with you. Moments that feel like they're pulled right out of a storybook, but with a whisper of something otherworldly. Let me tell you about 2 such moments that happened to me, both so different, yet equally unforgettable. The first one happened when my great-grandmother, whom I lovingly called Nana May, was in the final stages of her life. She was in home hospice care, struggling with dementia. Imagine a house where Nana May's room is tucked away at the back, quiet and still, while my bedroom and the kitchen are closer to the front, separated by a good stretch of hallway and space. That night, I was lying in my bed, trying to fall asleep, when I suddenly heard this deep, slow breathing. At first, I thought it might be my dog, Max, who was known to snore or occasionally have trouble breathing. But Max was resting peacefully in Nana May's room, and the sound wasn't coming from where he was. I sat up, the room dark and silent except for that steady breathing. I held my breath, trying to pinpoint exactly where it was coming from, but the sound just kept going, steady and calm. It wasn't aggressive or loud, but there was something about it that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The darkness felt thick, almost alive around me. It was enough to make me flip on the lights, and then I did something I hadn't done in a while. I said a full rosary, each bead a small comfort against the strange feeling in the room. Sleep came, but it was uneasy, filled with shadows and the echo of that breath. The next morning, whispering so no one else could hear, I told my mom what happened while we were in the kitchen. I don't quite remember how she reacted, just that she told me I needed to tell the presents to go away. Later, when we went to help Nana May with her morning routine, bathing and feeding her, my mom pulled me aside and apologized softly. She said her father, Nana May's dad, had just come to look at me, and he didn't mean to scare me. I was amazed and a little comforted that it was a kind of visitation from my great-grandfather, a gentle presence amid all the sadness. That was just the beginning. Toward the end of Nana May's life, more visits came, shadows flickering in corners, a feeling that we weren't alone. But it never felt frightening after that first night. I like to think when she passed, her father came to take her home. Now, the second story is quite different, and it's about my stepmother, who was a practicing Wiccan. She had this wild energy, and growing up, I often caught her doing rituals in the basement, casting spells, sometimes on me or other family members, though I think it was all part of her craft and not meant to harm. One summer, we were on a family trip in St. Louis, Missouri, staying at a hotel after a long day of swimming and adventures. My little sister and I shared a bed, my older brother was in a recliner, and my dad and stepmom were in the other bed. Just as we were settling down, my stepmom got up and left the room, saying she was checking on something. When she came back, there was this wild, faraway look in her eyes. We all knew, without even speaking, that she had performed some kind of ritual while she was out. She often had that look after practicing, maybe from the spells or the herbs she used, and truth be told, she sometimes mixed in drugs, so it was hard to tell what was what. We all tried to settle into sleep, but my little sister, who was terrified of the dark despite having a witch for a mother, insisted on having a nightlight. I was lying there, the soft hum of the hotel around us, when my eyes caught a movement on the ceiling. And this is where things got truly eerie. There, stretched across the ceiling, was a shadow, a humanoid figure, but not quite human. Its feet seemed to emerge from the top of the doorframe, legs and body sprawling out across the ceiling, and a head hovering just a few feet above my bed. It was completely still, like a statue made of smoke, flickering and shifting subtly as if it couldn't quite hold its form. But the most chilling part? It had two hollow eye sockets, and I could feel it staring right at me. My heart hammered in my chest, every hair standing on end. I wanted to scream but was frozen, trapped between terror and disbelief. Then I heard footsteps. My older brother had gotten up to use the bathroom, his shadow now joining the eerie figure on the ceiling, cast by the nightlight. As his shadow's head drew near to the other shadow's face, the dark figure on the ceiling seemed to melt and snake back toward the door, disappearing into the shadows. My brother just shuffled past, oblivious to the dark presence or my silent terror. He finished and returned to his chair, and I lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours until exhaustion finally pulled me under. I woke the next morning to my father shaking me awake, but that night left a mark. From then on, I was wary of shadows and the dark, especially basements where my stepmom practiced her craft. It was a strange mix of fear and fascination, knowing that something unseen was there. I feel especially sorry for my little sister, who had to live with my stepmom's wild ways for many more years. If you ever want to hear more about my stepmom and her crazy, magical, and sometimes terrifying world, just ask. These stories are a reminder that sometimes the ordinary and the supernatural overlap in the most unexpected ways. Years ago, back in my hometown in Mexico, something happened that I still can't explain. And honestly, I think it may have involved a goblin, or one of those little spirits people say enjoy hiding things. For context, I've worked in the cannabis industry as a content creator for quite a while. At the time, a small brand contacted me about collaborating and offered to send me a box of products. They let me choose what I wanted, so naturally, I was really excited when the package arrived. My boyfriend's mother picked us up in her SUV so we could collect it. Afterward, she stopped by my house because I needed to grab some clothes and a small overnight bag. I was planning to spend the night at my boyfriend's place. He's my husband now, but back then we were still dating. I left the unopened package in the vehicle, ran inside for just a few minutes, grabbed my things, and then we drove straight to his house. Once we got there, I opened the package on camera and posted part of the unboxing to my Instagram story. Strangely enough, that was also the first time my account was suspended. I had around 11,000 followers, and it took several weeks to recover it. But during the unboxing, I noticed something else. One of the 3 wax concentrates I had selected was missing. I had chosen a shatter, a crumble, and a creamy butter wax. The shatter and crumble were inside the box, but the butter wax, which was the one I had been most excited to try, was nowhere to be found. I checked the packaging several times, but it simply wasn't there. So I sent a message to the owner of the brand. I'll admit, I was a little dramatic about it because I had really been looking forward to that particular product. He replied and said, "That's very strange. I packed the order myself, and I remember putting everything inside. I'm really sorry though. I added a few extra flower samples that weren't on your list, so I hope those make up for it." I thanked him, and I decided to let it go. About 5 weeks passed. One afternoon, I was sitting alone on my bed at home, listening to music. My mother had someone who helped clean the house several times a week, so my bedroom had been swept, dusted, and organized many times since the package arrived. And remember, I hadn't even opened the box in my room. I had opened it at my boyfriend's house. Under my wall-mounted television, I had a short wooden cabinet where I kept candles, crystals, and a few sentimental objects. It was basically a small altar. While I was sitting there, I glanced toward it and noticed a folded piece of white paper with tiny red shapes printed on it. I recognized it immediately. It was the same type of wax paper the concentrates had been wrapped in. At first, I thought, that makes no sense. I finished those products weeks ago and I threw all the wrappers away. I walked over and picked it up. The paper felt heavier than it should have. When I unfolded it, I just stood there staring. Inside was the missing butter wax. It was still wrapped, still intact, and somehow, after more than a month, it had appeared on my altar in a room that had been cleaned over and over again. I felt incredibly embarrassed because I had complained to the brand owner, so I messaged him immediately. I said, "I owe you an apology. I have no idea how to explain this, but the missing wax just appeared on my altar. It wasn't there before. My room has been cleaned constantly, and I never opened the package at this house. Either I'm losing my mind or I have some kind of goblin following me." He answered almost immediately. He said, "Honestly, I think the goblin may have come from my house. I live alone. I don't have children, pets, or a partner. But the woman who helps me with the yard keeps finding little plastic toys buried near the fence. Toy cars, tiny dolls, things like that. Neither of us knows where they come from." After that conversation, objects started disappearing around my house more often. Small things would vanish from places where I knew I had left them. Sometimes they came back days later. Sometimes they appeared in completely different rooms. And sometimes they never returned at all. Eventually, I decided to stop fighting it. I made a tiny space near the altar with a glass of water and a few cannabis candies. It probably sounds strange, but I thought that if there really was a little spirit in the house, maybe a peaceful offering would encourage it to leave my things alone. And surprisingly, the disappearances slowed down. The truth is, that wasn't my first experience with something like this. Ever since I was a child, I've had objects disappear and then reappear in the exact place where I had already searched countless times. When I was young, it happened with toys, hair clips, coins, and school supplies. As an adult, for some reason, it has happened more than once with cannabis products. From what I've read, creatures like goblins or household spirits don't necessarily take things because those objects are useful to them. They take them because they understand that the objects matter to you. It's almost as though they enjoy getting a reaction. I'm not saying I know exactly what happened. I'm only sharing what I experienced. But to this day, I can't find a logical explanation for how that missing wax traveled from a sealed package in a vehicle, disappeared for more than a month, and then appeared perfectly wrapped on an altar inside a room where the package had never been opened. Whatever brought it back, it certainly made sure I noticed. You know, my partner and I have lived in a few different apartments in this complex over the past 4 years, and he's worked on the property for almost that entire time. After everything we've experienced here, I honestly believe the whole place has some kind of paranormal energy. But there's one building in particular that feels much darker than the rest. The complex sits beside an old college campus that was later converted into a high school. Behind the school and our apartments, there's a huge empty field. According to local stories, part of that land used to be a cemetery many years ago. Our current apartment has its own strange activity. There seems to be a shadowy figure that moves through the playroom. Sometimes, the baby monitor activates when the room is completely empty. Strangely, it doesn't frighten me. The apartment doesn't feel threatening, and nothing truly harmful has happened to us. Unless you count the ridiculous number of spiders we keep finding, which sometimes feels supernatural all by itself. Our previous apartment was different. One night, something stood outside our balcony door and acted exactly like our deceased dog, Jasper. It scratched and moved around as though it wanted to be let inside. I immediately told my partner not to open the door. Jasper's spirit had followed us from home to home for years. He had never needed anyone to open a door for him before. So why would he suddenly need permission now? Whatever was standing outside that night, I don't believe it was him. Still, the place I watch most carefully is the building beside ours. Building 14. It's the building closest to the old cemetery grounds, and every year, usually sometime between late winter and early spring, something terrible happens in the same apartment. A new resident moves in, and within months, they attempt to end their life. Thankfully, the attempts have not been fatal, but twice, my partner has found residents wandering through the outdoor hallways early in the morning, confused and injured, knocking on doors and begging someone to help them. Another maintenance worker, a man named Daniel, who has been here for more than a decade, told us the pattern has repeated for years. It almost always happens around February or March. That building also has the highest number of residents moving out unexpectedly. Police are called there more often than anywhere else in the complex, especially for domestic disputes. It's difficult to explain, but people seem to change after moving into that building. They become angry, hopeless, and cruel to one another. It feels as though the place slowly turns people against themselves and everyone around them. Maybe the building is cursed, or maybe there's something inside it that feeds on misery. As for Jasper, our little ghost dog, we believe he found us during a camping trip about 11 years ago. At the time, we had 2 small white dogs named Millie and Pippin. While we were walking along a forest trail, I saw a third little white dog running back and forth between me and my partner, who was several yards ahead. I didn't think much of it. I assumed he had taken Pippin off the leash. When I finally caught up, I asked him why he had let the dog run loose. He stared at me for a moment and then held up both leashes. Millie and Pippin had been beside him the entire time. I told him about the other dog, and we decided it must belong to another camper somewhere nearby. Maybe someone had allowed their pet to wander through the woods. We went home and forgot about it. Then I started seeing a small white dog in our hallway. It would appear for only a second, usually while both of our dogs were asleep beside me. I kept telling myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. At the time, I had recently stopped taking one of my medications, so I wondered whether I might be hallucinating, even though I had never experienced visual hallucinations before. This continued for several weeks. Then one evening, while we were watching television, my partner suddenly muted the sound. He looked at me very seriously and said, "Have you been seeing a little white dog that isn't Millie or Pippin?" I remember just staring at him. That was the moment we realized I hadn't imagined it. We started calling the little dog Jasper. We figured that maybe he had once become lost in those woods and had been waiting for someone safe to follow home. For more than a decade, Jasper stayed with us. He followed us from apartment to apartment. He even came with us when we stayed at my mother's house for several weeks after our child was born. I haven't seen him lately. Part of me hopes that means he finally felt ready to move on and cross whatever bridge was waiting for him. But Millie is elderly and nearly blind now, and every so often, she'll suddenly wag her tail, bark softly, or lower herself into a playful position while staring at an empty corner. Maybe she's simply confused in her old age. Or maybe Jasper is still here, quietly keeping her company. I don't tell this story very often. My wife knows pieces of it, and a couple of people I grew up with know that something happened. But I've never really sat down and told anyone the whole thing. Not even my father, and he was there when it happened. My name is Jacob, and I grew up on a small corn and soybean farm outside Mason City, Iowa. It was the kind of place where the roads went dark after sunset, and the nearest neighbor lived a few miles away. My mother passed away when I was 13. After that, it was just my dad and me in the old farmhouse. He worked from sunrise until well after dark, especially during harvest season. I went to school, helped where I could, and rode my bike home from football practice most evenings. Being outside alone at night never frightened me. I'd traveled those country roads in complete darkness more times than I could count. The crickets, the wind moving through the crops, the occasional cry of a coyote, those sounds were simply part of home. Then, one evening in early October, my father told me not to go outside. I had just come home from practice. When I walked into the kitchen, he was standing beside the sink, staring through the window toward the fields. He didn't even turn around when he spoke. "Stay inside tonight, Jake." I laughed a little and asked him what he meant. He finally looked at me and said, "Don't go to the barn. Don't go looking for your bike. Don't step off the porch. Just stay inside." There was something in his voice I had never heard before. My father wasn't easily frightened. He had faced tornadoes, machinery accidents, injured livestock, and the loss of my mother without ever appearing shaken. But that night, his face looked pale and tired. I asked him what was wrong. He only said, "Promise me." So I promised. Later, sometime close to midnight, I woke up thirsty. On my way downstairs, I stopped beside the window at the end of the hallway. From there, I could see the fields behind the house. We had several old floodlights mounted on wooden poles. They cast dull amber circles across the property, leaving wide stretches of darkness between them. And in one of those circles, far beyond the barn, someone was standing among the crops. At first I thought it was a scarecrow. Then it moved. The figure slowly raised one arm and motioned toward the house. Toward me. It wasn't waving hello. It was curling its hand inward, asking me to come closer. I remember pressing my face against the glass, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure looked tall, though distance can play tricks at night. Its clothing appeared dark and stained, almost reddish beneath the amber light. I told myself it might be a hunter. Maybe someone had gotten lost. Maybe there had been an accident on the road. That was how I justified breaking my promise. I slipped on my shoes and quietly left through the side door. The air was unusually warm. The ground was soft from rain earlier that week, and every step carried me deeper into the smell of wet soil and dying leaves. For the first 100 yards, I felt foolish rather than afraid. Then I passed the grain shed. The house lights grew smaller behind me, and the sounds in the field began to change. When you stand outside a crop field, the wind sounds gentle. But once you walk between the rows, every stalk brushes against another. Every gust sounds like footsteps moving beside you. I kept hearing something rustle to my left, then to my right, then behind me. I told myself it was rabbits. I still prefer to believe that. The ground dipped and I lost sight of the figure. When I reached the top of the slope again, it was gone. I should have turned back. Instead, I kept walking until I reached the place where it had been standing. The crops there had been flattened into a nearly perfect circle. The stalks weren't crushed the way they would have been by an animal or a tractor. They were bent carefully, almost individually, as though someone had pressed them down by hand. In the center of the circle was a stone. It was smooth, dark red, and polished like something taken from a riverbed. But there wasn't a river anywhere near our farm. I stared at it for what felt like several minutes. My thoughts became slow and distant. The fear drained out of me, even though I knew I should have been terrified. I began to reach for the stone. That was when a hand grabbed my shoulder. I spun around, and my father was standing behind me with a flashlight. The moment the beam crossed my face, it felt as though I had suddenly awakened. He seized my wrist so tightly it hurt. "I told you not to come out here," he whispered. He didn't sound angry. He sounded terrified. I looked over his shoulder, and for just a second, I thought I saw the tall figure standing several rows behind him. It was outside the reach of the light, watching us. I tried to point, but my father pulled me away before I could speak. As we hurried back to the house, something moved through the crops behind us. It never came close enough for me to see it clearly, but it followed at the same steady pace, stopping whenever we stopped and moving whenever we moved. My father never looked back. Once we were inside, he locked every door and closed all the curtains. I asked him what had been standing in the field. He wouldn't answer. I asked him about the red stone. He told me never to mention it again. Neither of us slept that night. I heard him walking through the kitchen until morning, checking the locks and staring through the curtains. The following day, our neighbor stopped me near the road. He asked why someone had been screaming on our property around midnight. I told him it must have been an animal. The strange thing was, I didn't remember hearing any screaming. 3 days later, I overheard my father speaking with a real estate agent. He wanted to sell the farmhouse, the equipment, and every acre of land. When I asked him why, he said running the farm had become too much for the two of us. But I knew that wasn't the real reason. By Christmas, we had moved into town. My father is older now. Whenever I bring up that night, he says his memory isn't what it used to be. But I know he remembers. Sometimes I still dream about the figure beneath that amber light. In the dream, it raises its hand and calls me forward. And sometimes, just before I wake up, I see the red stone resting in my palm. I've spent years wondering what would have happened if my father had arrived 30 seconds later. I wonder whether I would have picked up that stone. And I wonder whether I would have come home at all. Hey, I want to share with you a couple of stories that have really stayed with me over the years. They're about family, memories, and those little moments when the past seems to reach out in the most unexpected ways. So, grab a seat, maybe a cup of something warm, and let me tell you about the balloon and the smoking visitor. First, let's talk about the story I like to call the balloon. For years, I worked at this small grocery store out in the American Midwest, an overnight stalker and eventually the weekend manager. The place was family-owned for generations, and my family had been close to them since the very beginning. The owners weren't just people who ran the business. They were like family friends who'd come over for gatherings, holidays, and just to catch up. The owner back then, the father of the current owner, let's call him Ben instead of Bob, was this kind, hard-working man who poured his heart into the store for over 3 decades. He worked 10 to 12 hours a day, every day, and to us younger folks, he was kind of like a grandfather figure. When Ben passed away in late 2010, it hit all of us hard. The store felt emptier somehow, like a light had dimmed. A few years after he left us, I started working there myself. Because of my family's connection, I moved up to overnight stalker and then weekend manager pretty quickly. Over time, strange things started happening, usually between 3 and 5 in the morning, the eeriest hours. Shelves would mysteriously shake and drop cans or boxes. Automatic doors would slide open with no one around, and the motion-activated lottery machines would chime as if a customer were there, though the store was empty. We talked about it among ourselves and eventually told the current owner. He just chuckled and said, "That's gotta be Ben." Most of the time, these little hauntings were harmless. It felt like Ben was just watching over the store, making sure everything was all right, and never wanting to scare customers. No one ever reported seeing him directly, and honestly, I never had a direct encounter either. Until the night of what I call the balloon. That night, I was working my usual overnight shift, from about 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. The grocery truck was smaller than usual, so by 3 a.m., all the grocery stock was up, and I only had the dairy section left. My 2 coworkers, who didn't have to stay past the groceries, headed out right at 3. So, there I was. Completely alone in this huge, quiet store. Picture it. The soft hum of the refrigerator units, the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead, and the occasional creak of the building settling. I was filling the shelves with milk, cheese, and yogurt, and my mind started to wander. Suddenly, a clear image popped into my head, the face of Ben, wearing that warm, tired smile he always had after a long day. It was so vivid, I could almost hear his gentle chuckle. Feeling a little nostalgic and a bit sad, I decided to take a quick break. I grabbed my drink and headed down the aisle. As I rounded the corner, I was hit by this sudden icy chill, like the coldest spot in the entire store. And then I saw it. A bright balloon floating right at chest level, just a few feet from me. Written on it were the words, "Thank you," glowing in bold, cheerful letters. I froze. The balloon had no business being there. I was in the far corner of the store, and there was no draft or breeze that could have carried it from the other side. The silence around me felt heavier, almost like the air itself was holding its breath. After a minute or so, I forced myself to move, slowly stepping around the balloon as if not to disturb it. I headed to the back office and checked the security cameras, just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, the balloon was drifting slowly down the dairy aisle, glowing softly in the dim light. I smiled to myself and whispered, "All right, Ben, I'll finish up before I go." So back I went to the aisle, working with the balloon floating gently nearby, like a quiet companion. I finished stocking the dairy products over the next hour, feeling oddly comforted. When I was done, I carefully carried the balloon to the floral department and gently deflated it. I laid it flat on the desk and left a little note for the morning shift worker, one of Ben's granddaughters. It simply said, "From Ben." That night, I felt like I'd shared a quiet moment with a friend who had never really left. Now, the second story is about my grandfather, who was a man with a very particular habit. He smoked, cigars mostly, though he dabbled in cigarettes and home-rolled ones too. He carried his cigars in a special metal case, hand-carved and worn from years of use. His job was stressful, a government position that kept him on edge most days, and that's where the habit started. Even after he retired, he kept smoking up until the day he passed away. I was pretty young then, under 10, but the smell of his cigars is something I'll never forget. It wasn't a scent I liked, to be honest. I never liked smoking, but it was so distinct and tied to him that whenever I caught a whiff, it meant one thing. Grandpa was near. Even years after his passing, my grandmother would tell us about visits from Grandpa. She'd say they'd sit and talk for hours, like he was still right there beside her. At times, she'd complain about the lingering cigar smoke that would hang in the air long after he'd left. At first, I thought it was just her way of coping with the loss, imagining him still around. But then it wasn't just her. My mom, stepfather, and uncle all started having similar experiences. They'd be alone, in the house or even the car, and suddenly, that unmistakable cigar smoke would fill the room, overpowering every other smell. The temperature would drop suddenly, even in the heat of summer, and my mom said she could sometimes hear him coughing softly, as if from inside the walls or above the ceiling. She told me, "One day he'll come visit you too. You'll know him by that smell, even beyond the grave." And she was right. We were on a family road trip down Route 66, heading to Las Vegas for a week-long stay. I was 16 at the time, and it had been a while since anyone mentioned Grandpa's visits. I thought maybe he'd finally moved on for good. But then, 3 days into our drive, we were crossing New Mexico. It was over 100 degrees outside, a blazing, cloudless sky stretching endlessly over the desert. Just me, my mom, and stepdad in a small blue sedan, cruising along a nearly empty highway. Suddenly, my mom gasped, and all of a sudden, the air was thick with that cigar smell. It was so strong, it filled the car completely and enveloped my senses. My mind was flooded with memories and thoughts of Grandpa, and despite the scorching heat, I felt a sudden, icy breeze sweep through the car. It was surreal and a bit chilling. "We have a visitor," my mom said quietly. The smell lingered for miles, wrapping around us like a ghostly embrace. Then slowly it faded, and the oppressive heat came flooding back. That was the only time I've ever been visited by Grandpa in such a real way. But other family members have had their own experiences with him since, even as recently as this year. So yeah, these are stories that remind me of how the people we love don't really leave us. Sometimes they show up in balloons floating silently in an empty grocery store, or in the unmistakable scent of a cigar on a hot desert road. It's a strange, beautiful kind of haunting, one filled with warmth, memories, and a little bit of magic. Thanks for listening. I grew up in a coastal town in southern India where the summers were so hot and humid that even the walls seemed to hold on to the heat. I was about 22 at the time, still living with my parents while finishing college. We lived in a modest 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor. One of the bedrooms opened onto a narrow balcony, and just outside it stood an enormous old banyan tree. At night, the branches would scrape against the railing whenever the wind picked up. From a distance, the tree looked unsettling, almost human in shape. But I had grown up playing beneath it, so I never really thought of it as frightening. My parents slept in the smaller bedroom across the living room. I shared the larger room with my younger siblings, although they were often away during the day. Back then, I used to tutor a few neighborhood children in the evenings. It gave me enough money to cover books, bus fares, and other small expenses. One afternoon, I came home from college feeling completely exhausted. I still had some time before my tutoring session, so I decided to take a quick nap. It was unbearably warm. I switched off the lights and left the bedroom door and balcony windows open, hoping a breeze might come through. My mother was resting in her room on the other side of the apartment. The tiled floor felt cooler than the bed, so I spread out a thin sheet and lay down facing the wall. A few minutes later, just as I was beginning to drift off, I felt someone lie down beside me. I remember the floor shifting slightly under their weight. Then I felt a body settle very close to my back. I assumed one of my siblings had come home without me hearing them. I was too sleepy to turn around and check. Then an arm slowly rested across my waist. It felt completely real. There was warmth, pressure, and the unmistakable sensation of someone breathing behind me. Strangely, I did not feel afraid. I simply thought, they must be tired too. I must have dozed off for a few minutes because the next thing I heard was my mother calling from across the apartment. She asked whether I was getting ready to leave for tutoring. I opened my eyes and turned around. There was no one beside me. The room was empty. I sat up immediately and looked toward the balcony, then under the bed, even though there was nowhere anyone could have hidden. I walked to my mother's room and asked whether either of my siblings had come home. She looked confused. "No," she said. "It's only you and me here." I did not tell her what had happened. I convinced myself that I had been half asleep and imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew what I had felt. Several months later, my parents installed an air conditioner in their bedroom. Since the weather was especially hot that week, the entire family decided to sleep in there together. We placed 2 mattresses on the floor, locked the bedroom door, and went to sleep. My parents always kept a small green nightlight glowing near the wardrobe. It was dim, but bright enough to make out the shapes in the room. Sometime after midnight, I woke to the sound of my father moving around. He suddenly switched on every light and began checking behind the curtains and near the bathroom door. I asked him what was wrong. He said my mother believed someone had entered the apartment. We searched every room. The main door was still locked from the inside. The balcony doors were closed. Nothing had been disturbed. There was no one there. The next morning, I quietly asked my mother what she had seen. She hesitated before answering. She said she had woken to the sound of someone crying. Not loudly. It was a soft, broken sobbing sound coming from the foot of the bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a woman sitting beside my mattress. The woman's head was lowered, and long hair covered most of her face. In the green light, my mother could not see any features. She could only see a dark figure with narrow shoulders, sitting perfectly still and crying. Because the figure was so close to me, my mother assumed it was me. She asked, "What happened? Why are you crying?" The sobbing stopped immediately. The woman slowly stood up. Then she walked toward the bedroom door. My mother watched her cross the room and disappear into the living area. That was when she woke my father, believing someone had broken into the apartment. As she told me this, I felt cold despite the morning heat. I finally told her about the afternoon when I had felt someone lying beside me. Neither of us knew what to say after that. To this day, we still do not know who the woman was. There were other small incidents over the years. My mother occasionally heard quiet crying near her bed. Sometimes she felt someone standing behind her while she folded clothes or prayed. She eventually learned not to react. Whatever lived in that apartment never harmed us. It never threw objects, opened doors, or tried to frighten us. It simply seemed to be there, sometimes beside us, sometimes watching from the darkness. and sometimes, late at night, quietly crying as though it had been waiting for someone to listen. So, this happened just after my best friend Eli and I started university. We had always imagined we would attend the same school, but the courses we wanted were offered at different universities. In the end, we had to go our separate ways. Eli wanted to experience living independently, so he rented a room in the city. His first place was a disaster. The landlady charged the tenants unfairly, went through their belongings, and even called them to complain about how they arranged things in their own rooms. It was completely unreasonable. Eventually, Eli decided to leave. He called me because he was short on taxi fare, so I sent him enough money to move his things. After the mid-semester break, he found another house with surprisingly cheap rent. That should have been the first warning. The house was on Blackwood Street, one of the most dangerous streets in the city. I knew the area well because I had lived nearby before, and, trust me, it was not a place you wanted to walk around after dark. But Eli was desperate, and the rent was affordable, so he moved in with a few other students. That was when the strange things began. One night, one of his roommates, a girl named Maria, was sitting on the living room couch with her laptop. The couch was right beside Eli's bedroom door. While she was working, she heard the bedroom door open. Then she heard footsteps walk from Eli's room, cross the hallway, enter the kitchen, and return to the bedroom. Maria assumed it was Eli, so she called his name. There was no answer. She called again, but the house stayed silent. Feeling uneasy, she stood up and checked the room. Nobody was inside. A little shaken, Maria went to tell her boyfriend, who was also staying at the house. Not long afterward, Eli returned from running errands and found everyone sitting together in the living room. He asked what was wrong, and they explained what Maria had heard. Eli was skeptical. He thought there had to be a normal explanation, so he sat down with them. And then he heard it too. The bedroom door creaked open. Footsteps crossed the hallway, moved into the kitchen, and slowly returned to his empty room. That was the first incident. After that, things became much worse. 2 days later, Eli came home from class and was stopped by a neighbor. The man said he had heard people shouting inside the house earlier that day. He described what sounded like a violent argument, followed by someone crying. The problem was that nobody had been home. That evening, Eli told his roommates what the neighbor had said. They were already frightened, but they tried to convince themselves that the sounds might have come from somewhere else. A little later, Eli walked toward the front door. That was when he saw something standing on the porch. It looked like a person, but it was completely black, darker than the night around it. Its back was turned toward him, and it stood perfectly still. Eli quietly told his roommate not to look outside. Of course, his roommate looked anyway. The moment he saw the figure, his whole body began to shake. Nobody wanted to stay silent anymore. The roommates confronted the landlord and demanded the truth. That was when he admitted he already knew the house had a history. Years earlier, someone had died there under horrific circumstances. The victim had been found decapitated. The landlord also revealed that nearly every tenant before them had moved out within a week. Some had heard voices. Others had seen figures in the hallway or woken up feeling as though someone was standing beside their beds. Eli and his roommates were terrified, but they could not afford to move immediately. In desperation, they invited a priest to bless the house. For a brief moment, they hoped it had worked. It had not. The activity became more intense. Doors slammed by themselves. Footsteps moved through the rooms at night. Sometimes they heard crying behind the walls, followed by a voice whispering words they could not understand. It felt as though the blessing had only made whatever lived there angry. Finally, everyone agreed to leave. On the night before they moved out, Eli woke suddenly in the middle of the night. He did not know what had disturbed him at first. Then he noticed someone standing at the foot of his bed. The figure was tall and motionless. Eli slowly looked upward. He saw filthy clothing hanging from a decaying body. The skin looked dark and rotten, and the smell in the room was unbearable. His eyes moved higher, toward the figure's shoulders, but he stopped before reaching the neck. He was too afraid to see what was above it. Eli shut his eyes and stayed completely still until morning. The next day, he and his roommates packed everything they could carry and left the house on Blackwood Street. None of them ever went back. Hi, it's nearly 1 in the morning, and sleep clearly has no interest in me tonight. So I thought I'd tell you about 3 strange things that have happened to me over the years. I should probably start by saying that I don't really believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I love horror movies, creepy stories, abandoned buildings, all of that. But enjoying scary things and believing they're real are completely different. When I was a kid, I watched Insidious with my parents. It was my first proper horror movie, and it terrified me. Afterward, I became convinced that something might grab me while I was sleeping. I had my own room, which suddenly felt much bigger and darker than it had before. One night, I was waiting for a cartoon to come on television, but I got tired and decided to sleep. I lay on my stomach and pulled the blanket completely over my body. That had become my little safety ritual. I was just starting to drift off when I felt something touch my feet. And I promise you, I was awake. At first, it felt like a small pressure on top of the blanket, almost as though someone was sitting near the end of the bed. Then the pressure slowly became heavier. A moment later, it felt exactly like a hand closing around my ankle. Then it disappeared. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just lay there under the blanket, sweating and trying not to breathe too loudly. I was terrified that if I looked toward the foot of the bed, I would see someone sitting there. Somehow, I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told my parents, but they assumed I'd dreamed it. We didn't have any pets, and my younger sister was still a toddler. There wasn't anyone who could have entered my room without me hearing them. Even now, I can still remember the weight of that hand. The second incident happened a few years later. I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed that my bedroom door was slightly open. Through the gap, I could see part of someone's face. Just their eyes, forehead, and a little bit of their hair. I thought it was my mother checking on me. I wasn't fully awake, so I didn't say anything. I simply closed my eyes and went back to sleep. Later that morning, I asked her why she had been watching me from the doorway. She looked completely confused. She told me she hadn't come into my room at all that night. I asked my sister too, but she had no idea what I was talking about. The strangest part is that I can't clearly remember the face. I remember seeing someone, but the details are missing, almost as though my mind refuses to hold on to them. Since that night, I always sleep with my bedroom door completely closed. The third incident happened much more recently, after I had moved into a small apartment by myself. One evening, I was lying on the couch, scrolling through videos on my phone and slowly falling asleep. The apartment was quiet, and nothing unusual had happened. Then I suddenly felt that someone was standing beside me. You know that feeling when you can sense a person leaning close, even before you turn your head? It felt exactly like that. More specifically, it felt as though someone's face was only a few inches from mine, watching me sleep. I opened my eyes and looked around. There was nobody there. The room was empty, but the feeling didn't vanish immediately. It lingered for several seconds, heavy and unmistakable, before finally fading. Those are the three experiences I still can't explain. I know tiredness can make the mind do strange things. I know fear can turn shadows into faces and ordinary sensations into something much worse. Maybe every one of these incidents has a perfectly reasonable explanation. But I also know what I felt. I know what I saw. And even though I still don't believe in the paranormal, there are nights when I lie awake wondering whether something can exist without needing us to believe in it. You know, in Chinese tradition, the seventh month of the lunar calendar is often called Ghost Month. People believe that during this time, the boundary between the living and the dead becomes thinner. The gates of the spirit world are said to open, allowing restless souls to wander through our streets, homes, and quiet places after dark. Even now, in cities such as Hong Kong, you can sometimes feel the mood shift. You might notice small fires glowing beside the road as families burn paper offerings. Bowls of food may be left near doorways. Incense smoke drifts through narrow streets, and older people quietly remind their families not to stay out too late. Some call it superstition. Others call it respect. And for many people, it is simply safer not to challenge traditions that have survived for generations. There was one night in September 2025 that made people especially uneasy. It arrived during the middle of Ghost Month, not long after the spirits were believed to have entered the human world. That night was also linked to a blood moon. Now, scientifically, a blood moon is only a lunar eclipse, but in old folklore, a red moon has often been treated as a warning, a sign that something is changing, a sign that the night may not be as ordinary as it appears. Certain traditional calendars also describe that period as unfavorable, a time when accidents, arguments, and misfortune were more likely. Of course, none of this is scientific proof. But what I find interesting is that many Ghost Month warnings contain a surprising amount of common sense. The first warning is simple: stay away from deep water at night. There are old stories about spirits of people who drowned. According to legend, these spirits cannot move on until someone else takes their place, so they wait near rivers, reservoirs, beaches, and dark ponds. Maybe you do not believe that. Still, swimming or fishing alone at night is dangerous. The water is harder to read, the ground may be slippery, and nobody may hear you if something goes wrong. The second warning is not to take careless photographs after midnight, especially near mirrors. Mirrors in elevators, hotel hallways, bathrooms, and empty buildings are sometimes believed to attract things that do not belong in our world. People say you might look at the photograph later and notice a shadow behind you, a pale face in the corner, or an extra figure that was never there when you pressed the button. The third warning is not to suddenly touch someone on the shoulder. Traditional belief says every person carries 3 protective flames, one above the forehead and one over each shoulder. These flames are said to guard us from wandering spirits. A sudden tap may weaken one of them. Covering the forehead for too long is also believed to hide the brightest flame. Whether that is true or not, frightening someone on a dark and empty street is probably never a good idea. The fourth warning is to leave roadside offerings alone. During Ghost Month, fruit, rice, incense, paper money, and small gifts may be placed on the ground for wandering souls. Do not step over them. Do not kick them aside. And never pick them up simply because they look interesting. To the person who left them there, those objects are not rubbish. They are part of a promise, a prayer, or an act of remembrance. The final warning is one people still whisper about. Do not travel alone too late, and be careful about taking the final bus of the night. There are stories of passengers boarding nearly empty buses and realizing that some of the people sitting quietly in the back have no reflections in the window. Others say spirits prefer lonely streets, silent stairwells, tunnels, and the dark spaces beside old walls. Perhaps these warnings are only ghost stories, or perhaps they are ancient safety lessons wrapped in mystery, passed down because people remember frightening stories more easily than ordinary advice. Either way, the message is almost the same. Stay away from dangerous water. Respect what others consider sacred. Do not wander alone through unfamiliar places. And do not disturb things you do not fully understand. You may not believe in ghosts, and that is perfectly fine. But imagine walking home beneath a deep red moon. The streets are empty. The incense fires behind you have almost burned out. Then, without warning, you feel a cold breath against the back of your neck. You turn around. Nobody is there. At least, nobody you can see. Hey, I want to share two pretty intense experiences with you. One that happened while I was working at a coffee shop, and another from a trip to Arizona. They're pretty different, but both stuck with me in ways I can't quite explain. So, the first one is about this moment at Starbucks. I was about 15 minutes into my shift, just getting into the rhythm of making drinks. I was actually in a really good mood that day. Right before I left for work, my husband and our roommate had stepped out to walk to this gas station just a block away. It was a sunny day, the kind that's not too hot but just perfect for a little walk. While I was busy behind the counter, the store phone rang. I remember hearing it clear across the room, and my eyes immediately locked onto my coworker because I just knew it was for me. We rarely got calls at the store, especially not personal ones, and honestly, I'd never had a personal call there before. There was no real reason to think it was for me, but something in my gut told me otherwise. It was one of those eerie moments where your whole body just knows. My coworker picked up the phone, and the instant she looked up, our eyes met, and that silence between us felt heavy, like something was hanging in the air. I smiled awkwardly, trying to keep the mood light, and I remember blurting out, "It's for me?" The tension was thick. You could almost hear it crackling. I stepped over quickly, and that's when my roommate was there, looking worried but trying to stay calm. His first words were, "First, I need you to stay calm." And I did. I told him I was calm, even though inside, my mind was racing. But strangely, I wasn't scared. It was like I already knew whatever was coming, it would pass. He explained that on their way to the gas station, a huge pickup truck ran a red light and hit them both. My roommate, being a big guy, caught the driver's attention and only stumbled a bit before the driver slammed on the brakes. But my husband, who's much smaller, was thrown to the ground and badly hurt. My roommate insisted on riding with him in the ambulance so he could update the family. He told me that my husband was still hurting, but was joking with the paramedics, optimistic about everything. They told me he was okay and that I didn't need to come to the hospital right away. And oddly enough, I already felt that was true before they even said it. I thanked my roommate, told my husband I loved him, joked a little to keep things light, and went back to work. I shared what happened with my coworkers, still trying to keep the mood casual, smiling through it all. They were freaking out, and the supervisor even asked if I wanted to leave to be with my husband, but I said I was fine. I wasn't stressed or worried. It felt like just a crazy start to the day. I'm sure it looked like I was trying to get the day off, especially since I knew the call was coming for me. But honestly, I just wanted to keep going. Thankfully, after a long stretch of physical therapy, my husband is doing great now. He even goes for walks to the gas station again, but with a slightly different route. I don't mind this kind of foresight if it helps me avoid another anxiety attack. Now, the second story takes us to Arizona, to this place called the Grand Canyon Hotel in Williams. We picked it mostly because it was affordable and has the reputation of being the oldest hotel in Arizona, which sounded kind of cool. The lobby was charming, decked out with all these historical items and currencies from travelers over the years. After checking in, the front desk told us to check out the rooms and decide which one we wanted. Walking up the stairs, we passed this old black and white photo of a lady from what looked like the late 1800s or early 1900s. It gave the place this antique vibe that was both beautiful and a little eerie. My friend and I were checking out different rooms when she said she felt something tap her on the shoulder. I teased her, saying, "Probably a ghost." But honestly, I was mostly just exhausted from the long drive from LA and excited for the next day's trip on the Grand Canyon Railway. I picked a room near a hallway, that one with the sailor uniform displayed inside. It was a real uniform from the war, which added a strange historical weight to the room. I went to bed around midnight, feeling peaceful for once. No paranoid thoughts, just ready to rest. But then, about an hour later, I started hearing footsteps outside my door. I told myself it was probably other guests, so I tried to drift back to sleep. The footsteps came again, this time inside the room. I was terrified. I snapped my eyes open, sat up in bed, but there was nothing there. Just silence. I told myself to calm down and went back to sleep. Now, the bed was super soft, so if you sat on one side, it would tilt completely. I was just settling back in when the footsteps returned, this time running around inside the room. I kept my eyes shut tight, but I could feel my arms moving up and down, like there was something walking on my bed. I hesitated, then finally opened my eyes. Right in front of me were two incredibly pale little buttocks. My head was between the legs, and it was clearly a child's small, pale bluish skin. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, just a child's body. My heart pounded hard, and I closed my eyes again, trying to steady my breathing. When I opened them a moment later, it was gone. There was silence. After a few minutes, I grabbed my phone and watched some episodes of The Office to calm down, eventually falling asleep close to 6 a.m. The next morning, I asked the front desk if they'd had any ghost reports. They said no. But if anyone else has stayed there and experienced something similar, I'd love to hear about it. That night was my first real haunting, and it changed how I see the paranormal. I used to be so skeptical, but now, I'm a firm believer. Sometimes, the silence and the shadows have stories to tell, and maybe that little visitor was just trying to say hello. This happened a little over 2 years ago, during the middle of winter. It was sometime after midnight, and my mother and I were driving home through rural Ohio in my old Chevy pickup. The night was unbelievably dark. Even with the high beams on, the road seemed to disappear only a few yards ahead of us, swallowed by this thick, endless blackness. We had been at the hospital, visiting my grandmother. She had been diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer, the same illness that had taken my grandfather many years earlier. Her condition was getting worse quickly, so the whole evening had been emotionally exhausting. Still, neither of us was especially tired. We had stopped at a familiar diner for something to eat, and nothing unusual had happened. It felt like an ordinary, sad night. Then we left the highway. The traffic light at the end of the exit ramp turned green, and I made a right onto a long stretch of country road. The moment we turned, something changed. My mother and I both felt it at exactly the same time. It was an overwhelming sense of dread, deeper than ordinary fear. It felt like something had entered the truck with us, something cold and watchful. The air seemed heavier, and the road ahead looked darker than it had a moment before. Even the music sounded wrong. Every song on the radio suddenly seemed slower and slightly out of tune. as though the sound itself had been bent. I changed the station twice, but every voice and every instrument carried the same strange, distorted quality. Eventually, I turned the radio off. For the next 20 minutes, we drove in silence. Every few minutes, one of us would quietly ask, "Are you still feeling it?" And the answer was always yes. Neither of us wanted to look in the rearview mirror. I cannot explain why. We just had this shared certainty that looking behind us would somehow make things worse. The darkness felt alive. It seemed to press against the windows, following the truck as we moved. We began praying together. We repeated the same prayers again and again, trying to calm ourselves, but the feeling never lifted. If anything, it grew stronger. The road eventually passed through a small farming community. Just outside of town was an old cemetery surrounded by a low iron fence. I knew the area well, and normally there were always other vehicles around, especially freight trucks. That night, we had not seen a single car. I slowed from about 60 miles per hour to 45. A few minutes before the cemetery, we passed a narrow side road. That was when we saw it. There was a massive black dog standing in the opposite lane. It was not walking across the road. It was not sniffing the ground or wandering along the shoulder. It was simply standing there, perfectly still, facing us. The dog was enormous. Its shoulders were nearly level with the front grille of my truck. Its fur was so black that I could barely make out its shape against the night, even in the headlights. But I could see its face. Its mouth looked far too wide, filled with large, exposed teeth. It was not growling or barking. It was just baring them at us. And its eyes did not look like a dog's eyes. They were too large, too focused, and disturbingly aware. It stared directly through the windshield at me. Not at the truck. At me. As we passed, I glanced into the side mirror before I could stop myself. The dog had already turned around. It was still standing in the road, watching us drive away. My mother and I both shouted at the same moment. Neither of us had described what we were seeing while it happened, but when we started talking, our descriptions matched exactly. We agreed that it did not resemble a wolf or a stray farm dog. It looked more like an enormous black mastiff, only its proportions were wrong, especially the mouth and the eyes. We continued into the next town, where there were streetlights and a few houses close to the road. I expected the fear to fade once we reached a brighter area. It did not. The feeling became even more suffocating. As we drove, both of us began noticing dark figures near the roadside. They seemed to be standing behind signs, trees, and utility poles. Whenever the headlights moved across them, they vanished or became ordinary shadows. Eventually, I pulled into the parking lot of a small community school. The lot was covered in bright white security lights, and there were cameras mounted on nearly every corner of the building. We sat there for several minutes, checking the mirrors and watching the empty playground. Nothing moved. There was nobody around. But the feeling was still there. After about 15 minutes, my mother told me we could not stay there all night. She asked me to keep driving, so I pulled back onto the road. When we finally reached home, I parked beneath the covered driveway, and we ran straight inside without gathering any of our things. We locked every door and turned on every light. For the next few hours, we stayed awake in the living room, listening for footsteps, scratching, barking, or anything else outside. There was only silence. Sometime before dawn, the feeling slowly began to disappear. It did not stop suddenly. It faded little by little, like something moving farther away from the house. Eventually, we went to bed. My mother and I still talk about that night occasionally. Every time we retell it, the details remain the same. The empty road, the distorted music, the figures beside the signs, and that enormous black dog staring through the windshield as though it had been waiting specifically for us. I still do not know what we saw. I only know that, for those few hours, it felt as though something followed us out of the darkness and did not leave until it was ready. Hey, I want to share this story with you about a trip my friend and I took back in 2011. It's about this peculiar experience we had at a hotel in Williams, Arizona, the Grand Canyon Inn. It's a bit eerie, but bear with me. I think you'll find it interesting. So, my name's Emily. I'm originally from Australia, and the friend I was traveling with, Jake, is from New York. We were on a bit of a last-minute road trip. Nothing fancy planned, just the open road, the thrill of discovery, and the joy of each other's company. We drove from Las Vegas that day, and by early evening, we found ourselves in Williams. Honestly, we didn't plan to stop there. It was just a dot on the map that somehow felt right to pull over at. Now, I've always believed that the heart of a town holds its stories, the real charm. So I suggested we find a place right in the center, something with history or character. We stumbled upon this old hotel, the Grand Canyon Inn. When we walked in, the lobby was almost deserted, quiet except for the faint creak of the wooden floor beneath our feet and the soft hum of an old ceiling fan somewhere above. The walls were adorned with sepia-toned photographs of people from long ago, faces staring out with a kind of faded life. It was a little unsettling at first, those eyes almost following us as we moved, but the excitement of being somewhere with history quickly overtook that feeling. A couple of folks appeared from behind the desk, probably the owners or managers, and they led us upstairs. The hallway was lined with more photographs, each one bulging slightly from its frame, giving an odd, three-dimensional effect that made me shiver. I remember thinking it was like stepping back in time, but with a shadow of something unspoken lurking in the air. There were several rooms to choose from, each with a theme. There was a nautical one that looked inviting, but I wanted a room with a window facing the street. I guess I just like to see what's going on outside, and I wanted to keep an eye on the car parked down the side street below. We settled in what the hotel called the honeymoon suite. It seemed cozy, with a nice little ensuite bathroom, which was a bonus. Here's where it started to get a bit strange. On the wall next to the bed hung an old wedding dress, yellowed, delicate, almost fragile looking. It was behind glass, but you could see the intricate lace and the faded satin. The woman at the desk told us they found it inside an old chest buried out in the nearby desert. Jake and I exchanged a glance then, raising our eyebrows, but brushed it off. It felt more like a story to add atmosphere than a real haunting. After checking in, we wandered up the street to a rock and roll themed diner, a place full of neon lights and classic cars painted on the walls. We had a hearty meal and enjoyed the buzz of the lively crowd, a nice contrast to the quiet hotel. When we got back, Jake mentioned he didn't like the dress hanging right there in the room. I agreed. It was the first thing your eyes landed on when you walked in, and it gave me the creeps. So, gently, I took it down and placed it in the cupboard between the ensuite and the room's door. On the other side of the bed, above the radiator, was a pair of long, white gloves, like those debutante gloves you see in old movies. The warmth from the radiator caused the fingers to twitch and move slightly. We noticed this and laughed quietly, realizing the heat was making the gloves dance. It was more amusing than frightening, especially since it was late November and quite chilly outside. That night, around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of creaking floorboards. Now, usually, I just listen for a moment, recognize it as the old building settling, or maybe other guests moving around, and drift back to sleep. But this time, the creaking sounded different, like it was happening inside our room, not out in the hallway. I felt Jake beside me, so it wasn't him getting up. My heart started to race. I quietly lifted my head, eyes still closed, hoping to catch a glimpse if someone was there. But there was nothing. The room was still, and the faint moonlight filtering through the window cast long shadows across the floor. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, the old boards shifting, and soon I fell back into a light sleep. But then, about an hour later, the sound returned. This time, it was unmistakably footsteps, slow, deliberate, crossing the room towards the bedside. The noise repeated a couple of times, as if someone was pacing back and forth. I was wide awake now, heart pounding, every nerve on edge. Jake stirred, nudging me softly as if asking, "Did you hear that?" I sat up slowly, turning on the bedside lamp. The room flooded with warm light, but the space was empty. The footsteps had started near the door, close to the cupboard where we'd hidden the wedding dress, then moved across to the side of the bed where the dress had been hanging. I swear, for a moment, I could almost feel a presence standing there, quiet, watching. I checked the door, locked tight, then went to the bathroom to splash some cold water on my face. When I came back, I paced the room a bit, trying to shake off the chill creeping up my spine. I wanted Jake to feel safe, so I made sure to keep the lights on. We stayed awake together for the next hour and a half, dozing lightly but never fully asleep. It wasn't until dawn, when the soft morning light seeped through the curtains and made the room feel less ominous, that we finally relaxed enough to catch some deeper sleep. The next morning, as we checked out, we mentioned the strange noises and the footsteps to the hotel staff. Their faces went blank, not unfriendly, but there was this awkward silence, like they didn't want to talk about it. It was a little unsettling. We headed to a nearby snowboarder-themed cafe for breakfast, the place alive with chatter and the aroma of fresh coffee and pancakes. Over our meal, Jake and I recounted the night's events, both agreeing that something unexplainable had happened. Was it the wedding dress? The old gloves? Or just the quirks of an ancient building? We couldn't say for sure, but it felt far from random noises. To anyone wondering about the Grand Canyon Inn, there's definitely something strange there. A whisper of the past that lingers in the air. And speaking of lessons learned, we didn't heed ours that night. The next evening, we checked into the Monte Vista Hotel in Flagstaff, only to find ourselves not staying the entire night. But that, my friend, is another story for another time. For a little context, I did use AI to help reshape this story. It helped me organize my memories and describe certain moments more clearly, but the experience itself is true to the best of my recollection. I'm also planning to draw what I saw. That image has stayed with me all these years, and I still remember the layout of my parents' property almost perfectly. This happened in rural Nash County, North Carolina, and it wasn't the only strange encounter I had around that time. I was probably 22 or 23 when this happened. I'm in my early 50s now, and I honestly can't remember the exact year. I don't even remember why I had moved back into my parents' place for a while. A lot of that period has become blurry. Work, relationships, trying to figure out what I was doing with my life. You know how those years can all run together. But that night has never left me. I was in my bedroom with my friend Jared. Everybody called him Jerry back then. We were waiting for another friend of ours, Andy, to show up. The plan was pretty simple. Andy was bringing a couple of large beers, and we were going to sit around, listen to music, drink, and talk until late. Nothing unusual. We were young, and none of us had anywhere important to be the next morning. It was sometime after midnight. I remember the house had gone quiet because my parents were already asleep. They lived in a double-wide out in the country. There was a long wooden porch across the front that my mother had helped build. She could make or repair just about anything when she put her mind to it. The driveway was gravel and curved around the house. You could always hear someone arriving because the tires would crunch and grind over the stones long before the car reached the porch. That night, Andy came up the driveway much faster than usual. Jerry and I noticed the sound, but we didn't think much of it. We just figured he was in a hurry. A few moments later, Andy rushed into my bedroom. He looked genuinely frightened. He said, "Man, something almost came down on top of my car." I laughed at first. I thought he was joking because my friends knew I'd seen unexplained things in the sky before. I figured he was trying to get a reaction out of me. But Andy wasn't smiling. He said some kind of object had passed extremely close over his car while he was driving toward the house. He wanted us to come outside and look. So the three of us walked onto the porch. And when I say it was dark out there, I mean real country darkness. There were no streetlights, no businesses nearby, no glowing signs or parking lots. The homes along that road were separated by fields, trees, and long stretches of empty land. Once you stepped away from the light inside the house, the darkness seemed to close around you. Behind the house was a wide stretch of woods. The tree line may have been 200 or 300 feet away. I can't be certain anymore. I just remember that it was close enough to reach quickly on foot. The woods formed a dark wall across the back of the property. Andy started telling us exactly what had happened on the road, but I wasn't really listening. I was already scanning the sky above the trees. Then I noticed something off to the left. It looked like it was hovering near the tree line, several properties away. Out there, that could mean a pretty good distance because the houses weren't close together. My first thought was that it had to be a helicopter. That was the only explanation my mind could come up with. From where we stood, the shape was difficult to understand, and it seemed to be hanging in one place. I remember saying, "It's probably just a helicopter." Then the object turned. As soon as it changed direction, I knew I was wrong. It wasn't a helicopter. The central part of it looked long, almost like a thick cigar or capsule. Around the main body were 4 bright spheres of light. They seemed evenly spaced, almost as though each one marked a corner around the object. I don't remember seeing windows. I don't remember markings, panels, anything that looked like ordinary machinery. What I remember is that long shape and those 4 glowing lights. It began moving above the trees, and it made absolutely no sound. That silence is still one of the clearest parts of the memory. A helicopter that close would have been loud. We would have heard rotors, engines, or at least some kind of vibration traveling across the fields. But there was nothing. The object moved toward the house without making even the faintest noise. It didn't fly the way an airplane flies. It didn't tilt or struggle to stay in the air. It simply glided forward, slowly and smoothly, as though it had no weight at all. The three of us stood there watching it. Nobody said a word. At first, I was fascinated, but that feeling changed when I realized it was coming directly toward us. There's a big difference between seeing something strange in the distance and watching it move closer to where you're standing. One moment, you feel like you're observing it. The next moment, you feel like it might be observing you. It passed near the house and then stopped behind us, hovering just above the trees. It was close enough that the fear hit me all at once. I was terrified. There's really no polished way to say it. I was scared out of my mind. The object stayed there for several seconds, completely still and completely silent. The three of us were standing out in the open on that porch, staring up at it. I don't know whether it was watching us. I don't know whether stopping there had any meaning at all. But standing beneath it, the pause felt deliberate. Then it started moving again. It drifted away from the house and continued over the woods. There was no sudden flash, no burst of speed, and no roar of an engine. It simply moved farther into the darkness until we couldn't see it anymore. We stayed on the porch for a while after that, staring toward the place where it had disappeared. Nothing else happened. Eventually, the night became quiet and ordinary again. But none of us felt ordinary. We hadn't started drinking before Andy arrived. None of us had taken drugs. We were completely sober when we stepped outside, and we were sober when we watched that object move silently above the trees. More than 30 years have passed since then. I understand that memory can change over time. Distances can shift. Small details can fade, while others become strangely sharp. That's one reason I still ask Andy and Jared about that night. Every few years I bring it up and compare their memories with mine. Part of me wants reassurance that it really happened the way I remember it. And their accounts have always remained remarkably close to my own. To this day, I still don't know what we saw. I can't tell you where it came from or why it stopped near the house. All I can tell you is that the three of us stood on that porch and watched it. And whatever it was really there. So this happened when I was around 22 years old. I'm in my early 50s now, and honestly, I can't remember the exact year or even why I had moved back into my parents' place at the time. A lot of that period has blurred together. Work, relationships, trying to figure out what I was doing with my life. You know how those years can be. But that night has never faded. I was in my bedroom with my friend Jared. Everybody called him Germ. We were waiting for another friend of ours, Aaron, to show up. The plan was simple. He was bringing a few large bottles of beer, and we were going to sit around, drink, listen to music, and waste the night away. It was sometime after midnight. My parents had already gone to bed, but friends showing up late wasn't unusual back then, so I wasn't worried about disturbing anyone. My parents lived in a manufactured home out in the countryside of eastern North Carolina. There was a long wooden porch across the front that my mother had helped build. The driveway was gravel and curved around the house, so you could always hear somebody arriving. Tires crunching over those stones carried through the night before the headlights even reached the porch. When Aaron pulled in, his car seemed unusually loud. I noticed it, but I didn't think much about it. Germ and I heard him stop outside, and we expected him to walk in like normal. Instead, he came rushing into my bedroom. He looked genuinely rattled. He said, "Man, something almost came down on top of my car." I laughed because I thought he was joking. My friends knew I'd seen strange lights in the sky before, things I couldn't explain, so I assumed he was trying to mess with me. But Aaron wasn't smiling. He said something had flown extremely low over his car while he was driving toward the house. He wanted us to come outside and look. The three of us walked onto the porch. And when I say it was dark, I mean real country darkness. No streetlights, no glowing stores in the distance, no traffic lighting up the road. The houses were spread far apart, with fields and wooded land between them. Once you stepped away from the light coming through the windows, the darkness seemed almost solid. The woods began a few hundred feet behind the house. I couldn't give you the exact distance now, but they were close enough that you could reach the tree line quickly. Those trees stretched in both directions, forming a dark wall beneath the sky. Aaron was explaining what had passed over his car, but I was only half listening. I was staring above the woods, trying to find anything unusual. Then I saw it. It was off to our left, maybe several properties down the road. Out there, that could still mean a fair distance because the homes weren't close together. At first, I thought it was a helicopter. That was the closest familiar explanation my mind could find. It appeared to be hovering near the tops of the trees, and from where we stood, I couldn't make out its full shape. I remember saying, "It's probably just a helicopter." Then the object changed direction. As soon as it turned, I knew I was wrong. It wasn't a helicopter. The main body looked long and narrow, almost like a cigar or a thick cylinder. Around it were 4 glowing lights. They seemed positioned around the object rather than lined up beneath it. I don't remember seeing windows. I don't remember markings, wings, rotors, or any visible machinery. I can't even tell you whether the surface looked metallic. What stayed with me was the long shape and those 4 steady lights. It began moving above the tree line. There was absolutely no sound. That silence is probably the strongest part of the memory. Anything flying that low should have made noise. A helicopter would have been pounding the air. An airplane would have had an engine sound. Even something unfamiliar should have caused some kind of hum, vibration, or disturbance. But there was nothing. It moved toward the house slowly and smoothly. It didn't glide like an airplane, and it didn't appear to be fighting gravity. It simply moved forward, calm and deliberate, as though the air wasn't affecting it at all. The 3 of us stood there watching. Nobody said a word. At first, I was fascinated. Then it became clear that the object wasn't just crossing the sky. It was coming toward us. That changed everything. There's a huge difference between noticing something strange in the distance and realizing that it is moving directly toward where you're standing. One moment, you're watching it. The next, you feel like it might be watching you. It passed close to the house and stopped behind us, hovering just above the trees. It was close enough that there was no longer any question that we were looking at a solid object. And I was terrified. There's no polished way to say it. I was scared out of my mind. The 3 of us were standing completely exposed on that porch, while this silent thing remained above the trees behind the house. It stayed there for several seconds. Maybe it was longer. Fear can stretch time in strange ways. I don't know whether it was observing us. I don't know whether stopping near the house meant anything. But standing there, it felt deliberate. It felt like it had come over to see who was watching. Then it started moving again. It continued away from the house, floating above the woods until it gradually disappeared into the darkness. There was no flash, no sudden acceleration, no dramatic burst into the sky. It simply moved out of sight with the same silence it had arrived in. We remained on the porch for a while, staring at the section of sky where it had vanished. Nothing else happened. The night went quiet again. Everything looked normal, but none of it felt normal anymore. And I want to make this clear. We hadn't started drinking yet. None of us had taken drugs. Aaron had only just arrived with the beer. We were completely sober when we stepped outside and watched that object travel over the trees. It has been roughly 30 years since that happened. I understand that memory changes. Distances can become uncertain. Small details can fade or shift. I've questioned my own recollection many times because I want to be honest about what I remember and what I don't. That's also why I still bring it up with Aaron and Jared from time to time. I ask what they remember, and I compare their version of the night with mine. The important parts have always matched. The shape, the 4 lights, the way it approached, the place where it stopped, and most of all, the silence. I still don't know what we saw that night. I only know that the 3 of us stood on that porch and watched something silent move above the trees. And whatever it was real. You know, I never expected a quiet Tuesday night to turn into something so unsettling. Let me tell you what happened, step by step, because every little detail still sticks with me. I was running across the parking lot, my heart pounding, and I dashed across the street, weaving around cars as rain started to fall. I aimed for the back of that old apartment building on Moray Street. Just as I reached out to touch the door, my fingers barely grazing the cold metal, I felt it. A single tiny drop of rain landed on the back of my hand. It was so faint, almost like a whisper from the sky. For a moment, it made me freeze, my mind racing. Was this real? Was I really here? Because the whole situation felt off. One drop became 2, then 10, until suddenly 100 raindrops were falling, drumming softly on the door and my jacket. That's when I shook myself out of the daze. This wasn't me. I'm not the kind of guy who runs across streets in the middle of a storm to knock on a stranger's door. Something was wrong. Maybe Reggie had gone through the same thing, because I swear, I wasn't acting like myself at all. I wiped the rain from my face, tried to steady my breathing, and stepped inside. The hallway was dim and smelled faintly of damp wood and old paint. My eyes caught strange blue mesh bags piled in a corner. Garbage, I guess. But I noticed them this time, which was more than I could say for earlier. I was more alert now, more aware of the odd little things. I climbed the creaky stairs, each step groaning beneath my weight, and stopped at the door I'd come for. I knocked 3 times, hard and deliberate. "Come in," came a soft voice from inside. It was calm, almost inviting. "I just want to ask a few questions," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "About a friend of mine." "Come in," the voice repeated, a little clearer this time. I took a deep breath, reached for the handle, and it was unlocked. The door creaked open slowly, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't normal. A woman living alone, letting a complete stranger into her apartment at this hour? It felt wrong. I peered through the peephole, hoping to see her standing by the door, but all I saw was darkness. She wasn't there. Not really. "Could you come out for a moment?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "It won't take long." "Come in," she said again. "I'm sorry to bother you, it's just... come in." My stomach twisted painfully. A cold, creeping chill snaked up my spine. I let go of the handle and took a step back. "Can you hear me? I think the door..." "Come in," she insisted, her voice now sharper, almost mocking. I knew she heard me. There was no way she didn't. Was she toying with me? "I need to talk to you, but I'm not coming inside," I said firmly. No answer. Then suddenly, a shadow blocked the peephole's faint light. Someone was watching me. I hadn't even heard her move. I stepped back, pressing myself against the wall opposite the door. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure she could hear it. "I should go," I muttered. "I'm not..." "Come in," the voice came again. This time, it was harsher, more demanding. It wasn't an invitation anymore. It was an order. My skin prickled, and I edged away slowly, every instinct screaming at me to run. As I reached the stairs, I heard a mechanical click, the unmistakable sound of a lock. I peeked down the stairs and caught a shadowy figure locking the exit door from the outside. Reggie? Before I could think, the front door began to creak open. The woman was coming out. The guide downstairs disappeared into the night without a sound. "Come in," her voice bubbled out, dark and twisted, like someone speaking underwater. I caught a brief glimpse of her, her long, flowing brown hair hiding a face that was wrong. Her skin shimmered, scaly, shifting colors as I stared. Too many eyes scattered across her face, blue, brown, and eerie green, all glimmering in the dim light. It was as if the beautiful woman I'd seen before was fractured and reconstructed into something monstrous. I could have stared forever, caught in horror and fascination, but my body betrayed me. I stumbled backward, losing my balance at the top of the stairs, and I fell. It all happened so fast. One moment I was falling, The next, I was on the ground floor, looking up the staircase. Pain radiated from my bruised body. My leg twisted beneath me. Behind me, I felt the cold metal of the locked front door. "Come in," I heard from above, the words repeating like a chant. "Come in, come in, come in." A face appeared around the corner, shifting and rearranging itself, almost like it was putting on a mask. Teeth fell away, only to crumble into dust on the stairs. Her hair darkened to black, skin turning a warm Mediterranean tan. She started to resemble someone I once loved, my first girlfriend. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself to turn toward the front door. I heard slow, clumsy footsteps descending the stairs behind me. I pounded on the glass, screaming for help, trying to stand despite the agony in my leg. "Come in," the voice whispered again. Suddenly, I felt warmth, a scent of exotic fruit shampoo, comforting and familiar. A hand brushed against my jacket, gentle but firm. Then, out stepped one of the old men from the bookstore, the beardless one. The footsteps behind me hurried back upstairs, fading into silence. The old man quickly unlocked the door, and I scrambled out, collapsing onto the pavement. My leg wouldn't hold me, so I crawled backward, desperate to put descent between me and that nightmare. He looked at me with concern, confusion etched on his face. Call the police," I stammered, breathless. "Please, do it. Oh God." He pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number, kneeling beside me and resting a hand on my shoulder. "Are you okay? Did that man do something to you?" he asked. "What?" I whispered, still shaking. The young man by the stairs, did he hurt you?" I sat there, barely able to move until the police arrived. I told them everything: the attack, the strange apartment on Moray Street, Reggie, the woman in the window. I probably babbled non-stop as they led me to their squad car. The bookstore owner just gave me a sad, apologetic look, then gave a brief statement to the officers. But the police? I don't think they did a damn thing. They found nothing. Some said no one lives there. Others said the place was empty or just storage. No one gave me a straight answer. It felt like they wanted to write it off as hysteria. I keep thinking about Reggie. I think something terrible happened to him. Maybe he lost himself to whatever lives in that apartment. And sometimes, when I'm near that corner store, I look up at that window. Sometimes, I swear I see something there. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think it's watching me back. Hey, I want to share something pretty personal with you. Something that's been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. I'm a 35-year-old guy, served in the Navy for 8 years, and I've always had these really strange, almost freaky things happen while I'm sleeping. It started when I was just a little kid, like between 3 and 5 years old. I remember this big old football hanging on the wall in my childhood bedroom. It wasn't just decoration, it had hooks for backpacks and jackets. My earliest dream memory is a repeating one, and it was always the same. I'd be standing at the end of the hallway, looking down towards that football, and there would be this figure just standing there. It never noticed me, but I noticed it. I didn't know what it was, just a shadowy, silent presence. And that dream kept coming back over and over. Fast forward a bit. We moved to a new city when I was in 2nd grade, into this really old house. Within the first week, I had my first experience with sleep paralysis. It was terrifying. I was lying in bed and I couldn't move a muscle. It felt like something was pressing down on me, holding me to the mattress. I tried to scream for my parents, but no sound came out. I was completely paralyzed and trapped in this nightmare state. I've never told anyone that before. It's the first time I'm sharing it now. Then, when I was between 10 and 12, my grandmother passed away. Now, she was a woman who really didn't like me, and honestly, I didn't like her much either. But a few months after she died, she showed up in a dream. It was so vivid and strange. She appeared in black and white, while the rest of the dream was in color. She looked dead, with black eyes and tattered clothes, but around her was this weird, glittery rainbow glow. She looked right at me and told me she was okay with it, like she was at peace. Then she picked up this dog, and I woke up. The next day, something bizarre happened. That dog she had in the dream, this really mean, aggressive dog we'd adopted, just vanished. Poof, gone without a trace. Not long after that, my grandpa announced he was getting remarried. The night before the wedding, we were all sitting around the table playing dice, a game called 750, late into the night. Grandpa asked my dad, his son, if he thought Grandma would be okay with the remarriage. Without thinking, I just blurted out, "Yes, she said she's happy with it." I didn't even realize I'd said it until the words were already out there. My time in the Navy brought more strange dreams. I kept seeing people without faces, just empty spaces where their faces should be. But it wasn't just random. I felt like I knew these faceless figures. Some showed up again and again. When I woke up, I had this overwhelming urge to find them, like I'd lost a sibling and my mom was telling me to go search. The feeling was gut-wrenching. To me, they felt real, like they needed help, but they had no faces and left no clues. I'd be on edge all the time, trying to sense their presence, like you can sometimes feel when someone's angry or sad. But this was different, just their silent presence. After 8 years in the Navy, I got out in 2012, and then things took a darker turn. Demons started showing up in my dreams. One dream was split screen, like something out of a video game. On one side was my grandpa, Mom's dad, and on the other was this massive black figure. It had a body, arms, and smoke for legs, with a huge head and 3 glowing red eyes arranged in a triangle. It was like it was trying to show me something. Grandpa's health has declined, and he's got severe dementia now, so this dream hit me hard. In 2017, I had a dream where an actual demon crawled out of me. It was climbing the walls, tearing apart my house. It was furious, evil, and filled with rage. I could feel it wanting to rip me apart. That demon has shown up a few more times since then, always showing me awful, terrifying things. Visions of death, burning, and torture involving my wife and daughters. It's more than anyone should have to witness, especially a dad, and it happens 2 or 3 times a month. And now, 2 days ago, it went too far. Sometimes I sleep on the couch because my daughters, who are around 3 and 4, might sneak into bed and hog the covers with their mom. So I just say forget it and crash on the big couch. That night, I dreamed of this tall, skinny shadow figure. It held me down and beat me mercilessly, choking me, scratching me. I could feel all its hate and rage. When I woke up, I was trapped, barely able to breathe, unable to move or exhale. I swear I could still feel it in the room, smell it even. It was real. I got up and went outside to smoke half a joint. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. I tried to tell myself it was just a nightmare, but the demon came back, this time torturing my family. I kept hearing the name Tom echoed in this diabolical laughter as I watched everything unfold. Then it turned back to me, and I jolted awake, terrified. And now, just 2 days later, out of nowhere, my wife sat me down and asked for a divorce. No warning, no build-up, just out of the blue. It feels like everything is unraveling, and honestly, I'm about done with all this nightmare nonsense. It's 1:30 a.m. here in Texas, and here I am, a 35-year-old Navy veteran, terrified to go back to sleep. Am I losing my mind? Or is this stuff actually happening? I don't know what to think anymore. All I know is that if you've ever felt like something's lurking just beyond the edge of your dreams, you're not alone. And sometimes, the scariest things aren't in the dark. They're inside our own minds, refusing to let us rest. I was 18 when this happened, and honestly, I still don't know exactly what we encountered. One night, I went ghost hunting with 3 friends. I'd done it a few times before, so I wasn't completely new to it, but I definitely wasn't an expert. My friend Rowan was the serious investigator of the group. He owned a spirit box, a thermal camera, audio recorders, all of it. Our other 2 friends, Kayla and Devin, had never been ghost hunting before. The group was split pretty evenly. 2 of us believed in the paranormal, and the other 2 were skeptical. Kayla suggested an old cemetery a few minutes from her house. We lived in southern Utah, near several historic settlements and native lands, so the whole area already carried a lot of history. When we arrived, Rowan and I set up the equipment while everyone else looked around. We eventually settled near the oldest section of the cemetery, where the headstones were worn and uneven. Kayla volunteered to try the Estes method. For anyone unfamiliar with it, she wore noise-blocking headphones connected to the spirit box and called out whatever words she heard, while the rest of us asked questions she couldn't hear. Nothing dramatic happened at first. Kayla said she felt something touch her arm a few times, and we received a handful of vague answers, but nothing that felt undeniable. Rowan noticed several cold spots near the back of the cemetery, though, so we decided to investigate that area next. Before we moved, Devin started joking about skinwalkers. Because of my native background, I immediately asked him to stop. I told him that I didn't want to treat native beliefs or traditions like a ghost story punchline. He apologized, and we dropped the subject. At least, I thought we did. The back of the cemetery was quieter. There were fewer graves, more trees, and an old historical home nearby. Devin put on the headphones for the Estes method while Rowan tested his thermal camera. Kayla held the flashlight, and I asked most of the questions. The responses Devin repeated were disturbing, but they didn't form a clear conversation. Shoot. Death. Kill. Then, every few minutes, Devin would say one word. Skin. The first couple of times, we ignored it. Spirit boxes produce plenty of random sounds, so we tried not to force meaning onto anything. But he kept saying it. Skin. 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 He must have repeated it 6 or 7 times. The other messages were strangely contradictory. One moment, Devin would say, "Run," or "Go away." A few minutes later, he would say, "Stay." Then, "Stay here." At one point, he suddenly said, "Behind." I asked, "Behind who? Behind Devin?" He answered, "To the left." We all turned, but there was nothing there. After that, the words became scattered again. More references to death. More talk about shooting. I was leaning against a tree when Devin said, "Skin," one more time. I was already nervous, so I looked at Kayla and tried to laugh it off. I really hope I'm not connecting the dots I think I'm connecting. The spirit box immediately gave Devin another word. Yes. It was so clear that my stomach dropped. I moved closer to Kayla. Neither of us said much after that. About a minute later, Rowan pointed his thermal camera toward the trees on our right. Then a branch snapped directly in front of us. It didn't sound like something falling. It sounded like a foot stepping down on a dry twig. The 3 of us reacted instantly. We pulled Devin's headphones off, grabbed whatever equipment we could carry, and ran back toward the parking lot. Once we reached the cars, Rowan began cleansing everyone with sage. That was when Devin looked at me and said something that made the whole situation worse. Every time I said skin, I was hearing the full word, skinwalker. I just didn't say it because you told me not to. Kayla and I stared at each other. Neither of us felt like joking anymore. We packed everything and left. I drove everyone home, dropping Rowan off last because he lived in the next town. During the drive, Kayla messaged us. She had been researching the nearby historical site and discovered that the area had a long and complicated history involving Native communities. That made me feel even worse. I started wondering whether we had entered a place we didn't understand and disturbed something we had no business disturbing. Rowan and I talked about it during the drive, trying to sound calm. We were both nervous, but we kept telling ourselves that fear could make ordinary things feel meaningful. After I dropped him off, I drove home alone. I had quiet piano music playing in the car. The road was nearly empty. Then I heard a voice. It came from directly behind me, close to my left ear. I couldn't understand what it said, but it was unmistakably a voice. I screamed so loudly that I almost swerved. There was nobody in the back seat. My music didn't have vocals. My phone wasn't playing anything else. I immediately called Rowan and kept him on the phone until I reached another friend's house. I stayed there until sunrise because I couldn't bring myself to be alone. For the next few days, I barely slept. I stayed with friends whenever possible and avoided being alone at night. Then my stepmother saw something outside my room. She's deeply religious and has experienced things she considers paranormal, although she doesn't describe herself as psychic. She told me that around 11 one night, she walked downstairs and looked toward the hallway leading to my bedroom. Something was standing outside my door. She said it didn't enter. It was simply waiting. That terrified me because I had already felt watched. Until then, I could tell myself it was anxiety, exhaustion, or my imagination. Hearing that someone else had noticed something made it harder to dismiss. My friends began having experiences too. Rowan had dealt with strange activity in his house before, but soon after the cemetery visit, he sent me a video of repeated knocking on his bedroom door when nobody was outside. Kayla started cleansing her room constantly. A few days later, she told me she saw a tall figure enter her room and disappear. Since that night, all of us have felt uneasy in different ways. For me, nighttime is the worst. I feel a heavy sense of dread, especially when I leave my room. I know fear can feed itself, and I know that once you expect something frightening, every sound starts to feel significant. Still, the feeling has been difficult to shake. I've cleansed my room, burned cedar, prayed, and placed a picture of Jesus near my door. Whether those things are protecting me spiritually or simply helping me feel safer, I'm grateful for the comfort. The hardest part is knowing that we chose to go there. We understood that ghost hunting could frighten us or make us feel like we had brought something home. We went anyway. We treated a place with real history and real human remains like an experiment. Now I can't stop wondering whether something followed us, or whether fear followed us and took on a life of its own. I've researched skinwalker stories, but I also know those traditions are often misunderstood and sensationalized by outsiders. I don't want to claim that's what this was, especially when I have no real proof. Maybe it was a spirit trying to scare us. Maybe the spirit box created random words that our minds connected into a story. Maybe all four of us frightened one another so badly that every strange event afterward felt related. Or maybe we encountered something we still don't understand. Whatever it was, I don't plan on returning to that cemetery. And I definitely won't be treating places like that as entertainment again. I've been carrying this story around for a long time, mostly because I don't get many chances to talk about it. It still feels strange saying it out loud, but I need to get it off my chest. When I was growing up in foster care, I lived on a reserve in northern Ontario. I was there from the time I was about 4 until I was 14. The household was very traditional, and there were a lot of teachings, stories, and belongings that had been passed down through the family. Paranormal experiences were almost normal to me back then. My family had a name for certain spirits. They called them the little people. There was also another presence that seemed especially interested in my foster father and me. We called it the Shadow Man. I know that's a common name, but it was the only description that really fit. It never spoke or approached us. It would just stand somewhere nearby, watching. There were also 2 spirits that seemed to play harmless tricks on me. Sometimes I would wake up and find my blanket underneath the bed, inside the closet, or lying in a heap across the floor. They never made me feel threatened. As strange as it sounds, I usually felt safe around them. One summer afternoon, when I was around 12, my foster parents had gone out and I was home with my younger brother. I was walking down the hallway while playing a game on my handheld console. As I passed my bedroom, I glanced inside. There was a girl kneeling on my bed. She had very long black hair and wore an old-fashioned white dress with little fringes around the sleeves and hem. Her back was facing me, and she was slowly pushing one of my toy trucks across the blankets. The strangest part is that I didn't react immediately. I was distracted by the game, and for a second, my mind treated the sight as completely ordinary. Then I walked into my brother's room and saw him sitting alone on his bed, playing his own game. That was when it hit me. I looked at him and shouted, "There's somebody in my room!" We ran back, but the girl was gone. Nobody was under the bed, inside the closet, or anywhere else in the room. My brother and I climbed onto his bed and sat close together, staring into the hallway. We kept watching the walls, waiting to see a shadow move past the doorway. Nothing else happened that day. When my foster parents came home, I told them what I had seen. My foster mother didn't seem overly concerned, but my foster father took it seriously. He went outside and left tobacco and berries as an offering for the girl. The Shadow Man was different. Even talking about him now makes me uneasy. I only saw him clearly once. I was somewhere between 11 and 13 at the time. He was impossibly tall, almost as tall as the ceiling. His arms and legs were long and thin, and I could make out the shape of his fingers. His entire body was dark. There were no eyes, no mouth, and no features on his face. One night, I had a nightmare that something was chasing me. I woke up suddenly and looked toward the hallway. Just beyond the edge of my bedroom door, the Shadow Man was standing there. He was completely still, facing me. It felt as though we stared at each other for 10 seconds, but it was probably only 1. I screamed for help, pulled the blanket over my head, and curled up underneath it. A moment later, my foster father rushed into the room and reached for me. I jumped because I was so frightened, but he held me and told me I was safe. After I explained what I had seen, he smudged the entire house. When I eventually moved away to the city, the experiences mostly stopped. As I got older, I started wondering whether the Shadow Man might have been sleep paralysis, especially because I had just woken up from a nightmare. But that explanation doesn't account for everything. A year or so ago, I suddenly remembered something I had nearly forgotten. There had been 3 or 4 old graves near an abandoned house, not very far from where we lived. I never asked my foster parents who was buried there or what had happened to the house. I'm not particularly spiritual or religious anymore, so I struggle to explain these memories. Maybe some of them have ordinary explanations. Maybe my mind filled in details because I was young. But I still don't know how to explain the girl kneeling on my bed, quietly playing with my toy. I have many more stories from that time. I just wanted to finally share this one and find out whether anyone else has experienced something similar. want to share some experiences that really shook me. Things that at first I might have tried to explain away, but over time, they convinced me there's more to this world than we usually see. So, let's start from the beginning. Back in the fall of 2011, I had my first paranormal experience at a place called Four Ball Cemetery, about 20 miles out from Omaha, Nebraska. I'd never been there, but my buddy, let's call him Jake, had told me plenty of stories about it. We were sitting in an IHOP around midnight, maybe closer to 1 a.m., just hanging out, and Jake brought up the cemetery again. Tales of scratches, bruises, people being shoved, even a girl we both knew who reportedly had her eyes turned pitch black. He said some folks heard a voice, telling them to get out. I was always curious about the paranormal, but kept a healthy skepticism. Didn't fully believe Jake, but I was intrigued. So Jake asks if I want to check it out. I agree, we finish our meal and head out. Now the drive there was something out of a horror movie. The road winds deep into nowhere, dark and deserted. To get there, you have to turn your headlights off when you hit the turnoff. The caretaker wasn't fond of visitors, and apparently he had a shotgun and a fierce dog roaming the property. No trespassing signs were everywhere, glaring in the moonlight. It's a one-way in, one-way out kind of place. We come to a fork and take the left into a patch of woods. The trees arch overhead, forming a tunnel of shadows. It's eerie, the kind of place that makes your stomach twist. Then, suddenly, you break out of the tree tunnel and the cemetery appears. A gravel loop, silent and still. The gate was hanging open that night, but sometimes it's chained shut. Jake parks and I freeze. I really don't want to get out of the car. We trade some banter. I tell him I'm scared. He gets fed up and jokes, "I've got a gun, I'll shoot the ghost." He insists I get out, so I do, gripping his hand tightly, refusing to let go. We step into the darkness. It's not pitch black, but the silhouettes of trees and weathered headstones loom around us. Every sound seems amplified. The crunch of gravel underfoot, the rustle of leaves in the cold wind. The air feels heavy. I'm tense, heart pounding. Jake knows his way, so I follow, my fingers entwined in his. Suddenly, the darkness deepens. Not just night falling, but a thick, oppressive blackness, like the world around us is being swallowed. I stop. I can't see anything. Not a shape, not a shadow. I wave my hand in front of my face, but it's like staring into an endless void. I wonder if my eyes are just adjusting, but nothing changes. Then, gradually, the shapes return. Trees and stones silhouetted against the night. Then, out in the woods opposite the house on the property, I see something. Two glowing orbs, one warm orange, the other a cool blue. They drift silently among the trees, weaving and gliding like spirits dancing through the branches. They don't look like flashlights, but I try to convince myself they might be. Then things get weirder. These orbs never disappear. Instead, they instantly shift positions. One moment, the orange orb is here. The next, it's over there, far closer, then farther again. Always visible, always moving smoothly, no interruption. No noise accompanies them, no footsteps, no whispers, just eerie silence. If it were a person, surely there'd be some sound, but there wasn't. This went on for a while before they vanished completely. Shortly after, a dog barked somewhere deep in the woods. It startled us, and we left quickly, adrenaline rushing through every vein. Now, shifting gears a bit, when I was 7, I had my first brush with the unexplainable, back when I lived in Germany. I was in my room and saw a figure. My mind has since blurred the details, but the fear was raw and overwhelming. I fell to the floor, tried to scream, but no sound came out. It was pure terror. By 12, I started hearing footsteps and glimpsing shadows. I was fascinated by the paranormal, so maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. But then, at 13, things worsened. I had a puppy, and one night he stared into the darkness, filled with the same fear I'd felt. It upset me. I hated seeing him scared. After those nights, he'd jump at the slightest movement, especially black shapes or objects. Sleeping became a struggle. 8th grade was rough. I became a perfect target for something dark. I felt it everywhere, taps on my skin, my name whispered in the dark. I tried to ignore it, knowing fear only fed it. Home alone all day, with my mom working late, I'd see shadow figures watching me sleep. I'd turn on the hallway light and close my bedroom door, but shadows still crept. Small feet at the door's bottom, a large figure looming at the top. The closet scared me most. I'd open the bathroom door to block it, but the figure would peer over the door, watching me. I'd roll over and try to convince myself I wasn't scared, but it fed on my depression, not my fear. At 14, after moving again, military brat life, I could tell the spirits followed me. The taps, the voices persisted. My depression was at its worst. No friends, just shadows drifting the halls. One night, alone, my dog too scared to be in my room, I felt a pull on my leg. Frozen, I screamed at whatever it was to leave me, leave my dog alone. Sometimes it'd ease up, only to worsen again. I drew protection symbols on myself. Just before turning 16, I sought help in a psych ward. With treatment, I got happier, and the entity's grip loosened. Approaching 17, I'm safe. The taps and voices are gone. I believe my happiness gave the spirit no reason to stay. All right, now for something that shook my beliefs even more. My grandma's attic. Her house has an attic spanning the whole top floor, stuffed with old stuff. Tools, firewood, childhood toys. There's a little chair and table I like to bring out to the balcony to smoke. Sometimes I'm too lazy and just smoke inside, looking at the clutter. One day, I stepped onto the first stair and felt immediate fight or flight. No reason, middle of the day, been up there 1,000 times. Chills ran down my spine, heart pounding. I paused at the top, scanning the attic, waiting for courage. As I moved toward the table, a thought flickered. What if a demon's watching me? I laughed it off, daring it to show itself. Right then, I heard a loud shuffle, like a foot dragging. I froze, eyes fixed on the spot, expecting a rat or something. Just when I thought it was over, a distorted piano chord played, the kind of haunting, twisted sound in horror movies. I didn't wait. I ran downstairs, trying to play it cool. Mom heard the piano, thought I was fooling with old toys. I went along with it, not ready to admit I thought a demon was there. Later, I went back up determined to find the piano. I found a bag of toys, pulled out a cheap toy piano. No batteries inside. Put some in, tried playing. No sound. Didn't ease my mind. Weeks later, I rationalized. Maybe the sound was a final electronic breath, a glitch, or my own footsteps misheard. But how did the piano play loudly with no batteries? I posted online for explanations but never found one. Then, just recently, after weeks of construction work and many trips upstairs, I went for a late-night smoke. Stepping on the first stair, that same dread hit me. But this time, I pushed through, sat down, lit my cigarette, and started a monologue out loud, telling any spirit to try me. As soon as I said "try me," a sack of dry sticks moved across the floor, making a loud scraping noise defying physics. I stared, heart pounding, and checked. No rats, no wind, nothing could have moved it. I told it out loud to stop, then started up the stairs. Before leaving, I stared back at the sack to show dominance. It moved again, just a bit this time. Shaking, I left, adrenaline rushing. I'm sitting here now, writing this, a little spooked but determined. I'm no longer a skeptic about ghosts. Something's definitely there. Finally, a story from a friend about their ranch-style home. The woman who owned it before died in a car crash, and since they've lived there, strange things have happened. A mysterious perfume scent drifts through the guest rooms, even after remodeling. Both their mother and father-in-law spent their last days in that room, and since then, shadows flicker, figures pass by. One day, home alone, my friend heard someone talking down the hall, clear as day. When they looked, the voice stopped. No intruders were found. All windows were closed. No devices playing audio. It was as if the house itself spoke. I don't know about you, but these stories make me think that the veil between worlds is thinner than we believe. There's fear, yes, but also wonder. And sometimes, all you can do is hold on tight, face the darkness, and keep moving forward. Hey, so I want to share this story with you. Something that happened to me about 8 years ago when we moved into a new house. Now, I know a lot of people talk about that uneasy feeling you get when you have to walk through a part of a building that just never feels right. Like every eye is on you, even if you're all alone, no matter the time of day. It's that kind of creeping sensation that never really goes away, no matter how many times you pass through. I've felt that before, but honestly, not once in this new house. It felt normal, even welcoming. But there was this one small moment during the move that just stuck with me, and it left me with more questions than answers. It was around the third day of us moving from a town a couple of hours away to this new place. There were just 4 of us in the family, but my aunt and uncle were over helping out. I was only 9 years old at the time, so really, I just wanted to play and not worry about all the heavy stuff moving brings. So my aunt and uncle were outside with my mom, busy with something in the front yard. My older brother was near me, just hanging around the doorway, right beside me. It was just a typical moving day. Boxes everywhere, the usual chaos. Then out of nowhere, I glanced down the hallway. And that's when I saw it. Someone peeking their head around the corner of what would be my parents' bedroom. Now, the way they were peeking was oddly familiar. It was the kind of cautious glance you give when you're playing hide and seek, just enough of your head showing so you can see without being seen. But there's the weird part. When I looked at the face, I couldn't make out any real features. It was like looking at a blurry photo, like someone had smeared it. There was definitely a face there, but no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a fuzzy outline. And it was right next to the closet in that bedroom. As a kid, I wasn't really thinking about what was possible or not. But even now, all these years later, I can't explain it. The distance down the hallway wasn't that far, maybe 25 feet. And if it had been a real person, I would have been able to tell who it was. I thought at the time it might have been my dad, just joking around. But now, I'm not so sure. I don't even remember if I went to check or not. I think maybe I didn't because I didn't want to spoil the mystery. I only looked back once the face disappeared, and I asked my brother, "Hey, did you see who was doing that?" But he was busy looking somewhere else and didn't really notice. He just said, "What are you talking about?" I told him, "I think Dad was hiding." He laughed, probably thinking I was joking. I insisted, "No, seriously, I just saw him in there, hiding from us." But he didn't really care. I had this strange feeling like maybe Dad was hiding something he didn't want us to know. He did have a handgun, so maybe that had something to do with it. Then, just as I was about to shrug it off, I heard footsteps. My aunt and mom coming back, then my uncle, and finally, my dad. And that's when it hit me. There was no way my dad could have been at the bedroom doorway and then all the way to the back door, visible from where I was standing, in less than a minute. It just didn't add up. That's when I realized the face I saw wasn't any of my family. It was something else. The house itself never gave me any bad vibes, and we had a good life there, but this moment always puzzled me. The only other thing I can think of is the house we moved from. The previous tenant there had actually passed away in my parents' bedroom, although they never told us until after we moved out. I remember my mom once telling me a story from that old house. She was blow-drying her hair after putting me to sleep in the crib, and when she came out, she found me at the foot of the bed, just inches away, still asleep. I was only a few months old then, so I have no memory of it. But my mom was terrified because I hadn't cried or made a sound getting out of the crib. She said it scared her enough that she started watching us more closely. My brother was only about 18 months older than me then, so it wasn't like he moved me. And if the older tenant's spirit was still there, we never felt threatened or anything. Maybe, just maybe, that lady was watching over us, making sure we were okay in the new house. Because if it wasn't my dad, and it wasn't my family, who was it? How could someone be standing by the closet and then be at the back door in less than a minute without being seen? I've thought about it a lot over the years. The one thing that makes me think it was paranormal is the face itself, so featureless and blurry. I should have been able to see something at that distance, with my eyesight being good and all. And as far as I know, there's no weird history associated with that house. So yeah, that's my story. It's one of those moments that sticks with you, one event you can't really explain but never forget. Has anything like that ever happened to you? I'd love to hear if you have a story like this, something that just doesn't make sense but feels real all the same. Hey, so I want to tell you about two really intense experiences I had a few years back. Both still give me chills when I think about them, and I promise, they're worth hearing all the way through. So settle in, because I'm going to take you through every moment like I lived it again just now. Let me start with the first one. It happened at my sister's place. She lived in this huge old house she rented mostly to herself, and it was kind of a labyrinth. 3 stories tall, 5 bedrooms sprawling around, and only 2 bathrooms. At that time, she was the only one living there, so the other rooms were just empty, echoing with silence. Her bedroom was on the ground floor, right next to the kitchen, a little sanctuary in that big house. One night, I was crashing there with her. She had already gone to bed a couple of hours before, and I was wide awake, fighting off this stubborn insomnia. So I found myself in the kitchen, pacing back and forth, talking on the phone with a friend. It was around 3 a.m., the kind of hour when the world feels asleep, but your mind is buzzing. As I was chatting away, suddenly, I got this awful, overwhelming feeling. Like someone or something was watching me. But it wasn't a person. No, this presence felt heavy and cold, something dark lurking just out of sight. It didn't want me there. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, maybe the quiet playing tricks on me. I kept talking for a few more minutes, but you know that creeping dread that settles in your bones? It grew and grew until I couldn't ignore it anymore. I told my friend I was heading to bed, and I hung up, heart pounding. I slipped into my sister's room, remembering she always told me to lock the door behind me, even if no one else was home. It was a simple lock, just a twist, but it felt like locking out the whole world. I did it without hesitation, then grabbed my blanket and lay down on the floor. The floor, not the bed. Something about it felt safer that night. I had barely settled when I heard it. The unmistakable click of the lock turning, the door creaking slowly open. That feeling of dread slammed back into me, heavier than before. My breath caught in my throat. I must have sat frozen for a full minute, maybe more, before I dared to turn my head. The door was wide open, just like that, standing there as if inviting whatever was out there inside. I stared at the dark doorway, unable to see anything, but feeling the weight of those unseen eyes on me. I was paralyzed. terrified beyond words. Finally, I managed to stretch out my hand and shake my sister awake. She sat up, groggy but alert, and came over to shut and lock the door again. I couldn't move. Fear had me completely still. I remember feeling so small and vulnerable, like the shadows around me had come alive. That night left a mark on me. Even now, when I think about that silent watcher, it sends a shiver down my spine. Alright, now on to the second story. This one's about a caving trip that went way off the beaten path. So, I'd been curious about caving for a while. I lived near a region dotted with caves and a tight-knit community of explorers. I wasn't ready to splurge on fancy climbing gear yet, just wanted to dip my toes in, starting with easy, safe caves. One day, I was chatting online with some caving folks, trying to organize a trip when this guy, Gary, messaged me. Gary was well known around my small town, a genuinely good guy, and he invited me to join his friends for a walk in a hidden cave nearby. It sounded perfect. Low pressure, no crazy climbs. He warned me the entrance was a bit of a hike into the woods and to bring plenty of supplies. The next weekend, I met up with Gary and his group, Ross, Jill, and Brad. Their faces were familiar, the kind you recognize but can't always place. Small towns do that to you. We shook hands, and within minutes of trekking into the forest, it felt like catching up with old friends. Curious, I asked Gary, "So, does this super secret cave have a name?" He chuckled. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. It's part of the old Filler mine." That name rang a bell. Filler, like Old Man Filler who lived just outside town, the eccentric guy everyone whispered about. I put two and two together and asked, "You mean the Filler family? The ones people think are kind of nuts?" Gary smiled. "Be nice now. He's harmless, just a bit odd." But yeah, his family owned the mine before it shut down. I realized I might be the only one clueless about this hidden piece of local history. We pushed deeper into the woods, the crunch of leaves underfoot mixing with the occasional bird call. The air grew cooler, damper as we neared the cave entrance, half hidden behind a curtain of vines. As we stepped inside, the world outside melted away. The walls were rough and jagged, the silence thick except for the drip of water echoing softly somewhere deep within. I felt a thrill mixed with unease. This was real, raw earth, untouched and mysterious. We explored cautiously, our flashlights cutting through the darkness like blades. Every shadow seemed to twitch just beyond the light, every sound amplified in the quiet. The deeper we went, the more the atmosphere changed. A heavy stillness that pressed on my chest. At one point, Jill whispered about strange markings on the walls, faded symbols that looked almost ritualistic. My heart hammered louder then, the eerie vibe settling in. We all felt it, like the mine held secrets it didn't want us to uncover. By the time we turned back, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I left that day with a new respect for the underground world and a lingering sense of unease about what we'd stumbled upon in the Filler mine. Both experiences taught me a lot about fear, how it can grip you, freeze you, and yet how facing it brings a strange kind of strength. Thanks for listening to my stories. I hope you never have to feel that kind of dread, but if you do, remember you're not alone. You know, I remember that day so clearly, even now when I try to push it out of my mind. I was standing there, watching Ellie pace back and forth, looking like she was about to be sick any second. The tension in the air was thick, almost choking. Outside that old tunnel, the forest was so peaceful. Birds chirping softly, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. It was as if nothing strange had ever happened there. You'd never guess that beneath your feet, hidden in the dark, there was a dead man lying in wait to be found. It was surreal. I must have lost track of time because before I knew it, Ross and Tilly came back up from the mine. But Gary was nowhere to be seen. Ross looked paler than when we first found the body, like all the color had drained out of him. Tilly's face was a mask of confusion, her eyes searching for answers that weren't coming. "They're gone," Ross said, his voice barely above a whisper, choking on the words. I blinked, trying to make sense of it all. "What do you mean, gone?" I asked, my own voice rough and hoarse from the fear and exhaustion. Ross took a shaky breath and explained that when they got to the dead-end part of the mine, they found Gary's pack spilled across the ground. But there was no sign of Gary himself, and no sign of the old man, Mr. Filler. It was impossible. We all knew they couldn't have gone any further inside. The tunnel was blocked, and the only exit was the one Ellie and I had been watching the entire time. The next few hours were a whirlwind of confusion. The sheriff didn't believe us. He thought it was some kind of prank, or maybe even a cover-up. Tilly was convinced something supernatural was at play, but the sheriff just looked at us like we were crazy. He suspected maybe we'd done something to Gary and were trying to hide it with this wild story. He wanted to take us in, but had nothing concrete to hold us on. So, after a lot of back and forth, we were released to go home, but warned not to leave town until the situation was resolved. I remember walking back, my legs heavy, my mind racing but utterly exhausted. When I got home, I was so drained I kicked off my boots and just collapsed onto my bed. I didn't move for what felt like forever. 10 hours of sleep, only waking up because my arm was itching fiercely. The next day, the news about Gary's disappearance had spread through town like wildfire. Everyone was talking about it, whispering behind closed doors. I wanted to go out and search for him, to help in any way I could. But the moment I got home from the cave, a terrible flu gripped me. My body shook with chills no matter how many layers I piled on. And even though I could eat, it felt like my stomach was an empty pit, never quite full. For days, I was trapped in that feverish, weak state, unable to do anything but lie there and shiver. Finally, when I felt a little stronger, I decided to take a long, hot shower. Rubbing my arms, trying to wash away the sickness, my fingers brushed against something strange, a bump on my left forearm. I held it up to the light and saw a pale, fleshy mass that made my stomach churn. I almost fainted right then and there. I knew I shouldn't, but I poked at it, trying to figure out if it was hard or soft. That's when I saw it. My skin parted slightly, and a mushroom cap started to sprout through. I gagged, a wave of nausea crashing over me as the hot water ran down my skin. Panic surged through me, and I started pulling at it, yanking the mushroom out of my arm and tossing it aside. But it wasn't just one. Feverish and delirious, I dug into my skin, pulling out clusters of mushrooms as blood began to pour, mixing with the steaming water. Time lost meaning. I kept going, desperate to get it all out. My vision blurred, a prickling sensation crawling over me, and before I knew it, darkness swallowed me whole. I lived alone, so there was no one to check on me. When I woke up, I was hot and disoriented. The memory of those mushrooms on my arm made me scream in terror. I tore back to the shower and looked at my arm. No bumps, no mushroom caps. Just a strange scar I didn't recognize. Still weak and trembling, I checked over my entire body several times, my heart pounding. But the fever didn't break. My joints ached, and chills racked me night after night. One night, I woke with the moonlight spilling across my room. I wanted nothing more than to pull the blankets over my head, to shut the world out. But my body moved on its own. Slowly, I found myself drawn to the window, an urge so strong and strange I couldn't resist. And there he was, Gary, standing outside, bathed in silver moonlight. Glittering mushrooms grew from one side of his face, shimmering eerily in the dark. His sandy hair fluttered in the wind, his expression unreadable. One eye was white and blind, The other still held a faint, ghostly blue. He was looking right at me, silently beckoning me to come outside. I felt it deep inside me, this burning, restless heat flowing through my blood. It felt wrong, thicker somehow, like something else was moving through my veins. I stood there, frozen, staring at someone I once called a friend, caught between the desire to follow him into the night and the desperate need to stay safe. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, as the moon slowly crossed the sky. The next thing I remember was waking up in my bed, gasping for breath, heart pounding. I looked around, everything normal, just as it had been before. Weakly, I went to the window, expecting to see Gary still standing there. But there was no sign of him, no footprints on the grass, nothing. I wanted so badly to believe it had all been a fever dream, a trick of my guilt for leaving him behind. Maybe my illness was just guilt, and the strange itching was something else entirely. But the dreams haven't stopped. Night after night, I see Gary waiting outside my window. I don't get out of bed, but I know he's there. I can feel his presence in the silence, hear the soft whispers of thousands of voices calling to me, begging me to go outside, to return to the mine. I don't know how long I have before I give in to those voices, to the scratching inside my blood. One day, I fear, I will follow them back into that darkness, back into the filler mine. I regret ever stepping foot inside that cursed place. So if you ever find yourself near an old, forgotten cave, please be careful. Learn everything you can about it. And if you ever come across the filler mine, don't go in. And if you do, if you hear those whispers, if you see shadows moving, please find us. Because once you enter, you may never come back the same. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me, something that still haunts me to this day. It's about a night when I encountered something unexplainable, and it's been etched in my memory ever since. So, I work way out in the middle of nowhere. Picture this, a massive empty field, fields of corn stretching far, a highway nearby, and just a couple of factories, a trucking company, and a place renting farming equipment. That's it. Nothing else for miles around. The field is wild and overgrown, and I always wondered why they didn't just turn it into a cornfield. It just seems wasted, you know? My job is at a huge factory, which is why it's out there, tucked away in this lonely spot. To get there, I have to drive down this road that takes about 5 minutes, passing right by that open field. People tend to speed on that road, even though it's riddled with potholes and patches that need fixing. You'd think after years of driving it, I'd know where all the bumps are, but nope, I still hit them sometimes. One night, it was pitch black as I drove down that road. I made the rookie mistake of lifting my coffee cup from the holder to take a sip just as I hit a bump. Coffee spilled all over my lap, warm and sticky. I muttered, "Oh, perfect," as I slowed down to clean myself up. It was just factory work. I didn't care about appearances that night. I stopped the car at the end of the road, where you can only turn left, towards the factories and buildings, or right, which leads straight into that endless, wild field. In front of me were these big concrete blocks meant to keep cars from driving off the road, but there was a narrow gap where a small car could slip through. As I gathered myself, trying to clean up the spill, I tried starting the car again. Nothing. The headlights stayed on, but the engine refused to turn over. Confused, I tried again, pressing the ignition harder, but still no luck. This car had never given me trouble. No warning lights, no strange noises. The radio was still on, crackling with static, which was normal because this place is a dead zone for signals. My phone always lost connection out here too, so I wasn't surprised when my calls and messages wouldn't get through until I was closer to the highway. Then, a burst of static from the radio made me jump. I turned it off and tried the ignition a third time, but still, nothing. Now here's when things took a turn for the terrifying. I looked up, and just beyond my headlights, in the field, a thick mist had settled. It was strange, almost unnatural. And from that mist, a figure began to rise. At first, I thought maybe it was someone walking their dog or some late-night wanderer. But no. This figure was pale, glowing faintly white, with long white hair and dressed in white from head to toe. It stood there, slowly emerging from the fog, motionless. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe someone was out there, but I couldn't see them clearly. Then, more shapes began to rise from the mist. More white, ghostly figures, flickering like flames in the dark. My heart pounded. I reached for the car door handle, intending to bolt and run for the factories, to get help, to get away from whatever this was. But the door, it wouldn't open. I tried the handle over and over, lifting it with all my strength, but it was stuck fast. I tried the lock and unlock buttons. Nothing. The windows wouldn't budge either. My breath caught in my throat. The car's electronics were acting crazy, completely unresponsive. The radio suddenly burst back to life with a loud crackle, making me jump again. I knocked over the rest of my coffee, now cold and sticky on the seat, and dove back into the driver's seat, heart racing. Through the static, I could hear music, a song, but the words were lost, muffled, and the language unknown. It was haunting, eerie, and I couldn't understand a thing. And then, I saw one of those white figures close to my car. It was drifting silently through the mist, hair covering its face, moving forward with no feet touching the ground, like it floated just above the earth. More figures appeared behind it, all moving toward me, silent and steady. I was trapped, alone, in my car, with this growing mob of ghostly beings slowly closing in. I grabbed my phone, desperate to take a picture, to capture proof in case I didn't make it out alive. But every photo I took was pitch black, nothing but empty darkness. Panic surged through me. I decided to break a window and get out. I grabbed the jacket from the back seat, wrapped it around my fist, and slammed it against the window. Pain shot up my arm and into my jaw, but the glass didn't even crack. I tried again and again, each blow harder than the last, but the window was unyielding, like some invisible force was protecting it. My arm throbbed, and the cold sweat ran down my back as I sat back, exhausted and terrified, surrounded by those pale, flickering figures. I stopped fighting for a moment to catch my breath. My arm hurt too much to keep going, and even if I got out, where would I run? Those figures were everywhere, standing in the field and slowly advancing down the road toward the factories. Through the fog, I squinted, searching for the lights of the buildings or the highway, but all I saw was the thick mist. Then, the radio static grew louder and louder. I could barely make out words, jumbled and broken, but one phrase kept repeating, chilling me to my core. Join us. Join us. Join us. I looked up just in time to see one of the figures right beside my passenger window. It bent down, its face still hidden by long white hair, and peered inside. My blood ran cold. Then the impossible happened. Its hand pushed through the solid window, the image rippling like water as it forced its way inside. It was slow, deliberate, as if the window was resisting. I barely had time to react before it shoved its arm through, then its head, bracing itself against the inside of the door, trying to get its whole body through. I was frozen in terror, unable to move or scream. Before I could even process what was happening, I realized another figure was at the driver's side window. I hadn't noticed it until it was too late. Icy cold hands grabbed at me, burning through my uniform with a chill that felt like fire. I screamed until my voice gave out. It pulled at me, trying to wrench something from inside my body. I felt a white mist, like a part of my soul, being pulled toward it, freezing my muscles, sapping my strength. I struggled with every ounce of willpower, knowing that if it succeeded, it would be the end. Then, just as I was about to give in, everything snapped forward with a deafening crunching and twisting sound. My car lurched forward, spinning out of control. I blacked out from the impact of something hitting my vehicle from behind. When I came to, my head was spinning, pain radiating through my body. I heard a coworker yelling at me through a shattered window. Blood dripped down my face, and I could barely keep my eyes open. Looking around, the mist was gone. No white figures, no ghostly apparitions. The police and paramedics were there soon after. My coworker told them he was driving at highway speeds down the bumpy road and slammed into my car, trying to save me. They couldn't explain why my car's airbags hadn't deployed, or why I was stopped on the road in the first place. I lied about what happened. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone the truth. Who would believe me? Now I'm recovering from broken bones and bruises. My coworker feels terrible, but I told him to just drive slower on dark roads from now on. As for those white figures in the field, I don't know what they were or why they stopped me that night. And honestly, I don't want to find out. Once I'm back on my feet, I'm applying for a job in the city where the streets are lit and the night is a little less lonely. Thanks for listening. I don't share this story easily, but maybe someone out there understands. And if you do, please be careful out there. Hey, I want to tell you about something really strange that happened while I was staying with some family out in the countryside. So, picture this. We're in this super rural spot, right? The kind of place where the nearest store is hours away, and the stars feel close enough to touch. We got here late on a Friday evening and planned to stay until late Monday. The air is thick with the scent of pine and earth, and at night, the only sounds are the whispers of the wind and the occasional call of a coyote. On the land we have here, about 200 acres or so, my cousin and brother noticed something odd earlier today. They saw a drone following them, just hovering there, almost too close for comfort. Now, that sent a chill down everyone's spine. I mean, it's our private property, and having some drone creeping around feels like a serious invasion of privacy. But we all tried to brush it off, thinking maybe it was just someone from a nearby farm being nosy or bored. Fast forward to Monday, and it's 2:25 in the morning. My parents were outside, just relaxing together on this old swing chair by the house, soaking in the night sounds. You know, the kind of peaceful quiet you get when everything else is asleep. Meanwhile, I was inside with my grandparents, tucked in bed alongside my cousin and two siblings. Out of nowhere, my phone rings at 2 a.m. I was honestly baffled. Who calls at this hour? I picked it up, saw it was my mom, and immediately felt this knot in my stomach. I answered quickly, making sure everything was okay outside because, well, this place isn't exactly free of creepy crawlies. Snakes, coyotes, poisonous insects, you name it. And my mom tends to get scared easily. She sounded worried, her voice low and tense. She said, "Me and Dad just saw something flash right over our heads, really low, and we have no idea what it was." Just hearing that made my heart race. I told my cousin, brother, and sister, and we were all on edge now. It's not every day you hear something like that. We rushed outside, through the stillness of the night, the cool air brushing against our skin, and headed toward the trees near the house. My parents were standing there, looking up at the sky with this mix of fear and confusion. The night was dark, but the stars were scattered like diamonds across the black velvet above us. Then, we started seeing them. Multiple drones or something strange darting through the sky. They were flashing, sometimes coming closer, sometimes drifting farther away. At first we saw one, then another, until we counted up to 5. Some vanished suddenly, like ghosts. We thought, maybe stars? But no. Why would my parents' flashlights be catching reflections from stars? And there was this low, whirring sound, almost mechanical. We decided to take the donkey, this little vehicle, kind of like a golf cart but not quite, out into the field closest to where we saw the lights. We shone a spotlight up where the drone was hovering just above the trees. Suddenly, it started moving toward us. Then, something odd caught my eye. A shape speeding toward the drone, fast and sudden, before it stopped abruptly and fell into the woods. It was so quick. My heart was pounding just watching it. We didn't stick around. We drove back home, but my dad, along with my cousin, siblings, and mom, headed back out to search the skies themselves. My grandma stayed on the porch, waiting anxiously for them to return. I went inside because the bugs were already swarming me, and I really wasn't up for that. But then, strange noises started coming from outside, the kind of noises that make your skin crawl. I heard a sharp yell, and the dog began howling and barking uncontrollably. Then, I overheard my mom telling Grandma that she had just heard my sister scream. Something was wrong with the cows my grandparents keep. After a while, the family came back. They stayed outside, but my sister came inside, tears in her eyes and fear written all over her face. She told me that at first, the cows seemed totally fine. Then, out of nowhere, they started acting strange, restless. And then came the scream. A loud, piercing woman's scream that sliced through the night. And the strange lights? The UFO, as we started calling it, was getting closer, flashing these eerie green and red lights. They didn't hesitate. They drove fast back to the house. Now, here we are, all of us completely baffled and freaked out. What on earth is going on? Why are these things watching us? Why are there so many of them? What are they, really? And is this even legal? I don't know what to think anymore. But one thing's for sure. This night will haunt us for a long time. Hey, thanks for sitting down with me to hear this story. I want you to know right up front, this is something that really happened, at least from my perspective, and I'm sharing it honestly, even if you find it hard to believe. My wife and I have been together for almost 10 years now, and over that time, I've come to realize she has this uncanny connection to a world I can't see or fully understand. It's kind of a family trait. Her mom, her sister, even her niece and nephew have some of this sensitivity, but she's definitely the most in tune out of all of them. For instance, she's seen her mother's spirit in our house. Yeah, we actually live with her dad. And she's encountered other spirits or, well, I guess you could call them creepy, frightening figures. They really spook her. And here's something else. She's even seen my uncle, who passed away back in December 2017, at his house, which is still here in town. Now, let me tell you about the car. At the end of April, we bought a newer vehicle, a 2014 Infiniti JX35, a mid-size SUV. It's got all these gadgets and gizmos, including those blind spot warning lights near the side mirrors. You know, just simple little LEDs that light up when the sensors detect something in your blind spot. I always thought they only picked up other cars or big stuff, maybe not motorcycles or bikes, but I wasn't certain. We live in a small rural town, just outside a city of nearly 1 million people. The town's about a 20-minute drive from the city, and it's out in this really open desert area in the southwest. It's quiet, pretty empty, lots of open space. One night, we were driving off the highway onto this road that leads right into town. It's a 2-lane road with a pretty sharp left bend just after you get off the highway. There's about 5 feet of dirt and sand right off the pavement. I'm guessing that bend has probably caused a few accidents over time, mostly because it's a tricky spot to turn on and off the highway, but it would take some reckless driving to really mess up there. Anyway, as we're going down that road, my wife points out the blind spot light lit up. I hadn't really noticed before, but she tells me it happens quite a bit, like 3 to 5 times a month since we got the car. It had just come up in conversation maybe a month ago, and now I was paying attention. Because the bend is to the left, it's usually the passenger side sensor that lights up, and I don't always see it from the driver's seat. That night, I tried to figure out what triggers it. I drove close to fences, trash bins, lampposts at different speeds, but nothing made the light come on. It only lit up when there was a vehicle nearby, or sometimes seemingly at random. Fast forward to last night. We just bought a house in the city at the end of last month, and we've been working on it almost every night, painting, fixing things up before we move in. Around 9 p.m., we finished painting and taping the walls and trim. The night was clear and cool, which is unusual for this dry, hot part of the country. My wife suggested we open the windows and sunroof and turn off the AC. Again, not our usual thing. So we're driving off our street towards my dad's place to pick up our kids, windows down, the cool night air flowing in. My wife's right hand is resting outside the window. We're in a well-lit area now, near a Pep Boys, Walgreens, and some other stores. Suddenly, she lets out this sharp, startled scream. A shiver runs through her, and she leans her face into my arm, clutching it tightly with both hands. She doesn't want to look anywhere. I'm alarmed because this isn't just a quick scare. It's intense. I ask her if she's okay, what's wrong, but she doesn't answer right away. After about 10 to 15 seconds, she looks back out the window, slowly rolls it up, closes the sunroof, and tells me to close my window too. I do. Then she tells me what happened. While her hand was outside the window, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the blind spot light come on. As she turned her head to look, she suddenly felt something, a gentle touch, like a hand brushing over the top of her arm and hand. She didn't say she saw anything, so I think she didn't get a chance to look after feeling that touch. After we shut the windows and sunroof, she said firmly, "They're not welcome. They need to leave right now." About 5 seconds later, she shivered again and said she felt a sudden coldness that vanished almost immediately. We went to pick up the kids and then went out to dinner with our niece and her aunt, who have been helping us with the house. They drove separately, so it was just the two of us in the car. On the way home, near our current house, the blind spot light came on again. I tried to replicate that moment by driving slowly and close to a light pole on our property, within about 4 feet of the vehicle. But just like before, the sensor didn't light up. So here we are, trying to make sense of this strange, eerie connection between the blind spot sensor and whatever unseen presence my wife feels, sometimes sees, sometimes just senses. And let me tell you, it's not just a little spooky. It's a reminder that there's more going on around us than we realize. And while it makes me uneasy sometimes, I'm grateful to be able to share this with you and to have my wife by my side, watching out for things I can't see. I must have been about 7 years old when this happened. We were living in a small trailer park called Maple Ridge, and our trailer had a strange layout that never made much sense to visitors. When you opened the front door, you stepped directly into my older brother's bedroom. There was no entryway or living room waiting on the other side. To reach the rest of the trailer, you had to walk through his room, pass through a sliding door, and then enter the living room. The kitchen was just beyond that. From there, a narrow hallway led toward the back, where my mother's bedroom and mine were located. One evening, my mother, my brother, and I were watching a movie together in his room. We were stretched out on the floor and across the bed, and somewhere in the middle of the movie, I drifted off. I have no idea how long I was asleep, but when I opened my eyes, I immediately knew something was wrong. The movie had stopped. The television was black. The trailer was almost completely dark. The only light came from a tiny bulb above the kitchen sink. It gave off this weak, yellow glow that barely reached the living room. Everything beyond that looked thick and shadowy. For a few seconds, I just lay there trying to understand what was happening. Then I called for my mother. Nothing. I called for my brother. Still nothing. That silence frightened me more than any noise could have. I sat up slowly and looked through the doorway. From my brother's room, I could see part of the living room, the edge of the kitchen, and the entrance to the hallway at the back of the trailer. The hallway was completely black, and as I stared at it, I felt something. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't see a figure. There wasn't even a shadow moving across the wall. I simply felt that someone was standing down there, watching me. It was such a powerful feeling that every part of my body reacted before my mind could make sense of it. I scrambled backward across the bed until my shoulders were pressed against the wall beneath the window. From there, I could keep my eyes on the hallway. I remember sitting there, barely breathing, waiting for something to step out of the darkness. My heart was beating so hard that it felt painful. I thought about running outside, but the front door used a double-sided lock, and I didn't have the key. There was another door near the back of the trailer, but reaching it meant walking toward that hallway. There was no chance I was doing that. After sitting there for what felt like forever, I suddenly jumped from the bed and ran into the kitchen. I pulled open a drawer and grabbed the first thing my hand touched. It was a dull table knife. I knew it wasn't much, but at 7 years old, it felt like protection. I raced back into my brother's room, climbed onto the bed, and pressed myself against the wall again. I held that knife with both hands and stared into the hallway. The feeling didn't disappear. It seemed to grow stronger. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I became convinced that staying inside was more dangerous than anything waiting outside. The window was directly behind me, so I turned around and started hitting it. I kicked at the glass and struck it with anything I could reach until a section finally shattered. I cleared just enough space to squeeze through, although I barely noticed the sharp edges. Then I climbed out and dropped. The ground was probably 10 or 12 feet below the window. I landed hard enough to knock the breath out of me, but fear pushed me straight back onto my feet. I ran. As I crossed the yard, I noticed my mother's car was gone. That made everything worse because it confirmed that no one else was home. An older couple lived 2 trailers down. They had watched me many times before, and I trusted them completely. I ran to their door and pounded on it with both fists. When they looked through the window and saw me, their faces changed immediately. They opened the door, pulled me inside, and sat me down. That was when I finally looked at myself. There was blood all over my arms and legs. I didn't have one serious wound. Instead, I had dozens of small cuts from crawling through the broken window. My clothes were dirty from the fall, and tiny pieces of glass were caught in the fabric. The couple began cleaning me up while trying to contact my mother. When she finally answered, she rushed home. She explained that she and my brother had gone to buy groceries. I had been sleeping so peacefully that she decided not to wake me. To her, they were only going to be gone for a little while. Everyone kept asking me the same questions. Why had I broken the window? Why had I jumped out? What had frightened me so badly? I told them the truth. I told them I had awakened alone in the dark. I told them I felt that someone was inside the trailer. And I told them that whatever it was seemed to be standing near the end of the hallway, close to my bedroom. Even now, I don't know what really happened that night. Maybe I was simply a frightened child who woke up confused and alone. Maybe the darkness and silence allowed my imagination to create something that wasn't there. That explanation would make sense. But part of me still remembers how certain I felt. I wasn't wondering whether someone was watching me. I believed it completely. That fear was real enough to make me grab a knife, break through a window, fall more than 10 feet, and run bleeding through the dark in search of another human being. Years have passed, but I can still picture that hallway. And sometimes, when I remember the way it felt to stare into that darkness, I still wonder whether something was staring back. I'm 22 now, and some of my earliest memories are of seeing things I couldn't explain. I must have been around 4 or 5 when it started. I would notice shadows moving where no one was standing, strange shapes in doorways, and colors surrounding certain people. At the time, I didn't have words like aura or entity. I only knew that some people seemed to glow, and some places felt deeply wrong. There were rooms I refused to enter. The storage room above our garage was one of them. So was a small secondhand bookstore near our house. The moment I stepped near either place, the air seemed colder and heavier, almost as though something inside was silently warning me to stay away. Things became much worse when I was about 7. At night, I constantly saw dark figures in my bedroom. Sometimes they stood in the corner. Sometimes they appeared near the closet or beside the window. I became so afraid of sleeping alone that I would run into my parents' room almost every night. And when I did manage to fall asleep in my own bed, I often woke up unable to move. My mother has confirmed that I experienced sleep paralysis, but what I remember felt far more vivid than a normal nightmare. My entire body would feel stiff and unbearably heavy. I couldn't speak, and breathing felt almost impossible. There was usually something in the room with me. Most often, it looked like a dark shape with glowing amber eyes. Its body never stayed the same. Sometimes it looked almost human. Other times, it was more like a thick mass of shadow. On a few nights, the eyes appeared red instead of yellow. Once, I remember seeing what looked like a long hand reaching toward my bed. The worst moments were when the figure seemed to be standing directly over me. I can still remember the panic in my chest, even though so many years have passed. My parents eventually sent me to a children's activity retreat for a couple of weeks. They thought being around other kids, spending time outdoors, and following a busy routine might help me sleep. Instead, I was sent home early because I kept screaming in the middle of the night. I remember arriving home from that trip. Then nothing. My next clear memory is standing in front of a birthday cake and blowing out a candle shaped like the number 9. There is almost an entire year missing from my memory. Before that gap, I can recall small details from childhood with surprising clarity. After it, my memories continue normally. But that particular stretch of time is completely blank. What unsettles me even more is that, after my 9th birthday, everything stopped. I no longer saw shadows. I stopped noticing colors around people. The room above the garage felt ordinary. The bookstore no longer made me feel cold or uneasy. It was as though someone had suddenly switched everything off. The only thing that still happens occasionally is the feeling that I'm being watched when I'm alone. I usually dismiss it as anxiety. I've always been cautious around people, and I don't trust easily, so I try not to give that feeling too much importance. Whenever I ask my parents about those years, though, they become uncomfortable. My mother usually says, "Children have night terrors. You probably grew out of them." But she avoids looking at me when she says it, and she quickly changes the subject. My father does something similar. He shrugs, gives a vague answer, and finds a reason to talk about something else. Most of my friends believe I simply had an extremely vivid imagination. A few have suggested that I may have been struggling with some kind of childhood mental health issue. I haven't experienced hallucinations or psychotic symptoms as an adult, but I'm not qualified to rule anything out. The only person who has ever confirmed part of what I remember is my aunt. She once told me that, when I was 6, I frequently said she was shining blue. She also remembers me saying that my grandmother had a dark cloud standing behind her. I don't know what any of it means. Maybe I was a frightened child with an active imagination. Maybe the shadows were ordinary objects distorted by darkness, and the figures were part of sleep paralysis. Maybe the missing year is simply a gap caused by stress. Honestly, I hope there is a normal explanation, but I still wonder why it all stopped so suddenly. I wonder why my parents act as though they know more than they are willing to say. And I wonder why that entire year seems to have disappeared when the rest of my childhood remains so vivid. I've tried to leave it alone, but the questions always find their way back. Every so often, I remember those glowing eyes in the darkness, and I start questioning everything again. July 15th, 2026. So, I need to tell you what happened in the woods the other night, because I still haven't decided whether it was genuinely strange or whether I let my imagination run too far ahead of me. It was late, and I was walking through the forest near my neighborhood. I take that route fairly often, so nothing about it felt unusual at first. But as I was heading home, I saw a hare sitting right in the middle of the path. It wasn't eating or trying to hide. It was just sitting there, looking directly at me. We stayed like that for a few seconds. Then it calmly hopped onto a narrow trail leading deeper into the trees. I know how this sounds, but there was something about the way it looked back at me that made me feel as though it expected me to follow. So I did. The hare disappeared almost immediately, but I kept walking until I reached a fork in the trail. And there it was again, sitting at the crossroads and waiting. The moment I got close, it hopped away. It didn't seem frightened. It moved slowly, almost deliberately, like it was guiding me somewhere. A little farther on, the trees opened into a small clearing on the side of a hill. Above me, the sky was completely visible. At the edge of the clearing stood a rough shelter made from branches and old boards, leaning against a tree. It looked like a half-finished treehouse that had collapsed years ago. Part of the roof had fallen in, and weeds were growing through the floor. I assumed some children had built it during a summer holiday and eventually forgotten about it. The hare was nowhere to be seen. I stood in the center of the clearing for a while, waiting, though I couldn't have told you what I was waiting for. I grew up listening to ghost stories, so some part of me still wants the world to contain hidden doors and impossible things. When I was younger, I would never have entered those woods after dark. But that night, curiosity won. Then a bat swooped over the clearing and began circling above my head. At first, I stayed still and waited for it to leave. It didn't. After several passes, I started worrying it might come too close, so I backed away and returned to the main trail. That was when I heard the voice. At least, it sounded like a voice. It was low and breathy, drifting between the trees. I couldn't understand any words, but it was too distinct for me to dismiss it as ordinary wind. I started walking home. Less than a minute later, I heard footsteps moving through the leaves beside the trail. There was another sound mixed in with them, a faint metallic clinking, like keys or small chains knocking together. At first, I assumed it was someone walking near one of the nearby houses. Then I stopped. The footsteps stopped too. I walked again, and they followed. After a while, they became faster. Soon, it sounded as though several things were moving through the woods from different directions. I kept going, trying not to run. I told myself that fear was turning every small sound into something larger. Still, I didn't relax until I reached the edge of town and saw streetlights, cars, and a couple of people walking in the distance. I thought it was over. As I passed an old playground near another section of the forest, I heard running again. This time, it was followed by a terrible squealing sound, almost like a frightened pig. I decided it had to be teenagers playing some kind of joke. Maybe they had a recording on a phone. It was late, but that explanation still felt better than anything else. I stood near the abandoned swings and watched the trees, waiting to see someone step out. No one did. Then the footsteps came again, rustling through the leaves less than 2 meters in front of me. The strange part is that I could see the ground clearly. Nothing was there. I went home, wrote everything down before I could forget the details, and eventually managed to sleep. The next afternoon, I returned to the playground. I wasn't planning an investigation. It was simply part of my usual walking route, and I suppose curiosity pulled me in again. I entered the trees exactly where I had heard the invisible footsteps. A short distance inside the forest, I found another shelter. It was nearly identical to the one in the clearing. The same slanted branches, the same half-collapsed shape. Even the entrance faced the same direction. I considered returning that night with candles or tarot cards, just to see whether anything happened. But by the time evening arrived, the idea no longer felt exciting. It felt reckless. So I stayed home. July 17th, 2026. I went back twice yesterday. The first visit was during the afternoon. It was unbearably hot, and the entire forest seemed restless. Birds were calling constantly, and clouds of insects moved through the sunlight between the trees. Near the path, I noticed an old tree trunk that had been cut down. Several symbols had been carved deeply into the wood. One resembled a Nordic rune associated with wealth, livestock, or prosperity. The others were unfamiliar. They may have been random cuts, or perhaps someone's personal symbols. What bothered me was that I had seen the trunk before. It had been there for months, maybe longer. But when I found it yesterday, the carvings were hidden beneath 2 large pieces of bark. I moved the bark aside so I could take a photograph. I don't remember covering the symbols again. Later that evening, just before sunset, I returned. The bark had been placed back over the carvings. Maybe another walker had moved it. Maybe I had covered it without thinking. Both explanations are completely reasonable. Still, I removed the bark again. I wanted to see whether it would be covered the next time I visited. There are 2 other things I should mention. A couple of years ago, I was sitting on those same playground swings late at night when I suddenly smelled something metallic, almost like blood. It wasn't strong, but it frightened me enough that I ran home. At the time, I felt ridiculous. Now I find it unsettling that it happened in the same place. I noticed a faint version of that smell in the woods again during my latest visit, though I could easily have imagined it. And close to that section of forest, there's an old storage building that children used to call the Dead Man's Shed. I doubt it has anything to do with what happened. It was probably just a name invented to scare younger kids. But after the hair, the footsteps, the shelters, and the symbols hidden beneath the bark, I thought I should mention it. For now, I'm going to leave the woods alone for a little while. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. You know, sometimes life throws these little moments at us that are hard to explain. Moments that gently nudge us into the realm of the unexplainable. I want to share one of those moments with you, something that involves my great-grandmother, who we called Nani. But before I get to that, I think it's important to set the stage a bit, to give you the backdrop that makes this story even more meaningful. So my grandmother, now I have to be honest here, she was a tough woman, and not in a good way. She was the kind of person who made life really hard for my mom. When my mom was little, my grandmother would say things like, "Go roll on the floor, your hips are too wide," which doesn't so cruel when you hear it out loud. She would make my mom her personal assistant, and sometimes, bizarrely, force her to tickle her for what felt like hours. Not the playful kind, but the sort of tickling meant to calm her down. It was a strange, heavy kind of control. My mom never really had that warm, loving connection with her mother. It was more like rivalry, and my grandmother seemed to see my mom almost as competition. This emotional and mental pressure had a real impact. My mom struggled with anorexia, eating barely a can of soup a day at one point. Eventually, she rebelled, flipped the script completely, and began eating freely, even gaining weight as a form of reclaiming herself. Now this is where Nani, my great-grandmother, enters the picture. She lived with the family in the same house where my mom grew up, right up until she passed away. My mom and Nani had this special bond, more like a mother and daughter relationship than great-grandmother and granddaughter. My mom confided in Nani, sought her advice, and learned a lot about life from her. She told me stories about tagging along to Nani's work, sitting behind the makeup counter playing with all the test products, the little luxuries for a kid. There was this sweet, secret language between them. My mom's bedroom was just above Nani's room, and to say, "I love you," my mom would stomp her feet on the floor 3 times. Nani would respond by tapping the ceiling 4 times with her broom handle. It was their way of sharing love across the space between their rooms. When Nani died, my mom felt it before she even knew. She was at the hospital, but left early to go home and rest. The moment she stepped into the kitchen, she was hit by this wave of what I can only describe as relaxed sadness, relief mixed with grief. It was like her spirit was already there, telling her goodbye. Then, just a minute later, the phone rang. It was my grandfather telling her that Nani had passed. My mom is married now, and I'm just a little kid, probably around the age when you're just learning to talk. I definitely didn't understand death or have any concept of who Nani was. My mom never spoke about her around me because she thought it was too complicated for a child. One day, my mom took me to the park in our neighborhood. It was a quiet afternoon, just the 2 of us, no other kids or parents around. My absolute favorite thing there was the swings. So she sat me on the swing and started pushing me gently back and forth. The breeze was soft, the leaves rustled quietly in the trees, and the park had that peaceful, almost timeless feel to it. Then, out of the blue, I looked over at the empty swing right next to me. My mom was focused on pushing, not paying much attention. But I turned to her and said something that completely shook her, and I quote, "Mommy, Nani is swinging with us." Can you imagine? I had no idea who Nani was, and here I was naming a person who had passed away, someone my mom had never talked about with me. It was astonishing, like a little spark of something beyond this world had touched us both. My mom, stunned, asked, "Who is swinging with us?" And I said again, with such certainty, "Nani." I don't have any memory of this moment myself, but my mom tells this story often. It's one of those precious memories that she holds close to her heart. Proof, she says, that love transcends time, and maybe, just maybe, those we've lost never really leave us. So there it is, my great-grandmother swinging with me, a little kid barely speaking, sharing a moment that was more than just a memory. It's a reminder that sometimes the unseen leaves the biggest impression on us, and that love, real love, has a way of reaching across generations and even beyond life itself. I've experienced sleep paralysis since I was pretty young, but lately it's become much more frequent. I'm 25 now, and I'm sharing this because another episode happened just over an hour ago. It's around 4 in the morning as I'm saying this, and I still feel shaken. I've always talked in my sleep. My boyfriend says that sometimes he can understand what I'm saying, but other times it just sounds like mumbling. The strange thing is, I'm usually trying to speak because I can actually see things during these episodes. In my mind, whatever is happening feels completely real, so I start panicking even though my body is still asleep. Tonight, sometime around 3, I realized I was having another episode. There was something standing in the room. It was extremely tall and almost completely dark, like a shadow, but somehow more solid than that. Its arms were long, and its fingers looked unnaturally thin and pointed. It slowly moved toward the bed, then stopped, directly above me while I was lying there. Normally, when I become frightened during sleep paralysis, my breathing gets loud and heavy. But this time, before the fear fully took over, I felt angry. I recognized it. I remember looking at it and trying to say, "It's you. I haven't seen you in a long time." My body was still frozen, but I could feel myself getting ready to yell at it. I wanted to start praying because I remembered doing that during another episode, and the figure disappeared. Before I could, my boyfriend woke me up. His timing was perfect because I could feel the episode becoming more intense. Afterward, we just lay there in the darkness for a while. I was confused and trying to explain what I had seen. He reached over to check his phone, but it was completely dead, even though it had plenty of battery earlier. It was also a brand new phone that he had only gotten a few days before, and the battery normally lasted all night. For some reason, I suddenly needed to know the time. Part of me was hoping it wasn't around 3 in the morning, because people always talk about that being some kind of paranormal hour. When his phone finally turned back on, the time was 3:18 a.m. That unsettled me even more. I couldn't stop thinking about the episode, so I started searching online for anything related to what I had seen. At one point, I came across something people call the Old Hag, a frightening figure that some people report seeing during sleep paralysis. The second I read those words, my stomach dropped. I had seen her before. During an older episode, I saw the silhouette of an elderly woman with wild, tangled hair leaning over someone beside me. At the time, I thought the person was my boyfriend. She was holding a large knife, and then, without warning, she began stabbing him incredibly fast. Then she suddenly stopped. Her head snapped around toward me so quickly that it didn't look human. She started moving in my direction, but in the real world, my boyfriend heard me breathing rapidly and woke me up before she reached me. Remembering that episode after reading about the old hag frightened me more than I expected. Until tonight, I had never connected the things I was seeing with stories other people had shared. I honestly don't know what to think. I know sleep paralysis can cause vivid hallucinations, and I don't want to convince myself that something supernatural is happening. At the same time, the timing of everything feels strange. The episode happened around 3 in the morning, the phone suddenly died, and I woke up with a terrible migraine. There have also been other things happening lately that feel unusual. Over the past month, my boyfriend hasn't been sleeping well at all. He wakes up drenched in sweat, even though that never used to happen. We've both been waking up between 3 and 4 in the morning more often, and we recently went through a period where we were arguing and having relationship problems without really understanding why. Maybe I'm just connecting unrelated things because I'm frightened and exhausted. That's completely possible. I just needed to tell someone because I don't want to feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm hoping someone listening might have experienced something similar or might understand what could be happening. I genuinely appreciate any thoughts or questions. Thank you for hearing me out. It's been a long time since I saw the creature clearly, but I still remember what it looked like. It was dark and strangely wispy, almost like it was made of feathers or smoke, except it was completely solid. I couldn't see through it at all. Near the center of its body, I thought I saw something glowing red, almost like a heart or some kind of exposed organ. When I tried searching for anything similar, I found only a few stories. Some people called creatures like this soul stealers, although I never found enough information to feel certain about what I had seen. Everything seemed to begin while my fiancé, Evan, and I were staying at his grandfather's house. There was a heaviness in that place. It felt like a dark cloud was constantly hanging over us, especially in the bedroom. We became more irritable and aggressive with each other, even though that wasn't normally how we behaved. Sometimes it felt as though something in the house was deliberately feeding on our anger. I also began experiencing sudden pressure in my chest. Without warning, I would feel overwhelmed by fear and panic. We eventually started looking for someone who might be able to help, because it felt as though bad luck and negativity had attached themselves to us. The strangest part was that I didn't see the figure in a solid form until after we moved away. We had been in our new apartment for a few weeks. One afternoon, I was lying in bed after taking a nap, with Evan resting beside me. I opened my eyes and, suddenly, the black figure filled my entire vision. It felt incredibly close. The air left my lungs. My chest tightened so badly that I could barely breathe, and a wave of terror rushed through me. I immediately began crying and panicking. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. It wasn't the first time I had felt that pressure in my chest or been thrown into an unexplained panic. It was simply the first time I saw what appeared to be causing it. Around that same period, Evan and I experienced so much bad luck that it became difficult to dismiss everything as coincidence. Drivers seemed to target us constantly. People would merge into our lane without warning, run red lights in front of us, or become furious with us for no clear reason. More than once, our car's automatic braking system stopped us from being hit. During one trip, we had already paid for a place to stay, but when we arrived, the owner insisted that our reservation didn't exist. 2 days later, they finally admitted that it did, and the room they gave us looked as though someone had already been using it. On another journey, we hit what felt like a hidden wall of packed snow on a bridge. Our car began sliding, and we nearly lost control. A snowplow was only a short distance behind us. Evan somehow managed to straighten the car before we crossed into another lane. Had the bridge been narrower, I honestly don't know whether we would have survived. While we were staying in a small cabin, some neighbors broke inside while we were shopping. They turned on the radio, used the bathroom, and left without taking anything valuable. The whole thing felt unsettling and strangely intentional. There were lightning strikes close enough to shake the ground. During my pregnancy, I became severely ill several times and had to receive treatment to stop early labor. My car was eventually towed with the title and nearly all my belongings still inside. I wasn't allowed to retrieve them. Later, one of our tires blew out on the interstate. When we couldn't remove it to install the spare, I went to close the trunk, and the rear windshield suddenly shattered. There were so many incidents that I can't remember them all anymore. Still, not every terrible event ended badly. One night, I was taken to the emergency room and stayed there for 2 days. While I was gone, the property manager visited the apartment where I had seen the figure. He told Evan that we had 7 days to leave, even though the reasons he gave didn't seem legal. The day I returned from the hospital, the apartment began falling apart. Heavy rain came through the ceiling, even though it had never leaked before. Part of the ceiling started sagging and crumbling. The water heater began throwing sparks, and the refrigerator stopped keeping our food cold. We didn't notice at first, until milk that should have lasted much longer spoiled within 2 days. What first felt like an unfair order to leave eventually felt more like a warning. Not, "You're being forced out." More like, "Get out while you still can." We live somewhere safer now. There's a large green backyard, and we're slowly turning it into a peaceful place for our family. The atmosphere here feels lighter. I don't feel that same diseased, suffocating energy that followed us through those other homes. But part of me still wonders whether it is completely gone. I also wonder whether anyone else has experienced something similar. Not just a few unlucky days, but an impossible series of frightening events that felt connected. And has anyone else ever seen a black figure with something glowing red inside it? Or felt an invisible presence tighten around their chest before appearing? Hey, let me tell you about this wild experience I had when I first moved to Chicago for college. So I was super excited, but also a little nervous, you know? I ended up with a roommate named Ruby. She was really into all things paranormal, which I found pretty intriguing. We clicked right away over that shared interest, even though I'm more of a skeptic and she was all in. Those first few days in our dorm were a blur of meeting neighbors and settling in. Two of our neighbors, both sophomores, came by and started telling us these eerie stories about how our residence hall was haunted. They pulled out their phones and showed us a Snapchat photo that supposedly captured the ghost. It looked like a shadow, just a bit darker than the others lurking in the dim hallway light. I wish I had the photo to show you, but no luck there. Ruby, of course, believed it immediately, eyes wide with fascination. Me? I shrugged it off, thinking it was probably just a trick of the light or some camera glitch. Now, here's where things get a little ridiculous, but also kind of funny in hindsight. We decided to buy a Ouija board. Because why not? We popped into Target first, and I asked this older lady working there if they had one. Instead of just pointing us to the aisle, she launched into this long, serious spiel about why we absolutely shouldn't be messing with a Ouija board. It was like we were starring in some horror movie titled "Two Dumb White Girls Getting Murdered by Ghosts." The whole scene was surreal. We also grabbed a Virgin Mary candle while we were there because, a little divine protection can't hurt, right? Some Christian backup if the ghost stuff got too real. So, back at the dorm, we set up the Ouija board and spent about 5 minutes trying to communicate. We ended up talking to a ghost who claimed his name was Svep, but honestly, he seemed pretty drunk and didn't give us any useful info. After that, we said our goodbyes and gave the board to a friend. Only one session and we were done. But then, the creepy stuff started happening. Ruby began feeling these intense bad vibes in the room. At first, I told myself it was just her imagination running wild after the Ouija session, but she was genuinely shaken up. So, being the supportive roommate, I made a little trip to this huge Catholic church nearby. It was a big change for me. I'd only ever been to tiny countryside churches, and this one was decked out with so much gold, it felt like stepping into a palace. I picked up a Bible and even asked one of the priests to bless it for us. He was really kind about it, which was nice. Then about a day later, something downright strange happened. Our Virgin Mary candle got knocked right off the table. The glass shattered, but weirdly, the shards only fell around her face. It was like the candle broke apart in a very specific way. Super odd, but I tried to brush it off. Accidents happen, right? Ruby started checking out other rooms, convinced there was something going on beyond our walls. She even told me I should come with her to explore. But I kept telling her to calm down, insisting that nothing was really happening. There were other little things, but honestly, the details are fuzzy now. What I remember clearly, though, is the moment that truly freaked me out. One day, Upper was upstairs in the common area, and I was alone in the bathroom taking a shower. The bathroom door was locked, no other roommates around, no pets, nothing. Our shower had 2 shelves for toiletries, one right near the shower head and the other at the back of the tub. I always kept my stuff on the back shelf, which was dry because I angled the water to fall straight down. So I'm standing there, washing under the warm water, when suddenly something hits the back of my calf and drops to the floor. I glance down and see my razor lying there. Now that was bizarre because my razor had been safely on the shelf, nowhere near the edge. Neither I nor the water could have knocked it off. It was like the razor was thrown at me out of thin air. I felt this sudden chill and a jolt of fear. What just happened? But here's the thing that really sent shivers down my spine. When I looked at the condensation on the shower wall, I could actually see the path the razor took as it fell. It wasn't just a straight drop. The razor's trail curved upward against the foggy glass, like something was pressing it up before it fell back down on me. It was as if an invisible hand had lifted it and then let it go. I didn't stop to think twice. I bolted out of the shower, dripping wet, wrapped in just a towel, soap still sudsing on me, and ran upstairs to find Ruby in the common area. I told her everything, my voice shaking a little, trying to make sense of it all. After that, Ruby decided to move out. I stayed in the room until the end of the year, then switched to a single room in another dorm. That hall was right next to an alley the students called Death Alley. Yeah, real comforting name. Some strange things happened there too, but that's a whole different story. Since then, nothing else too crazy has happened. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for all of it. I've experienced far stranger stuff since, honestly. But I wanted to share this little slice of my life with you. A mix of spooky, strange, and just plain weird. Thanks for listening to my story. I figured I'd share this here because, honestly, only a few of my friends believe me, and even they seem unsure. I'm hoping someone might recognize what happened or at least help me understand it. I've lived near an old historic trail outside a small Tennessee town since around 2012. For years, nothing unusual ever happened. No strange noises, no shadows, no paranormal experiences at all. Then, one cold night in late October, everything changed. I was letting my dog outside before bed. We usually used the front door because the back porch was being repaired, and the only light out there came from a few dim solar lamps. That night, though, my dog refused to come back inside. He just stood near the driveway, barking toward the woods. We live on several acres, and our nearest neighbors are far enough away that you can't easily hear them. At first, I assumed he had spotted a fox or maybe a coyote. That wasn't unusual. I stepped off the porch and heard something moving through the leaves. My dog lowered his head and started growling. Then, from somewhere inside the woods, I heard a woman scream, "Help! Help me! Please help!" It wasn't the cry of an animal. The words were clear. Someone, or something, was asking for help. I walked a few steps closer and called out, "Who's there?" The voice answered immediately, "Help me!" I started toward the trees, but my dog moved in front of me and blocked my path. That frightened me more than the voice did. He loved people and had never tried to stop me from approaching anyone before. I called out again, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Everything went silent. I ran inside, grabbed a flashlight, and called for my younger cousin, who was staying in the room closest to the back door. He came outside while I stood near the porch, shining the light between the trees. I shouted, "Where are you?" The woman screamed again, "Please help me!" I turned to my cousin and asked, "You heard that, right?" He looked confused. "Heard what?" I asked him how he could possibly miss a woman yelling from the woods, but he swore he hadn't heard anything. I called out one more time. There was no response. My cousin took the dog inside, and the second the door closed behind them, the voice came back. "Help me." That was when something inside me shifted. I didn't believe the voice anymore. I asked, "What's your name?" The answer was a giggle. It didn't sound playful or human. It was low and twisted, almost like something trying to imitate laughter without understanding what laughter was supposed to sound like. Then I heard rapid footsteps moving through the woods. Whatever it It was fast. A few seconds later, everything stopped. That was when I noticed the silence. There were no owls, no insects, no frogs, no coyotes. Even the nighttime birds had stopped singing. The entire property felt frozen. I know the sounds of the animals that live around us. We have deer, wild turkeys, raccoons, foxes, coyotes, and even a large wildcat that occasionally passes through the area. I've heard all of them walking and running through those woods. This sounded different. And yes, wildcats can make noises that resemble a woman screaming, but they don't speak in clear sentences. A few weeks later, I let the dogs outside after dark. Once they were back inside, I heard a strange growling sound near the edge of the property. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the porch. 2 yellow eyes stared back at me from between the trees. I couldn't clearly see the body, but the eyes were much higher than my own. I'm just over 5 feet tall, and whatever was standing there seemed noticeably taller. After that, I began hearing scraping sounds outside my bedroom window at night. It happened again and again. One evening, I finally became frustrated enough to go outside and investigate. I searched the wall, the window frame, and the ground below it. There were no scratches, no footprints, nothing. The sounds continued for months. The final encounter happened when I was unloading groceries from my car late one evening. As I closed the trunk, I saw those same yellow eyes watching me from the woods. By then, I wasn't only afraid, I was angry. No one else in my family seemed to experience any of this. It was always me and the dogs. They would become restless before I even noticed anything was nearby. So I stood beside my car and said, as firmly as I could, that our home and our land were protected in the name of Jesus, and that whatever was watching me had no right to remain there. I blinked. The eyes were gone. Since that night, nothing else has happened. I tried several times to record the scraping sound, but my phone never picked it up. During one of the encounters with the yellow eyes, I attempted to take a picture. My phone suddenly shut off, even though the battery had been above 20%. Some people have suggested creatures from old legends, but most of those stories come from regions far from Tennessee. I don't know what I heard or what I saw. I only know that the voice in the woods sounded human, and I know it wasn't. Hey there. I want to share a story that's a mix of personal history, mystery, and something a little otherworldly. So, I grew up in this old house, one with layers of stories and shadows. My parents still live there now, but before them, it was my grandmother's home. And, sadly, she drank herself to death in that very place. You might think this sounds far-fetched, and I totally get that. But I've got photos and videos that caught things you just can't explain away. I work as a librarian, so I did some digging into the house's past. Turns out, it used to be apartments, and it was the only place hit by a tornado back in the day. There's more. Back in the 40s or 50s, I should check the exact year, a young boy was waiting for the school bus right in our driveway and was tragically hit by a diesel truck. He died there. My parents added a second story and an extension to the back, so I lived upstairs. There's this door in the closet that leads to the attic, and I had dreams about that little boy coming out from there. Strangers who visited have seen him too. I actually got a photo once showing his ghostly figure. Well, at least the top half of him. We even asked him to show himself, and he did. When I was a kid, the hauntings were more of an irritation than anything truly frightening. Things like missing items, footsteps at night, the old TV knobs twisting on their own, changing channels, the radio flipping stations wildly. It felt like the spirits were just messing with us. But sometimes, when my parents talked about moving, the activity would get intense. Shadows would appear, the boy's face would show at the window, belts would swing by themselves in the closet. Visitors outside the family often felt drained, like the house was sucking their energy. You could see bright orbs moving with purpose around us. Sometimes these orbs would come right up to my video camera, pause, and then veer off. I really believe there's more than just the boy's spirit there. My mom even had a visit from my grandmother's ghost once, and I had an experience I can barely explain. A headless black dog, its neck spurting blood, breath hot on my face despite no mouth or nose. I still shudder thinking about it. There was even a moment when I levitated in front of my family. Just recently, while visiting my parents, I took some photos on my phone that turned a strange red color, with huge orbs floating in them. For the first time, I tried recording an EVP, an electronic voice phenomenon. I was hesitant because communicating with spirits is terrifying. I asked how the boy died, and the recording sounded like he said, "Front yard." I'm hoping someone can help clean up the audio. That's the only evidence I'm comfortable sharing right now. I'm protective of my parents. They're elderly and still live there, so I'm serious about all this. Believe me or not, it doesn't change what I know. Now, let me tell you about something that happened recently, after I moved into a different old house with my boyfriend. It's a 5-bedroom house from 1900, and right from the start, the energy felt off, like a constant low hum of something unsettling. We hear banging noises a lot, and footsteps echo upstairs. We have 4 roommates, and honestly, all of us have at some point left the house because it just felt too eerie or scary. Each room has 2 little doors in the closet. One leads to the attic, and the other opens into the walls. Because the house is so old, it has double walls with insulation, and if you remove those badly nailed doors, you can actually stand up and walk inside the walls. Creepy, right? There's also this attic tunnel that connects our bedroom to a roommate's bedroom. Often, the noises come from places where no one can physically be. I wake up around 2 or 3 in the morning most days feeling scared for no clear reason. But apart from this creeping feeling and the noises, nothing overtly paranormal has happened. Last week, we had a really fierce storm. The energy in the house was heavy, almost suffocating. We were all talking loudly over each other, trying to ignore the tension, when suddenly we heard what sounded exactly like a basketball dribbling upstairs. It was so loud it made us all stop and listen. Then, footsteps came from inside the upstairs wall. Odd because the bedrooms don't stretch that far back. Our roommates had to leave for work, and I practice Wicca, so feeling uneasy, I decided to leave too and gather some items to protect the house from dark energy. Here's the part that still makes me catch my breath. I was back in the house, burning sage, walking through the rooms, asking only positive energy to stay, to please stop scaring us or bringing negativity. On the opposite side of the house, I had some protective crystals set up, jet specifically. My cat was with me, quietly watching. Suddenly, I heard this loud pig-like squeal from the other side of the house, followed by a clatter. I nearly jumped out of my skin because all the crystals, which were resting on a flat surface, had been knocked off the ledge. I thought maybe they fell behind the couch, so I moved it aside to check. There they were, on the floor behind the couch. But on top of them was a blue hydrangea flower, perfectly intact, not a petal missing. Now, I had just cleaned and vacuumed behind the couch that week, and my kitten loves tearing up things back there, jumping on counters, ripping flowers apart. Plus, the hydrangea bush outside had been dead for at least a week. None of my roommates were home or knew I was blessing the house, so they definitely didn't plant it there to mess with me. That side of the house now feels peaceful to me, but the other side, with the creepy tunnel and attic closet, still gives off a dark, heavy vibe. Has anything like this happened to you? Could this flower be some kind of gift from the spirits? I believe in ghosts, but this was a whole new experience for me. So yeah, living with the unseen, hearing the whispers, and sometimes receiving unexpected gifts, it's both terrifying and strangely comforting. Thanks for listening to my story. You know, I've carried these two stories with me for a long time, and I thought maybe it's time to share them. They're not exactly my own experiences, but they come from my late great-grandma, and they've always stuck with me. So bear with me as I tell you about how she met the devil, and how aliens supposedly gave her a stroke. First, let me tell you a little about her. My great-grandma, or Gigi as I called her, was born in 1911 to immigrant parents. Her dad was English, and her mom came from Luxembourg. Most of their family spoke German, but Gigi only knew a little. Her mother was almost completely deaf and only spoke German, so Gigi often had to rely on her sisters to translate, or on a kind of family sign language they made up to get by. She grew up in this quiet, rural part of North Dakota. To give you a picture of the times, Gigi once told me about how, when she was a little girl, her family would barter with members of the Mandan 30. She always called them real Indians, not like the ones she saw on TV or in books. She only went to school until around 6th grade, and while she wasn't the smartest person you'd meet, she wasn't dumb either. She was a deeply religious woman, but not in that pushy way. Like, she'd give you a birthday card with a Bible verse and Ninja Turtle stickers inside. She had a picture of Jesus on her wall, but never said grace at dinner. One thing she took seriously, though, was the story of how she met the devil. She'd only tell that story when prompted, and you could tell she didn't enjoy it much. But every time, she was consistent in what she said. When she was about 10 years old, she was being a bit of a troublemaker. Her dad wasn't home, and her mother, who didn't speak much English, was trying to keep her in line. Gigi just ignored her. Finally, her mom tried to grab her, but Gigi flailed and nearly hit her. Her mother caught her hand firmly and looked her dead in the eyes, cold and serious. Then, without a word, she pointed at the closet and left the room. Now, Gigi and her siblings often got sent to that closet as a sort of timeout, so she knew she was in trouble and went to accept her punishment. But when she opened the closet door, something was inside. She described this being as having hooves and covered in dark fur, except on its torso and face where the fur thinned out. It had a man's face, with dark, deep-set eyes, an unkempt beard, and a mop of dirty black hair. The weirdest part? From only one side of its head, a single deer antler jutted out. Gigi said this being took a step forward, and she slammed the closet door shut. She shrieked so loud that her mother came running back to see what was going on. Gigi could only cry and wave her arms wildly. But her mother opened the closet, and the being was gone. She was always so serious about this story. Even now, just writing it down makes me feel unsettled. That's how my great-grandma met the devil. But there's more. A few years before she passed away, Gigi had a series of strokes. She was in her 90s then. The first one wasn't crippling, but she had to work hard to recover. My great-grandparents loved fast food. They grew up during the Depression, when food was scarce. So, to them, good food fast was a marvel. Great-grandpa loved McDonald's, but Gigi was all about pizza, especially Godfather's pizza. After she mostly recovered from her stroke, our family took them out to Godfather's to celebrate. I was this dumb kid then, more interested in arcade games than spending time with my great-grandparents. And honestly, I regret that now. I had a bunch of quarters from my dad, and after playing, I had one left. The restaurant had one of those toy dispensers, you know, with the plastic eggs. I bought one with my last quarter, and inside was a tiny plastic alien giving a peace sign. I went back to the table fiddling with this little gray alien, and Gigi noticed. She took it from me and looked at it closely. Then, with everyone watching, she held up the alien and said, "Them's the things that come and got me." My mom laughed, half joking, and asked, "What, Grandma?" Gigi repeated herself, saying that those aliens were the reason she was in the hospital. When my grandfather, her son-in-law, told her she was in the hospital because of a stroke, she nodded and said, "Them things gave me the stroke." After that, no one pressed her anymore, and things calmed down. Most of my family thought she was joking, or that the stroke made her say strange things. But I don't think she was joking. Gigi was sweet, but not one to make up stories like that. Plus, she didn't know what a gray alien was. She hadn't seen movies since the 1950s, didn't watch TV, and mostly just read the newspaper and did crafts while listening to music. Could it have been a hallucination from the stroke? Maybe, but it still feels strange to me. So, those are the stories. How my great-grandma met the devil in a closet when she was 10, and how she claimed aliens gave her a stroke in her 90s. Strange, spooky, but true to her. When my friend called my name on the night of her funeral, "Hey, I want to share with you a story that's really personal and, honestly, a bit hard for me to talk about. So please bear with me, and forgive my English since I'm Asian and still learning. It's about a friend of mine, a girl I was really close to, and the strange things that happened around the time of her funeral. Her name was Lena, and she was 16 when she passed away last week. It was sudden and heartbreaking. She died because of a mistake with her medication. I had this huge crush on her, but I never got the chance to tell her how I felt. I was actually planning to confess, maybe ask her out, but fate had other plans. On that Wednesday, Lena's condition got worse, and she was rushed to the ICU. I didn't know the full details until the next day at school, when another friend told me she had passed away at 8 p.m. the night before. I was completely shattered. I cried so much. I honestly don't even remember how long. The funeral and cremation were scheduled for Friday. My friends and I decided we all had to go together to support each other and say goodbye. On the morning of the funeral, we gathered in our classroom. Something unusual happened there. I smelled Lena's scent. It's hard to describe, but it was her unique perfume, something I always recognized instantly. I thought maybe I was imagining it, so I tried to brush it off. At the funeral, we all said our goodbyes, bringing flowers, letters, doing everything you do to honor someone. I told her I loved her and that I would miss her forever. I placed a bouquet of red roses on her chest. Even though I said goodbye, in my heart, I wasn't ready to let her go. When I got home, I tried to relax. I took a shower, hoping to wash away some of the sadness, but my mind was a mess, thinking about all the things I wanted to say to her, all the moments we never got to share. Tears came again and again. To distract myself, I turned on my PlayStation and started playing FIFA 19. The game helped, at least for a while. Around 8 p.m., my cat started making noise upstairs, rummaging around. I went up to bring her down. After I got her safely downstairs, I was walking back down the stairs when something stopped me cold. I heard a voice, clear as day, calling my name. "Hey, Red." That was my nickname, and it was Lena's voice. I froze for a moment, then my heart jumped. I wanted to see her, to talk to her, so I hurried around the house, searching for where the voice came from. When I stepped outside, the neighbors' kids were playing loudly, their laughter and shouts filling the air. But the voice I heard wasn't like theirs, softer, more gentle, but still urgent. My cats were staring intently at the garage, their fur standing on end, but I saw nothing there. I was confused and scared. After a while, I told myself maybe I was just hallucinating, overwhelmed by grief, and I went back inside to play FIFA again. But then, about 30 minutes later, I heard it again, right beside me, a soft but clear, "Hey." I looked around frantically, but there was nothing. My heart felt like it was breaking all over again. I started crying uncontrollably, whispering to myself that I would never see her again. Then, on Monday, I met up with my friends to just hang out and try to relax. I brought up what happened on Friday night. To my surprise, they had their own stories to share. One friend said he heard knocking on his window late at night but was too scared to open it. Another friend told me that while she was talking to her mom about Lena, she heard strange motor sounds nearby. We all shared our experiences, and just as we finished, I caught Lena's scent again. I searched everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day, Tuesday, we held a small ceremony, a sermon or ritual meant to help release Lena's spirit. In the middle of it, I felt her presence beside me, and I caught one last faint scent of her. It was like she was there, sitting quietly next to me. After that moment, everything changed. Since then, no more scents, no more voices, no more visits. I guess what I'm trying to say is that even after someone is gone, their presence can linger in ways we don't expect. For me, it was Lena, my friend, my crush, reaching out one last time. It's been painful, but also strangely comforting. I'll always miss her, but I'm grateful for those moments when I felt she was still near. Hey, I want to share with you a story that's really personal and honestly, a bit hard for me to talk about. So please bear with me and forgive my English since I'm Asian and still learning. It's about a friend of mine, a girl I was really close to, and the strange things that happened around the time of her funeral. Her name was Lena, and she was 16 when she passed away last week. It was sudden and heartbreaking. She died because of a mistake with her medication. I had this huge crush on her, but I never got the chance to tell her how I felt. I was actually planning to confess, maybe ask her out, but fate had other plans. On that Wednesday, Lena's condition got worse, and she was rushed to the ICU. I didn't know the full details until the next day at school, when another friend told me she had passed away at 8 p.m. the night before. I was completely shattered. I cried so much. I honestly don't even remember how long. The funeral and cremation were scheduled for Friday. My friends and I decided we all had to go together to support each other and say goodbye. On the morning of the funeral, we gathered in our classroom. Something unusual happened there. I smelled Lena's scent. It's hard to describe, but it was her unique perfume, something I always recognized instantly. I thought maybe I was imagining it, so I tried to brush it off. At the funeral, we all said our goodbyes, bringing flowers, letters, doing everything you do to honor someone. I told her I loved her and that I would miss her forever. I placed a bouquet of red roses on her chest. Even though I said goodbye, in my heart, I wasn't ready to let her go. When I got home, I tried to relax. I took a shower, hoping to wash away some of the sadness. But my mind was a mess, thinking about all the things I wanted to say to her, all the moments we never got to share. Tears came again and again. To distract myself, I turned on my PlayStation and started playing FIFA 19. The game helped, at least for a while. Around 8 p.m., my cat started making noise upstairs, rummaging around. I went up to bring her down. After I got her safely downstairs, I was walking back down the stairs when something stopped me cold. I heard a voice, clear as day, calling my name. Hey! Red. That was my nickname, and it was Lena's voice. I froze for a moment, then my heart jumped. I wanted to see her, to talk to her, so I hailed around the house, searching for where the voice came from. When I stepped outside, the neighbors' kids were playing loudly, their laughter and shouts filling the air. But the voice I heard wasn't like theirs, softer, more gentle, but still urgent. My cats were staring intently at the garage, their fur standing on end, but I saw nothing there. I was confused and scared. After a while, I told myself maybe I was just hallucinating, overwhelmed by grief, and I went back inside to play FIFA again. But then, about 30 minutes later, I heard it again, right beside me, a soft but clear, "Hey." I looked around frantically, but there was nothing. My heart felt like it was breaking all over again. I started crying uncontrollably, whispering to myself that I would never see her again. Then, on Monday, I met up with my friends to just hang out and try to relax. I brought up what happened on Friday night. To my surprise, they had their own stories to share. One friend said he heard knocking on his window late at night, but was too scared to open it. Another friend told me that while she was talking to her mom about Lena, she heard strange motor sounds nearby. We all shared our experiences, and just as we finished, I caught Lena's scent again. I searched everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day, Tuesday, we held a small ceremony, a sermon or ritual meant to help release Lena's spirit. In the middle of it, I felt her presence beside me, and I caught one last faint scent of her. It was like she was there, sitting quietly next to me. After that moment, everything changed. Since then, no more scents, no more voices, no more visits. I guess what I'm trying to say is that even after someone is gone, their presence can linger in ways we don't expect. For me, it was Lena, my friend, my crush, reaching out one last time. It's been painful, but also strangely comforting. I'll always miss her, but I'm grateful for those moments when I felt she was still near. Hey there. I want to share something from my childhood that's always stayed with me. The story of an old house I lived in as a kid. It's strange, eerie, but also kind of fascinating when you think about it. So, let's take a little journey back to Glenwood, Georgia, a small town where everyone knows each other. Probably a little too well, if you ask me. When I was about 5 years old, my parents divorced. It was a tough time, and my mom had to find a new place to live and a job pretty quickly. She ended up renting this old house just outside of town and started working at the local convenience store. The house itself was something else, a real piece of history. It was built not too long before the Civil War, with white wooden siding, a green roof, and this big front porch with a ceiling painted green as well. You know, the kind of porch that just invites you to sit and watch the world pass by. Inside, the house felt huge because the ceilings were about 14 feet high. The walls were tongue and groove, which gave the rooms a cozy yet old-fashioned charm. But the colors? Oh, they were something else. This was 1995, but the paint choices felt like a wild adventure in themselves. When you stepped in through the double front doors, you landed in a yellow foyer. Right across from you, there were double doors leading to the living room. To the right was a pink bedroom with purple floors. That's where my mom, my younger brother, and I all slept, because it had a fireplace that actually worked, unblocked and ready to warm us. On the other side of the foyer was another bedroom, painted yellow, but its fireplace was blocked up. We just called that the junk room. Behind it was the kitchen with appliances that looked straight out of the 1950s, but somehow still worked perfectly. And behind the kitchen? My playroom. It was painted blue, had a fireplace that was blocked, and was always freezing cold, no matter what season it was. Georgia summers included. The living room and bathroom weren't original. They were added later where a screened-in porch used to be. Because of that, a lot of the doors inside had these little window panes around them, like they were once doors leading outside. Out back, you could see fields stretching out, some old outhouses, and even crumbling slave shacks, a reminder of the house's long and complicated past. My memories from back then are a bit patchy, but some moments are crystal clear. I remember sitting in the foyer, looking up at that tall ceiling, and feeling this dizzying sensation, like gravity was flipping upside down and I was falling, but in a weirdly fun, scary way. Sometimes I'd do this silly thing where I'd tuck my head between my knees and look backwards, trying to recreate that feeling. It was a little unsettling, but oddly thrilling. Now, that playroom was something else entirely. Every time anyone stepped inside, the temperature dropped noticeably. It was so cold that even in the middle of summer, when Georgia was baking hot and humid, the windows stayed shut tight. And in winter, that room was unbearable, like stepping into a freezer. Sometimes, late at night, as we lay in the pink bedroom on my mom's waterbed, we'd hear what sounded like a newborn baby crying coming from that cold blue room all the way across the house. My mom would get up to check, and the crying would stop as soon as she reached the door. This happened more than once, and it always sent a chill down my spine. One time, my mom was getting dressed in the pink bedroom and suddenly noticed a man staring at her through the window. She was more angry than scared and dashed outside, but no one was there. The house sat in a big clearing, so there was no way someone could just disappear that fast. My uncle would often stay over, and man, he had it rough. Objects would fly at him out of nowhere, doors slammed behind him. The atmosphere felt hostile, like whatever was there really didn't want him around. There's one incident I'll never forget. My mom and I were sitting on the couch watching TV with a clear view of the playroom door. Suddenly, we heard the unmistakable sound of a door handle turning. The playroom door creaked open by itself and then slammed shut with such force that one of the little glass panes around the door cracked. There were no windows open, and the only other person in the house was my 2-year-old brother, who was fast asleep. These doors were heavy, solid wood with big brass knobs that were tough to turn. There was no way that door could have moved like that on its own. My mom looked at me and with a calm but firm voice said, "I think it's time we go to bed." Our neighbor across the street had lived in the area for over 20 years before we moved in. He knew the family who owned the house. It had been passed down through them for generations. According to him, around the turn of the last century, a woman who wasn't mentally well lived there. She gave birth to a baby who was deformed, and in a tragic moment, she killed the infant and burned it in the fireplace. My uncle told me this version, but my mom's neighbor said something a little different. He said the baby was stillborn and was cremated in the fireplace, which was a common practice back then. We're not sure which story is true, but many believe it was the blue playroom's fireplace where this happened, given the strange activity there. We moved out in the summer of 1996, and no one has lived in that house since. I've asked my stepmom about it from time to time, even went looking for the house once. Now it's so overgrown with weeds and vines that it's hard to spot from the road. It just sits there, rotting and decaying, a silent witness to the past. So, if you ever find yourself in Glenwood, Georgia, stop by the Ochwaukee Country Store. From there, take a left onto County Road 12, drive about a quarter to half a mile, and look to the right. Behind a rusty chain-link fence, hidden in the woods, you might just catch a glimpse of the roofline of that old house. It's a little piece of history, wrapped in mystery, and maybe a little bit of the supernatural, too. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me a couple of years ago, something that's haunted me ever since. It's one of those moments that just sticks with you, the kind that sends a shiver down your spine every time you think back on it. So, there's this old factory in our town, built way back in 1890 and opened the next year. Originally, it was a sewing factory where folks handcrafted detachable collars and cuffs. Imagine the clatter of sewing machines and the soft rustle of fabric filling the air. By 1999, the factory had been transformed into a collection of small consignment shops, each room housing something different. The place still has these massive old elevator shafts with those rickety, creaky gated doors that groan when they move. It's like stepping back into another era. One evening, my friend, let's call him Nate, and I decided to check out a new bookstore that had just opened up inside the factory. We made our way downstairs, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath our feet, and wandered over to the store. After browsing for a bit, we sat down on a bench for a break before leaving. The bench was pressed flat against a wall, giving us a clear view down the entire hallway. To our right, there was a flight of stairs, and to our left, one of the shops. We had the place mostly to ourselves, or at least, that's what we thought. As we sat there chatting quietly, I started to feel this creeping unease, like a cold shadow crawling over my skin. I told Nate I wanted to leave, said we should hurry up because something about the place just didn't sit right with me. He told me to chill out, said we'd head out soon, and honestly, the feeling faded for a moment. But then, just as we were about to stand up, something caught our eyes. A figure appeared around the corner, moving toward us. At first, we thought it was the maintenance guy. Since the factory was still open, that made sense. But the way he moved was off. It was unnatural, like he was gliding rather than walking. He came to the end of the hallway, stopped, and stared at the wall in front of him for about 5 seconds. Just staring, utterly still. Then he slowly turned to face us, paused again, and began walking straight toward us. That turn was what really freaked me out. It was like he knew we were there before he even peeked around the corner. And here's the thing. We'd been sitting there quietly, barely whispering, and the hallway stretched a good 30 or 40 feet behind us. For him to know we were there without a sound, it didn't make sense. I went into full panic mode, but Nate stayed calm. The place was open. We weren't doing anything wrong, just sitting on a bench. Nate looked up at the man and said, "Hey, how's it going?" But the man didn't respond. He just kept coming, fast now. I looked into his eyes. There was no emotion at all. No anger, no happiness, no confusion. Nothing. It was like staring into a void, and it sent a chill that wrapped around my heart. Even after Nate spoke, the man was completely unfazed, like he was on some kind of mission. If he was the maintenance guy, you'd think he'd say something. Time to leave, or at least return the greeting. But no, just that blank, expressionless face moving closer and closer. At that moment, Nate and I exchanged a silent look, a shared understanding that we had to get out of there. Without a word, we bolted toward the exit. The sound of our footsteps echoed off the walls as we ran, adrenaline pumping through our veins, the eerie silence pressing in behind us. Once we were safely outside, down the street and away from that old building, the heavy weight of fear lifted, and I started to calm down. We didn't really talk about what we'd just seen, just headed back to my place in silence. Since that night, I've never stepped foot back inside that factory or any of the shops. Something about that man, that presence, it just wasn't right. Even now, just recounting it, I get that cold shiver. I'm someone who believes in the paranormal, and I can tell you, whatever that was, it definitely wasn't human. Hey, I want to share something really unsettling that happened to me just last night. It's honestly one of the creepiest experiences I've had, and I've had a few strange things help before. But this one, it really shook me. So, just to give you a bit of background, I'm a 37-year-old guy living in Birmingham, England. I live with my wife, our Japanese Akita dog, and my mother-in-law. We're taking care of her because she's quite ill. Her husband passed away a little over 5 years ago, so the house has had its share of heavy moments. Last night, I had this terrible dream. I was actually shaking and making these fast, almost panicked noises. My wife woke me up because of it. Apparently, I was sort of mini-screaming in my sleep. When I snapped awake, I realized that the dream wasn't just a one-off. It was part of a series of dreams, like one led to another, stretching back over several nights. If you've never had those before, where one dream just keeps continuing into another, it's pretty unsettling. In this particular dream, there was this enormous pink balloon in what would be our future child's bedroom. We're planning to start a family soon, so the idea of a child's room feels very real to me. Now here's the disturbing part. The balloon wasn't just a balloon. It seemed to be a memorial for a child who had died, and I think it was supposed to represent our daughter, even though she hasn't been born yet. My wife had made this balloon somehow, though I have no idea how she did it in the dream. Throughout the previous dreams, I'd been terrified of this balloon, and last night, it felt malevolent. It followed me around, and I honestly felt like it wanted to kill me. Then, suddenly it floated past me so fast that I screamed and ran to the bathroom. My wife came in, probably worried because I was shouting, and I told her, "The balloon's going to kill me." She didn't believe me at first, until the balloon, yes, the balloon, actually opened the bathroom door. That's when I woke up, heart pounding. Now here's where things get really strange. After waking, I got up to get a drink and then came back to bed. My wife asked me about the dream, and I told her, but I left out the part about the balloon representing our unborn daughter. I guess I wasn't ready to say it out loud. As I lay there, trying to shake off the nightmare, I started to feel this eerie coldness creep over my body. It was like an invisible chill wrapping around me, even though I was sweating underneath the duvet. Our heating was on, and it was a warm 23 degrees Celsius in the house, so this cold was unnatural. I thought about that balloon again and glanced over at the TV. And right at that exact moment, the LED lights behind my TV flicked on, just like that, instantly. I swear, it was the exact second I looked. My heart jumped, and my wife noticed too, and said it was weird. Now, here's an interesting detail. My mother-in-law's late husband was an electrician, and he had a real fascination with LEDs. I'm not saying it was him or anything, but the lights behind the TV have turned on randomly before. Maybe because of my PS5 updating overnight or something technical. But usually, the lights come on or off within seconds of the TV itself turning on. This time, they stayed on for about 2 minutes. Then the worst happened. The LEDs turned off, and about 2 seconds later, the TV flashed. And it wasn't like any normal flash you'd expect. It was an oval-shaped flash, like a glowing shape that looked eerily like either a big balloon or maybe a human face. It was only part of the screen, not the whole 46 inches of it. My wife and I both saw it, and I swear we froze in fear. I got out of bed immediately and unplugged the TV and all the other electrical devices from the wall. It was like something was trying to communicate or warn us. After that, I couldn't sleep. My body kept feeling these waves of ice-cold chills, even though I was sweating and the room was warm. The heating was still on, the duvet heavy, and yet I felt this unnatural coldness. Our dog usually sleeps in the room with us, but last night he was curled up at the top of the stairs outside our room. That's not entirely unusual, but it felt different this time, like he was uneasy too. Eventually, I drifted off, and thankfully, the rest of the night was quiet. But honestly, I'm still shaken. It's hard to explain, but the whole experience felt like something was right there with us, watching, maybe even trying to reach out. I hope I never go through something like that again. Thanks for listening to my story. It's strange and scary, but sometimes sharing it helps make it feel a little less heavy. Hey there. I want to share with you a couple of stories that have been part of my life. One from when I was just a teenager, and another from more recent times. Both involve living alongside spirits in places I called home. So, grab a seat, maybe a warm drink, and let me take you through these experiences. When I was about 15 years old, life took a strange turn. My mom worked at a nursing home, and due to some tough circumstances, we had to leave the house we'd been living in. That house, by the way, was already known to be haunted. Yeah, not the best situation for a young teenager. We needed somewhere to stay quickly, and my mom had a close relationship with the owner of the nursing home where she worked. Knowing our plight, the owner kindly offered us a place to stay right there, in the nursing home itself. Now, this wasn't just any part of the nursing home. There was an entire wing of rooms that had been unused for years. They were kept clean, sure, but no one ever stayed there. The owner told my mom we could take the last 2 rooms at the end of the hallway, right across from each other. The doors leading to this wing were massive and heavy, making this loud, echoing thud whenever they were opened or closed. The staff and residents avoided this wing completely. It was just empty rooms with beds, nothing else. At first, it felt okay living there, but the wing never really felt empty. Walking down that long hallway, you'd get this unsettling feeling, like eyes were watching you from the shadows. It was subtle at first, just an eerie sensation that crept up your spine. One night, my little sister and I, feeling a bit playful, decided to play around with my mom's phone while she was working. We started recording ourselves making silly noises and talking in goofy voices, just trying to have fun and pass the time. Then, at one point, we ran out of things to say and just sat quietly for a bit. I stopped the recording, forgetting about it the next day. When we listened back through the recordings, everything was mostly laughter and silliness, until we reached that last one. It started silent, but just as we were about to stop listening, we heard a deep, sharp breath being drawn in. It wasn't ours. It wasn't anything we'd made. We were frozen, our hearts pounding, scared out of our wits. Who else was there? That was just the beginning. On another night, my mom was working late, my sister was asleep across the hall, and I was watching TV alone in my room. It was a normal evening, nothing unusual, until, suddenly, the door to my room began to be pounded on. And I don't mean a gentle knock. This was violent, heavy pounding that sounded like the door might just be ripped right off its hinges. I called out, "Hello?" But no answer came. The pounding continued, and then the doorknob started shaking violently, like something, or someone, was desperately trying to get inside. I always left the door unlocked just in case my sister woke up and needed me, so I knew it wasn't locked from the outside. My heart was racing. I was terrified that the noise would wake my sister. I ducked into the bathroom attached to my room, trying to make myself small and quiet. As I listened to the relentless banging, a thought struck me. If there was really someone out there, I would have heard the doors to the wing opening or closing. Those big, heavy doors make a lot of noise, but I hadn't heard a thing. No creaks, no latches, nothing. It was like the pounding was coming from nowhere. After what felt like forever, about 5 minutes, it stopped suddenly. Shaken but curious, I crept out into the hallway. The door showed no dents or damage, and there was no one to be seen. I checked on my sister. She was sound asleep, completely unaware. I asked the staff if they'd heard anything, but they hadn't noticed a thing. I even asked if any resident had gotten into the wing, and they confirmed everyone was accounted for, all in bed. I knew then, without a doubt, that it wasn't any person from the nursing home. It was something else entirely. Thankfully, after that night, nothing else happened while we stayed there. Fast forward to more recent times, and here I am again, sharing a space with a presence that's become almost like a roommate. I've had 4 separate encounters with this spirit, and on 2 of those occasions, other people have seen it too. They describe seeing an older man, maybe in his 40s or 50s. The first time it happened, I was on a video call with a friend, eating pizza in my kitchen. I left the kitchen briefly, and my friend jokingly asked if I was going to share any pizza with my roommate. I live alone, so that puzzled me. They told me they saw a black shadow moving in the background, like someone walking by. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe just a trick of the light. Then a girlfriend of mine, who claims she can communicate with spirits, came over. I asked her to see if she could sense anything. The conversation was brief, but chilling. Her, are you here? Spirit, I'm here. Her, does he know about you? Spirit, yeah. Her, okay, bye. She got spooked and cut it short. As we left, she said the spirit was watching us from the porch. An older man. Another friend who's sensitive to spirit energy came by. From the moment she stepped inside, she felt something. She said the spirit was harmless but lonely, hanging around the kitchen. When we left, she said he was watching from the porch again. I hadn't told her about the previous encounter. The fourth time, I was live streaming on Twitch. I wish I'd saved the clip because you could see a shadowy figure walk past behind me, from the kitchen to the porch. It looked just like a black silhouette. Curious and eager to understand, I consulted a medium recently. And here's the thing, I hadn't told her any of the prior stories or encounters. She told me the spirit's name was Joe, a middle-aged man who died of a heart attack sometime in the 1990s. At first, I was skeptical, but then she shared some details that caught my attention. She said Joe liked my pets. That made me smile because sometimes I catch my cat staring intently at something unseen, like he's watching someone I can't see. She also mentioned Joe liked my guitar, a 90s Peavey, which fits with the time he supposedly lived. And the kicker? She said Joe loves pizza. Remember my first encounter? I was eating pizza when the shadow appeared. That connection felt uncanny. She also told me Joe didn't like it when I played loud music. I'm in a rock band, and our practice sessions can get pretty noisy. It made me chuckle, imagining Joe covering his ears. The medium said Joe is a good spirit, enjoys having company around, and likes to make his presence known in little ways. Just the other night, as I lay down in my bedroom, I felt a sudden rush of energy and emotion wash over me. My light flickered briefly. I think Joe was saying hello. Honestly, I'm still figuring all this out. I've tried some ghost apps, but they feel gimmicky. I'm considering trying a Ouija board, though. That could open a whole other chapter. So here I am, sharing this with you all, hoping to connect with others who understand or might have advice. How do you talk to a spirit who's become a roommate? How do I learn more about Joe as a person, beyond just a shadow in the corner? Thanks for listening to my stories. It's strange and sometimes scary, but it's become part of my life's tapestry, living with shadows and the unseen. I should probably start by saying I'm not someone who naturally believes in the paranormal. My whole way of understanding the world is built around science, evidence, and logic. I don't usually jump to ghosts or anything supernatural when something strange happens. Unless I experience something undeniable for myself, I'm going to search for a rational explanation first. But there are two experiences I still think about, and neither of them has ever settled comfortably in my mind. The first happened one evening when I was alone in my apartment. I had spent most of the day stretched out on my burnt orange couch, watching episode after episode of a crime drama. At some point, I reached for my phone and realized I couldn't find it. I checked my pockets. I stood up and looked beneath me. I searched under the throw blanket, behind the cushion, between the cushions, underneath the couch, and all around it. Nothing. Then I checked the kitchen, the entryway, the bathroom, and every surface I might have absent-mindedly set it on. I even returned to the living room and searched the couch all over again. Still nothing. By then, I was frustrated enough to assume I must have left it in the bedroom earlier that morning. I searched the bedroom and the attached bathroom, opening drawers and checking places that made absolutely no sense. Eventually, I gave up and decided to check my car. I grabbed my keys and walked out of the bedroom. That was when I saw it. My phone was lying in plain sight on the orange couch, directly on the spot where I had been sitting. Not tucked beneath anything, not wedged between the cushions, just sitting there. I froze. I know how ridiculous that sounds. People overlook things all the time. But I had searched that exact spot repeatedly. I had lifted the blanket, moved the cushion, stood up, sat down, and run my hands across the couch. There was no reasonable way I should have missed it. A cold wave went through my entire body. The apartment suddenly felt unfamiliar, almost as though someone else had been standing there without making a sound. I searched every room again, but this time I wasn't looking for my phone. I was looking for a person. Of course, no one was there. The second experience happened several months later, during one of the worst weeks of my life. My sister had died by suicide, and I had gone home for the funeral. Everything about that visit felt heavy and unreal. Afterward, my father drove me toward the airport in the middle of the night. It was around 3 a.m. We were traveling along narrow back roads outside Wilmington, roads surrounded by thick woods, scattered houses, and the occasional dark office building. There were long stretches where we didn't see another car. As we came over the crest of a hill, our headlights suddenly illuminated a man standing in the middle of our lane. He looked severely disheveled. His arms and legs were spread wide, and his face was tilted straight toward the sky. He wasn't waving for help. He wasn't trying to move. He was simply standing there, as though he were waiting for the car to strike him. My father jerked the wheel and missed him by what felt like inches. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. We were too shocked to process what had happened. Once we had calmed down enough, my father pulled over. We agreed that we couldn't just leave the man there, so we turned around to see whether he needed help. Less than a minute had passed. When we returned, the road was empty. We slowed down and searched both sides of the road. We called into the darkness and looked toward the tree line, but there was no movement and no sign of him anywhere. The most logical explanation is that he ran into the woods. Maybe he was in crisis. Maybe he was confused, intoxicated, or experiencing a severe mental health episode. I understand that there are many possible explanations that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But I still can't understand where he came from. There were no nearby sidewalks, stores, shelters, or houses close enough for someone to wander casually onto that stretch of road. It was cold, isolated, and almost completely silent. And if his intention was to be struck by a vehicle, why choose a slow, winding road in the middle of the night where a car might not pass for hours? I don't know. Maybe both experiences were nothing more than ordinary events made frightening by confusion, exhaustion, and grief. Maybe I overlooked my phone. Maybe the man disappeared into the woods faster than we realized. Those are the explanations I try to accept. But every now and then, I picture that phone resting neatly on the couch. Then I picture that man beneath the headlights, staring into the empty sky. And I wonder whether logic explains everything, or whether sometimes it simply gives us somewhere safer to stand. Okay, I know this might sound like a strange little moment, and maybe there's a completely normal explanation for it. But even after all these years, I've never been able to forget what happened. When I was younger, my family used to stay at a holiday bungalow park on the Isle of Wight. The bungalows were arranged across a few different levels, and ours was on the lowest one, near where my grandparents and some of my extended family were staying. Right in front of the bungalows was this huge open field surrounded by greenery. It was honestly a beautiful place, especially when the whole family was there. I think I was around 13 or 14 at the time, and my cousin was a couple of years younger. We spent most of our days outside, running around the field and making up games. Our favorite place was at the far end of the grass, where there was a steep little hill with a single tree at the top. Someone had worn a narrow path into the slope, leading right into the tree. The branches were low enough to sit on, and you could climb around inside it, so naturally we thought it was the best hiding place in the world. Now, the Isle of Wight has a reputation for being one of the most haunted places in Britain. I'd already experienced a few odd things during our visits, but this was the moment that stayed with me the most. One afternoon, my cousin and I were playing in the field when we decided to climb up to the tree. I remember running across the grass and reaching the bottom of the hill. The slope was surprisingly steep, so we had to pull ourselves up by grabbing handfuls of grass. I was climbing in front, and my cousin was just behind me. We were about halfway up when we heard a voice. It said very clearly, "Hi." But it didn't sound like a normal person. The voice was cold and muffled, almost as though someone were speaking while pinching their nose. It had this strange nasal quality that made the single word sound completely wrong. We both stopped. At first, I thought someone might be hiding behind the tree, trying to frighten us. But the leaves were thin, and from where we were standing, we could see through the branches and around the trunk. There was nobody there. My cousin and I looked at each other, turned around, and scrambled back down the hill as fast as we could. We ran straight to our parents and told them what had happened, but of course, they assumed we had imagined it or heard another child nearby. Later, I tried recording myself saying hi in different voices, hoping I could recreate what we had heard and make sense of it. I couldn't. Nothing sounded like that voice. Years later, someone told me a story about the tree. Supposedly, a young girl had once been sheltering beneath it when it was struck by lightning, and she didn't survive. I heard that from another child staying at the bungalow park, so I never knew whether it was true or simply a scary story being passed around. Still, I sometimes wonder about it. Maybe someone was playing a prank. Maybe the sound carried strangely across the field. Maybe there was an explanation we simply couldn't see. But in that moment, the whole atmosphere changed. Everything suddenly felt still and heavy, as though something was watching us from inside that tree. I know it probably sounds small. It was only one word. But sometimes one word is enough. Even now, I can still hear that cold, muffled voice saying hello from a place where nobody was standing. Right after college, my sister and I decided to rent a place together on the south side of Austin. We toured house after house, but the rental market was brutal. Both of our apartment leases were about to expire, so eventually we chose an older two-story house and told ourselves we could live with whatever problems came with it. Honestly, the place felt wrong from the beginning. It was run down, poorly maintained, and tucked into a neighborhood that got unnervingly quiet after dark. Within days of moving in, small things started happening. Items we left on the kitchen counters would somehow end up on the floor overnight. Things would disappear, only to show up weeks later in obvious places, like the middle of the dining table or on top of one of our pillows. Then black mold suddenly spread across my sister's bathroom ceiling. It seemed to appear almost overnight, and no matter how often we cleaned it, it came back thicker. The landlord refused to help. Around that same time, we both started having horrible nightmares. Some nights, one of us would quietly walk into the other's room and ask to stay there until morning. We had both lived alone before, so this wasn't normal for us. We weren't afraid of being by ourselves. We were afraid of being alone in that house. My sister and I worked opposite schedules, which meant we usually only saw each other late at night. At first, we blamed each other whenever something strange happened. We argued about moved objects, open cabinets, and lights being left on. Then the house gave us something we couldn't explain away. One evening, I came home from work while my sister was still on her shift. I got into the shower, and a few minutes later, I heard her come upstairs. She started talking to me through the bathroom door about some drama at work. It was a continuation of a conversation we'd had the night before. I answered her, she answered me back, and we had a completely normal conversation for several minutes. When I stepped out of the shower, her voice suddenly sounded different. It became flatter somehow, almost hollow. I opened the bathroom door. Nobody was there. I checked her bedroom, called down the stairs, and searched the entire second floor. Then I called her phone. She answered from work. She hadn't come home at all. When she finally got back that night, I told her what had happened. She went completely pale and said, "That happened to me a few days ago." She explained that she had been sleeping after a late shift when she heard me come through the front door. She heard me walking around downstairs and talking. She called out to me, and whatever was downstairs replied in my voice. When she got up to look, the house was empty. She had convinced herself she was half asleep and imagining things. After that, the activity became more frequent. There were several occasions when one of us would speak to the other from another room, only to discover that the other person wasn't home. But the worst night happened when we were both there. We were upstairs in our separate bedrooms watching television. Both of our doors were open. Suddenly, I heard two people talking downstairs. The voices sounded familiar. Too familiar. I muted my television. A few seconds later, I heard my sister turn hers off too. We both stepped into our doorways and listened. Downstairs, our voices were having a conversation. It sounded exactly like us. The same rhythm, the same little laughs, even the same expressions we used with each other. But neither of us was speaking. We stood frozen in the hallway, listening to something downstairs pretend to be us. Then one of the voices said my sister's name. We screamed, ran down the stairs without looking toward the living room, and flew out the front door. From outside, I called our aunt, who has always been deeply spiritual. I was crying so hard she could barely understand me. She gave us a prayer to recite and told us to write it on paper, cleanse every room with sage, and then burn the prayer outside. We followed every instruction. When the paper finished burning, the remaining ash had curled into a shape that looked unmistakably like an angel with spread wings. I still have the photograph. The house became quieter after that, but the feeling never completely disappeared. We broke our lease soon afterward because neither of us could sleep there anymore. For months, we barely spoke about what happened. Eventually, we started comparing our memories, and we realized we had heard the same voices, the same footsteps, and the same strange changes in tone. Later, we learned that two previous tenants had died inside the house. One had been killed during a shooting, and another had died by suicide. To this day, my sister and I believe something in that house was studying us. It listened to our conversations, learned the sound of our voices, and waited until one of us was alone before trying to become the other. Whatever it was, it didn't just haunt that house. It learned how to speak through us. Hi, I'm sharing this because I honestly don't know what to make of it anymore. Every time I've tried telling someone, they've said I was tired, imagining things, or frightening myself. Maybe they're right. I've always considered myself skeptical, so I'm not eager to call this paranormal. I just know that these experiences feel incredibly real, and lately, they've been happening more often. There's a particular corner of my bedroom where I sometimes see a man. He's unusually tall and wears what looks like an old-fashioned bowler hat. He's always holding a cigar. I can't see any features on his face because his entire body looks like a dark silhouette. but the shape of him is unmistakably human. The first time I saw him, I was around 6 years old. My mother told me that, for several weeks, I would wake up screaming in the middle of the night. Whenever she entered my room, she would notice a faint smell of tobacco smoke. I would point toward the same corner and tell her that a man had been standing there. She never saw him. Whenever she asked whether he was still in the room, I would tell her that he disappeared the moment she opened the door. After about 2 months, it stopped. Eventually, everyone treated it like one of those strange childhood phases. I barely thought about it for years. Then, recently, I started seeing him again. He usually appears near the tall mirror beside my wardrobe. He doesn't move or make any sound. He simply stands there, facing me. Sometimes I can even see the outline of his shadow reflected in the glass. That's one of the details I can't explain. If it were just a shadow caused by furniture or light from outside, I feel like I should be able to trace where it's coming from. But I've moved things around, closed the curtains, changed the position of my lamps, and checked the hallway light. The figure still appears. A few months before he returned, I began having a recurring dream. In the dream, I'm watching myself sleep from somewhere near the ceiling. My sleeping body is turned toward the wall. Then my viewpoint slowly shifts toward the corner of the room. The man steps out of the darkness. He walks toward the bed very slowly. When he reaches me, he leans forward and stretches out one hand, almost as though he's about to touch my shoulder. Just before he does, my sleeping body turns around to face him. The moment that happens, he disappears. I had that dream every few nights for nearly 7 weeks. Then the dream changed. Everything happened the same way, except there was a pale, glowing circle surrounding my bed. When the man tried to step through it, his body jerked backward, almost as though the light had burned or shocked him. After that version of the dream, the nightmares stopped. I still don't know what the light was supposed to mean. Maybe it was simply my mind trying to make me feel protected. I would honestly prefer that explanation. The man isn't the only figure I've seen. On 4 separate occasions, I've seen the face of a woman in another part of my bedroom. It usually happens when a narrow strip of light falls across the wall near my dresser. I'll look over and see her face inside that patch of light. She has a calm but completely blank expression. She never looks directly at me. It feels more like she's staring through me, or watching something just behind my shoulder. The first few times, I assumed it was an illusion created by the shadows. I got out of bed and walked closer, expecting the image to change. It didn't. When I switched on the main light, she vanished. But when I turned it off again, her face returned in exactly the same place. I checked the window, the curtains, the street lights, and every reflective surface I could find. I still couldn't work out where that narrow beam of light was coming from. The woman seems unaware of me. The man does not. I can't explain how I know, but I feel certain that he understands I can see him. Even without a face, there's something deliberate about the way he stands there. I can see the cigar extending from where his mouth should be, and sometimes I can even see smoke curling upward from it. Strangely, I never smell the smoke now. It has reached the point where I sometimes speak to him. I've asked who he is. I've asked what he wants. I've told him that he's frightening me. He never reacts. He never answers or moves. He simply remains beside the mirror. There have been nights when I've fallen asleep while he was standing there. I'll wake up hours later, and he'll still be in the same position. As far as I can tell, he only disappears when the sky begins to brighten. I also catch glimpses of other shapes in my peripheral vision. It doesn't only happen in my house. I've seen figures moving through hallways at friends' homes, or standing silently in doorways before vanishing when I turn my head. That makes me wonder whether this is connected to the house, connected to me, or simply something my mind is creating. I don't know much about the history of the property. There haven't been any recent deaths in my family, and I can't think of any major event that might have triggered this. I'm trying not to panic, and I'm trying not to convince myself that something supernatural is happening. But the experiences are becoming more frequent, and it's getting harder to dismiss them. I'm sorry this was so long. I just needed to explain everything clearly, because I genuinely don't know whether I'm seeing something real or whether my own mind is turning shadows into people. I would really appreciate hearing what someone else thinks. You know, there are moments in life that stick with you, not just because they're unusual, but because they defy explanation, leaving you with a mix of awe and unease. I want to share a few of those moments with you, stories that have lingered in my mind for years. So, settle in, and maybe you'll feel the chill I felt back then. Let me take you back about 8 years ago. I was hanging out with my friend, let's call her Lila. One crisp early fall evening in Minnesota, we decided to take a walk to this park not too far from our place. We had a bottle of spiced rum with us, thinking we'd crack it open when we got there. But you know how it goes. One sip led to another, and before we knew it, we were sipping some on the way. The walk was about 2.5 miles, maybe closer to 3. It took us just over half an hour, the kind of walk where the sun starts to dip just as you arrive. When we got to the park, it was around 7 p.m., and the dark was settling in softly, painting the sky in blues and purples. We were chatting and laughing, messing around on the swings and slides like kids again. The cold was starting to creep in with the sunset, so after a bit, we decided to huddle on one of the wooden benches. Wrapped in our jackets, the park's quiet hum surrounded us. The distant sounds of cars, the occasional bark of a dog, leaves rustling in the breeze. We kept drinking and talking for nearly an hour, the kind of deep, meandering conversation that flows when you're comfortable. Then, as the sun finally slipped below the horizon, something strange began to happen. We heard this low, persistent hum. At first, we thought it was just construction noise or traffic. After all, the park sat in a pretty populated area, with houses just a stone's throw away in every direction. So we ignored it, thinking nothing of it, and kept chatting. But then, the hum grew louder, more distinct. We turned our gaze toward the open baseball field in front of us. It was dark now, the field barely visible under the dim glow of the streetlights at its edges. Then, across the field, we saw it. A shadow. It swayed slightly, and at first we thought it might be a person wandering in the dark. We watched, frozen. The shadow began to grow, becoming larger, moving closer. Our hearts pounded as the shape morphed into a black mass, towering, maybe 12 feet tall, 6 feet wide, gliding silently across the field toward us. The air grew colder, the hum now a low vibration in our chests. We sat rooted to the bench, fear threading through our veins. The mass came within 20 yards, then nothing. I don't remember what happened next. The world went black. I woke up the next morning on my mother's porch, about a mile from the park. My head throbbed, ache pounding in rhythm with my heartbeat, maybe from the rum, maybe something else. My mom was frantic, eyes wide, asking why I had cuts and bruises all over. I was as confused as she was. I tried to piece the night together, but my memories were foggy, fragmented. Then, my phone buzzed. It was Lila. She was in the hospital, her wrist broken, some scrapes and bruises. When I told her what I remembered, she said she couldn't recall anything after hearing that hum. She'd just woken up in the hospital. To this day, I have no idea what really happened that night. Lila and I lost touch, but the last time we spoke, she was just as baffled. If anyone else has experienced anything like this, I would love to hear about it. The park was Cavell Park in northeast Minneapolis, if you're curious. Now, shifting gears, have you ever heard about the worst case of demonic possession recorded? It's Halloween season, so it's the perfect time to share this chilling tale. You might know the 2005 movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose, But did you know it's based on a true story from 1975 in West Germany? The story revolves around a young woman named Anneliese Michel, born in 1952 in the small town of Klingenberg. Raised in a devout Catholic family, Anneliese was bright and hopeful. But at 16, everything changed. She suffered her first epileptic seizure and began experiencing paranormal phenomena, hearing voices, seeing shadows. Over the next several years, despite medical treatment, her condition worsened. She started hallucinating terrifying demon faces and hearing voices during prayer, condemning her to eternal damnation. She smelled foul odors, burnt objects, excrement, that others around her also noticed. Anneliese began reacting violently to holy objects. Crucifixes, Bibles, even holy water made her recoil. She avoided church altogether, once describing the ground beneath her feet as burning as she approached a shrine. She believed she was possessed, blaming a family curse linked to her mother's past. Her family, desperate and fearful, sought help from the church. Initially, their request for an exorcism was denied. Meanwhile, Anneliese's behavior became more disturbing. She harmed herself and her family, consumed spiders, flies, and even her own urine. Witnesses reported her superhuman strength, throwing her sister across a room as if she weighed nothing. There were rumors she bit the head off a bird and ate it. Through it all, she blamed herself, convinced of her damnation. Finally, in 1975, the church granted permission for an exorcism. Father Arnold Renz led the sessions, which began in September and continued over 60 times. During these, Anneliese screamed in terrifying voices, claiming to be possessed by 6 demons: Lucifer, Cain, Judas, Hitler, Nero, and Fleischmann. Her health deteriorated rapidly. She refused to eat, saying the demons prevented her. She wasted away to just 68 pounds, yet her strength remained unnerving. Despite the exorcisms, she died on July 1, 1976, eerily predicting her death beforehand. After her death, her parents and the priests were put on trial in 1978. The court heard tapes from the exorcisms, audio that is truly disturbing. The priests were suspended and fined, but avoided jail time. The family later exhumed Anneliese's body for a proper burial. But the story didn't end there. In June 2013, the house where she lived caught fire under mysterious circumstances. Locals reported seeing a figure believed to be Anneliese's spirit. The fire occurred on June 6/2013, adding a chilling layer of symbolism to the tragedy. And finally, I want to share a story from my own childhood in a tiny village in Finland, a place filled with dense woods and forgotten farms. We had these old barns and houses that no one cared for anymore, slowly crumbling into the earth. One place near my home was a ring of ancient spruces, growing in a perfect circle, a place that felt almost magical, especially when fairy rings of mushrooms appeared inside. But the most peculiar spot was something we called the Bone Pit. It was unlike any other place we knew. You could never find it twice in the same spot. The first time I came across it, I was around 8 years old, playing in a meadow near my cousin's house. I stumbled upon a small pit in the ground, big enough for a curled-up adult. Inside, I saw sun-bleached bones, fragmented pig bones, no skulls or ribs. I had seen animal bones before, scattered near old houses, but this was strange because the pit was in the open meadow. I didn't think much of it and even moved some bones away from where I played, thinking it was normal. But then, something odd happened. I looked away for just a few seconds, maybe 4 steps away, and when I turned back, the pit had vanished. I searched frantically, parting grass, scanning the ground, but the pit was gone. I called out to my cousin, telling her what happened. She just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it just disappears sometimes," and walked on. Knowing her, I thought she was teasing me. I kept searching along the edge of the dark forest bordering the meadow, but no luck. Eventually, I gave up and ran to catch up with her. The very next year, I found it again, just as clear, just as chilling. No grass had grown inside it. I wanted to get closer, to examine the bones better, but a creeping unease stopped me. I turned to share with my friends, and in that brief moment, it vanished once more. It felt like the pit was mocking me, playing hide and seek. Once, my little sister found it and excitedly called me over. I was too frustrated to care and told her, "Yeah, sure," brushing her off. She wanted to show our mom, dragging her to the spot, but when they got there, the pit had disappeared again. Mom tried to comfort her, but you could see the disbelief in her eyes. Years later, we talked about it. My sister was relieved to know I believed her, and we wondered what it all meant. Was the ground uneven, hiding the pit from certain angles? Maybe, but it had disappeared right in front of us 3 different times in a place we all knew like the back of our hands. I guess some mysteries are meant to stay that way, haunting the edges of our memories, reminding us that not everything in this world is meant to be understood. But sharing these stories, maybe we find a little comfort in knowing we're not alone in experiencing the strange and unexplainable. Okay, just hear me out. Everyone I've told so far thinks I'm imagining things, and honestly, I understand why. I've been smoking on and off for around 3 years, and before moving into this house, I had never hallucinated or seen anything that truly frightened me. The first strange incident happened when I was home alone. I had just smoked and was getting ready for an afternoon shift when I heard several loud clattering sounds coming from the kitchen. My bedroom is close to both the kitchen and the living room, so when I open my door, I can see most of those areas from the hallway. A few seconds after the noise started, our 2 dogs began barking uncontrollably from their crate. That was when I felt it. Something was wrong. I messaged my family to ask whether anyone had come home without telling me. Everyone confirmed they were still out. Both outside doors were locked, and all the windows were shut. I stood inside my room for a while, trying to convince myself to look. When I finally opened the door, I watched a small glass sitting on the dining table slowly tip onto its side. It had water in it, so it wasn't empty or especially light. There was no breeze, no open window, and nothing near it that could have pushed it. I immediately closed my door again. I was terrified, but I still had to leave for work. I grabbed the wooden lamp beside my bed because it was the closest thing I had to protection, then slowly walked toward the kitchen. Everything looked normal. The only thing out of place was the fallen glass. The dogs had stopped barking, but they were staring toward the staircase. I let them out because I didn't want to be alone while I finished getting ready. Then I rushed out of the house. Later, while everyone was still away, our downstairs neighbor heard a heavy crash from our apartment. We live in a 2-family house, with her unit directly below ours. Right after the crash, she heard the dogs barking wildly. Because I had accidentally left the door unlocked, she came upstairs to check on them. She found both dogs standing at the bottom of the staircase, barking toward the 2nd floor. Neither of them would climb the steps. She went back downstairs and called my mother. When my family returned home, they discovered that a large framed decoration from the living room had fallen forward onto the floor. It hadn't simply slipped down the wall. It looked as though someone had pushed it over. Our dogs are tiny. There was no way they could have moved something that heavy. Nothing else happened for several weeks, so I tried to forget about it. Then, about 10 days ago, I smoked upstairs with my brother. After a while, I became tired and lay down on the edge of his bed. I was staring at the dresser when I noticed something crawling along the side of it. It looked like a spider, but far too large to be real. Its body was nearly the size of a beach ball, with thin legs stretching across the drawers. I blinked several times. It was still there. I turned toward the window because I didn't want to look at it anymore. But while staring at the evening clouds, I started seeing faces inside them. They were twisted and deeply unsettling, as though the clouds were forming expressions that weren't meant to belong to human faces. I know how this sounds. I looked back at the dresser, hoping the creature would be gone. It wasn't. Eventually, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. By the next morning, everything seemed normal again. For the next few days, I didn't see anything unusual. Then it happened again last night. I had smoked with my brother and was sitting in his desk chair. My back was facing the bedroom door, and I was looking toward the dark window. Suddenly, I felt this intense sensation that something was directly behind me, clinging to the ceiling. I turned around, but there was nothing there. When I faced the window again, I saw the spider-shaped figure reflected in the glass. This time, it was enormous. It seemed to cover most of the ceiling behind me, completely black and darker than any ordinary shadow. I kept telling myself that it was only the lighting, that my mind was filling in shapes because I was high. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I couldn't stay in that room, so I went downstairs, climbed into bed, and pulled the blankets over my head until I finally fell asleep. I woke up a few hours ago, and I still can't stop thinking about it. I've decided to stop smoking for a while. These visions only happen when I'm high, so I know there could be a completely ordinary explanation involving anxiety, stress, or the way my mind reacts to it. Still, even when I'm sober, I sometimes get that prickling sensation that someone is standing behind me. It usually happens when I'm alone at work or walking through the house late at night. I keep trying to convince myself that it's nothing. I just wish I could fully believe that. Have you ever seen something so strange that even years later, you still find yourself turning it over in your mind? People used to call those moments signs or portents. An animal behaving oddly, a sudden change in the weather, or some small event that seemed to fall outside the normal rhythm of life. Most of us probably notice things like that, shrug, and carry on. But every now and then, something happens that refuses to be forgotten. This happened to me when I was about 16. A few friends and I had arranged to meet at a traveling fair one Saturday evening. I arrived on time, waited near the entrance, and watched the crowds pour through the gates, but my friends never appeared. I was disappointed, of course, but I refused to let it ruin the night. I told myself I would have a good time without them, partly out of determination and partly out of pure stubbornness. After wandering past the flashing arcade machines and the spinning rides, I made my way to the dodgems, or bumper cars, as some people call them. The ride was surrounded by a circular queue several people deep. Before joining it, you had to buy a small orange plastic token from the operator. Then you waited for your chance to rush onto the track and claim a car. Whenever a session ended, the siren would sound, the cars would lose power, and the drivers would climb out. The next group rarely waited patiently. They would charge forward before the previous riders had fully cleared the track. There were always more people than cars, so anyone who failed to grab one had to return to the queue and try again. It reminded me of musical chairs, only with flashing lights, loud music, and people pretending not to shove each other. As I moved closer to the front, I began studying the cars. There were red ones, blue ones, green ones, and yellow ones. Most of them came in matching groups, but there was one silver-purple car sitting among them. Its paint sparkled beneath the fairground lights, and a large number 9 was painted on the front. I became strangely fixated on it. Perhaps it looked faster. Perhaps I simply liked the fact that it was different. Whatever the reason, I decided that I wanted that car and no other. By the time I reached the front row of the queue, I had made a private promise to myself. If somebody else reached the purple car first, I would step back, wait through another session, and try again. When the siren finally sounded, the cars rolled to a stop. Unfortunately, the purple one had stopped on the far side of the track, much closer to several other people than it was to me. The power was cut. Drivers began climbing out. I ran. I did not look left or right. I did not pay attention to anyone around me. I simply sprinted across the floor toward that purple car as fast as I could. Somehow, I reached it. I climbed inside, dropped my orange token into the slot, and gripped the steering wheel. I remember feeling ridiculously pleased with Motesters. Then I looked up. Every other car was empty. Not almost every car, every single one. No one else had entered the track. The crowd was still standing around the circular barrier. The people who had been pressing forward only moments earlier were now completely still, staring at me. They were not frozen. They were blinking, shifting their weight, and glancing at one another. But nobody stepped onto the track. The rest of the fair continued as normal. I could hear music from the carousel, laughter from somewhere behind me, and the distant mechanical roar of another ride. Yet around the Dodgems, everything had gone strangely quiet. I sagged there wondering whether I had broken some rule without realizing it. I looked down at myself, thinking perhaps something embarrassing had happened. But there was nothing unusual about me. I was just an ordinary teenager sitting in a bumper car. Until that moment, the crowd had been fighting for places. People had been squeezing past one another, watching for empty cars and preparing to run. Now they simply stood there. I looked toward the operator's booth. The man inside was staring at the crowd with the same confused expression I must have had. He looked at me, looked back at them, and raised his hands slightly, as though asking a question nobody could answer. After several uncomfortable seconds, he gave a small shrug, pulled the lever, and sounded the siren. The power came on. My car began to move. And so I drove the Dodgems entirely alone. At first, I went around the outside of the track. Then I began weaving between the abandoned cars, gently nudging one or two of them because there was nothing else to do. It should have been exciting. I had the entire ride to myself, including the exact car I had wanted. Instead, I felt exposed. Everyone watched as I drove around in slow circles. Nobody laughed or called out. Even the operator seemed unsure whether to be amused or concerned. That session felt much longer than the others, although perhaps time simply stretches when a crowd of strangers is silently watching you drive a bumper car by yourself. Eventually, the siren sounded again, and the power was cut. The moment my car stopped, the crowd surged forward. People rushed onto the track, scrambling for every available car. Several of them headed straight for the purple one before I had even climbed out. Everything was suddenly normal again. I stepped away from the car, crossed through the crowd, and left the ride without saying a word. I have thought about that evening many times since. Perhaps everyone in that group had also wanted the purple car and decided they would rather wait than take another one. But that explanation has never felt convincing. There were plenty of other cars, and until then, nobody had shown the slightest hesitation about taking whichever one they could reach. Why did every person stop at exactly the same moment? Why did no one move until my session was over? And why did the operator seem just as confused as I was? Maybe there is a perfectly ordinary explanation. Perhaps I missed something obvious in the excitement. But even now, all these years later, part of me wonders whether it was one of those strange little interruptions in reality. A modern sign. A quiet portent hidden beneath fairground music and flashing lights. Whatever it was, I have never forgotten the night when an entire crowd stepped back and left me alone on the Dodgems. For as long as I can remember, strange things have happened around me. I'm talking about the kind of activity people usually associate with a poltergeist. Thoughts moving by themselves, things being thrown across rooms, and the unsettling feeling that something has attached itself to you. Sometimes I wonder whether that attachment made me stand out somehow, almost like a porch light in the dark, drawing other things toward me. One of the most frightening experiences happened when I was about 22. I was living with my boyfriend, who later became my husband. Every time I walked toward our bedroom, even just to use the bathroom, I felt this sudden wave of fear. It wasn't ordinary nervousness. It felt instinctive, as though my body knew something was waiting in there before my mind could understand it. One night, I was tired and wanted to go to bed. I asked my boyfriend to come with me, but he was halfway through a movie and wanted to finish watching it. So I went into the bedroom alone and lay down. Almost immediately, something pressed itself on top of me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I tried to call out, but nothing came. All I could do was struggle against this crushing weight until, somehow, I finally broke free and screamed. My boyfriend came running into the room. As he reached the doorway, he saw a large, dark mass lift away from my body and disappear through the ceiling. He sat beside me for several minutes, trying to calm me down. Eventually, we convinced ourselves that whatever it was had gone. He returned to the living room to finish his movie, and I tried to lie down again. The moment I settled back onto the bed, it came down on me a second time. Once again, I was completely trapped beneath it, unable to move or draw a breath. I fought until I managed to scream, and my boyfriend rushed back in. He saw the same black shape rising from me, this time vanishing through the upper corner of the room. That was enough for both of us. He grabbed our blankets and pillows, and we slept on the floor in front of the television. Whatever had been in that bedroom didn't bother us again that night. Nearly a decade later, I was staying with my parents while helping care for my grandmother. She was undergoing chemotherapy for advanced breast cancer, and the entire household was exhausted and emotionally drained. One evening, an old friend was visiting me. We were sitting in my childhood bedroom while I copied some music onto CDs for them. Suddenly, I heard the doorknob turning. I watched it move and assumed my grandmother was trying to come inside, so I called out, "Come in." The door slowly opened. There was nobody standing on the other side. I immediately got up and checked on my grandmother. She was sound asleep in bed. My mother was asleep in her room, and my father was working an overnight shift. My friend and I were the only people awake in the house. A few years after that, my husband and I moved to another state, but the activities seemed to come with us. One evening, while my husband was taking a shower, something picked up my hairbrush and threw it at him. I was nowhere near the bathroom. I was in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Another incident happened when we had a guest over. I'll be honest, this was someone I found extremely difficult to be around, and apparently, whatever shared our home could sense the tension. There were 2 bottles sitting on top of the refrigerator. A large bottle of vodka stood in front, with a heavy glass bottle of rum positioned behind it. Without anyone touching them, the rum bottle somehow moved around the vodka, launched off the refrigerator, and flew directly toward our guest. They didn't stay long after that. About 6 months later, my husband and I went to a newly opened bar for Valentine's Day. A friend of ours was hosting karaoke, and we spent part of the evening playing pool with another couple. When we paused to sit and talk, our pool cues suddenly began falling and sliding from the far end of the table. Then a piece of chalk shot across the room and struck the wall. The other woman looked terrified. My husband gave a nervous laugh and said, "Don't worry, the ghosts are probably following her again." Her entire expression changed. She looked directly at me, suddenly angry, and said, "You need to leave. Now." At the time, I thought she was blaming me for something I couldn't control. I told her that she was free to leave if she felt uncomfortable. Looking back, I wish I had listened. Later that night, I became seriously ill and disoriented. I eventually learned that a man I had been playing pool with had slipped something into my drink. For years, I thought the disturbances around me were only meant to frighten me. Now I sometimes wonder whether the flying cues and the chalk striking the wall were trying to do something else. Maybe they weren't causing trouble that night. Maybe they were trying to warn me. I want to tell you a story my grandmother shared with me many years ago. She carried it with her for the rest of her life, and whenever she spoke about it, her voice never wavered. She swore that every detail happened exactly as she remembered it. My grandmother grew up in a small farming village near Sparta in southern Greece. Her family kept goats, grew olives, and worked long days in fields scattered across the hills. One late summer afternoon, when she was about 19, she was returning from a distant field with a small group of villagers. The journey home took them across a narrow mountain trail that wound through a thick forest. People rarely used that path alone. There were stories about travelers who had entered the forest and never returned. No one knew whether those disappearances involved accidents, wild animals, or something else entirely. Still, the villagers took the warnings seriously and always traveled together. As the group neared the village, my grandmother realized she had left behind a cloth bundle containing her shawl and a few tools. Since she was the youngest and still had plenty of energy, she told the others she would quickly run back and collect it. At first, the forest felt completely ordinary. She heard birds calling between the trees, cicadas buzzing in the heat, and dry leaves shifting beneath her shoes. Then, without warning, everything went silent. Not gradually, all at once. The birds stopped. The insects stopped. Even the wind seemed to disappear. My grandmother stood still and listened. There was nothing. She felt uneasy, but she saw no sign of danger, so she continued along the trail. A few minutes later, something moved inside the bushes beside her. The branches shook violently, and she heard a heavy dragging sound across the ground. Her first thought was that it might be a wolf or perhaps a wild boar. But what came out of the bushes was neither of those things. It was an enormous snake. She said its body was wider than her waist, and it was so long that part of it remained hidden among the trees. She never saw where its tail ended, but strangely, its size was not what stayed with her most. It was the creature's beauty. Its scales were covered in brilliant colors: turquoise, deep orange, rose pink, violet, and flashes of silver that seemed to change whenever it moved. The patterns were so detailed that she said they looked hand-painted, almost like the decorations inside an old church. My grandmother knew snakes well. She had grown up seeing them in fields, beneath stones, and near the animal pens. She was cautious around them, but she was not someone who panicked at the sight of one. This creature, she insisted, was unlike any snake she had ever known. It slowly moved farther onto the trail, blocking her path. Then it lifted its head until its eyes were level with hers. And this is the part of the story I have always found most unsettling. She said she was not afraid. Instead, a deep feeling of calm came over her. She felt warm, peaceful, and strangely safe. She could not bring herself to step backward or look away. It was not fear holding her still. She felt as though the snake's presence had drawn her into a dream. For several moments, they simply stared at one another. Then she heard a voice calling from farther down the mountain. One of the young women from the group had become worried and decided to follow her. The moment the snake heard the woman's voice, it lowered its head and slipped back into the bushes. My grandmother watched its patterned body disappear between the trees, but even then, she never saw its full length. By the time the other woman reached her, the forest sounds had returned. The insects were buzzing again. Birds were moving through the branches. Everything appeared normal. My grandmother told the woman what she had seen, but when they searched the edge of the trail, they found nothing. No shed skin, no tracks, not even a broken branch. For years, I tried to find a sensible explanation. I searched through photographs of snakes from Greece and other parts of the world. I showed her boas, pythons, vipers, and rare species with unusually bright colors. She rejected every one of them. She said the creature's colors were more vivid, its patterns were completely different, and there was something about the way it looked at her that no photograph could capture. I also tried to learn more about the old disappearances connected to that mountain path. I never found any official records, but rural villages did not always document such events carefully in those days. It is possible the stories were exaggerated over time. It is also possible they began for a reason. My grandmother never claimed to know what the creature was. She only knew what she had seen, and until the end of her life, she never changed a single part of her account. Maybe it was an unusually large animal seen in a moment of exhaustion. Maybe the afternoon light transformed its colors. Or perhaps there are things hidden in old forests that do not fit neatly into the names we have given the world. I still do not know. But whenever I imagine that silent mountain path, I picture my grandmother standing alone beneath the trees, face to face with a beautiful creature that seemed to belong somewhere between nature, legend, and a dream. Hey there. I want to share some stories that have been etched deep into my memory. Moments where the ordinary world brushed against something, well, something quite different. Let's start with a story from a few years back about my first job as a security officer at a resort with an indoor water park. I worked the overnight shift, and during my training, the night manager, let's call him Jack, shared a chilling piece of history about the place. He said it was one of the last places a child was seen alive before mysteriously vanishing. I was skeptical back then, brushing it off as just a story to add some spice to the job. But that night, as I roamed the silent halls, I began to hear a loud tapping noise echoing through a section of the resort. It sounded like someone was tapping on the air ducts in the hallway. I showed one of the hotel engineers, but even they couldn't pinpoint the source of the tapping. Then, while checking fire extinguishers during one of my shifts, I was near an emergency exit inside the lower restaurant. That door only had a handle on the inside and couldn't be opened from outside. Suddenly, a loud slam echoed against the door in the dark restaurant. My heart jumped. Thinking it was a prank, I opened the door, expecting to see someone or some footprints in the freshly fallen snow outside. But there was nothing. No footprints, no one around. Another time, in the lower restaurant's kitchen, I saw something that staff had talked about for years. A tall shadow figure gliding along the wall through the swinging door. I froze, then turned around and hurried back to the office. I left the job for a while, but eventually returned. My old shift partner and I started to test this presence, or maybe multiple entities. It was a bad idea, but curiosity got the better of us. We'd sit in the hotel spa, waiting for something to happen. I felt a cold touch on my elbow in one of the rooms and witnessed a shadowy figure peek around a doorframe before vanishing. A few days later, we heard two voices, a female or childlike voice, and another deeper, almost demonic voice, followed by heavy footsteps climbing the stairs. We checked the entire spa but found no one. Challenging whatever haunted the hotel was thrilling, but came with consequences. A month or two later, the hotel closed after being bought out by a competitor. As security staff, we had 60 extra days of employment, which meant working alone at night in an empty building haunted by what felt like multiple spirits. The random banging sounds echoed through the halls. One night, my old shift partner and I heard what sounded like a bowling ball rolling down the stairs. Two police officers even saw an old food warmer violently shaking in the lower restaurant. One officer refused to check on me afterward. It was the same place where I later saw a floating gray mass. Twice, I heard a loud, childlike scream from the restaurant, but I never investigated, alone and unarmed, with no easy way to call for help. Then, shadows appeared inside the water park, especially around the child's splash tower. One night, after a loud bang, I looked up to see a solid black mass, like a head and shoulders, staring down at me. I haven't gone back to that hotel since, neither as an employee nor a guest. Now, shifting gears to a summer hiking trip along a riverbed when the water was low. I was focused on photographing a rock formation when I heard a man yelling my name from across the river. I looked around but saw no one. Then, out of nowhere, a loud, guttural male voice screamed, "Help me!" followed by the sound of breaking branches. My instincts screamed at me to run in the opposite direction, even though I usually run toward danger when help is needed. I ran until I was lost, even hopping a stranger's backyard fence, only to find bones scattered all over. It took me an hour of frantic wandering to find my way out. I've searched for news reports about assaults in the area, but found nothing to explain that terrifying moment. Another night, I was sleeping over at a friend's house after some video games. Around 3 a.m., I woke to what sounded like his mom arguing with someone. I heard a woman scream and cry, "$7! You did it for $7!" repeated several times, each time louder and more intense. My friend was asleep beside me, unresponsive despite my shaking and attempts to wake him. Feeling awkward, I stayed in the room, not wanting to intrude on family matters. But when the screaming escalated, I knew I had to intervene, otherwise someone might get hurt. I got up and opened the door mid-scream, and suddenly, everything stopped. The house was silent and pitch black. I flicked on the light. No one was there. I called out, but only silence answered. I closed the door, woke my friend, and we stayed up the rest of the night. The next morning, he asked his parents if anything had happened, but they said they slept through the night. That experience remains one of the eeriest I've had. Back in boarding school, nestled in the jungle of Southeast Asia, our small chalets housed 2 people each. At around 1 or 2 a.m., after finishing my revision, I heard the front door open and slam shut. I called my roommate, but got no response. Then, his bedroom door slammed too. About 30 minutes later, loud banging erupted from his room, like cupboards and shelves being violently slammed open and shut. Concerned, I checked for an intruder, maybe a monkey, as they often snuck in looking for food. But the room was empty and calm. When I called him, he said he was staying over at a friend's place. The noises started again, so I locked my door and stayed put. Peering out the window, I saw a security guard passing by. After a chat, he told me he'd been called for a noise complaint and heard the same sounds. He advised me to stay in my room and not to engage with whatever was causing the disturbance. Apparently, such things happened often in the jungle. Now here's one that shook me deeply. A night alone at home when terror gripped me for hours. I was exhausted, but couldn't sleep, heart racing, sweating, shaking. I thought it was a panic attack, took my meds, and tried to calm down. Around 1 a.m., noises started, footsteps and knocks, but I was so tired I drifted back to sleep. Then, suddenly, a strange dream engulfed me. My room was the same, but outside, the sky was a deep, eerie red at sunset. I got up to get water but found my door locked. Odd, since it had no lock. Panic surged. I sat back down, searching for my phone to call someone. Then, a door creaked open, and I froze. A strange, bald man in black stood silently in the doorway, faceless. He said, "You may come in, Grandma." An old lady I'd never seen before entered, sat beside me on the bed, and the man vanished as the door slammed shut. She was tearful and sad, talking about loneliness and needing my help, apologizing for what she was about to do. Suddenly, a flash of realization hit me. She lay in the same position I had fallen asleep in. I choked on fear and woke with a start, heart pounding. I couldn't sleep that night and spent hours watching YouTube until dawn. Later, I learned our elderly neighbor had passed out that night. That haunting memory will never fade. Then there's the tale of the White House, a big, split-level house with a porch that my family lived in when I was a teenager. It was set back on a large yard and had a long driveway leading to an old carriage barn. No one lived there before us, but I always felt uneasy passing it. When we moved in, I immediately told my mom, "I don't like this house." She just said, "Too bad." Inside, it was surprisingly nice. 3 bedrooms, each with its own full bath, and a wood-burning fireplace I loved. But then, strange things started. Footsteps upstairs, sounds of something dragging across the floor, doors opening and slamming. My mom checked, and the stair door was locked. No one was supposed to be up there. Our landlord said no one had been up there since we moved in. We explored the carriage barn, which had a little windowed room with shelves, a table, and an old piano. We pretended to be ghost hunters, asking questions and leaving notes, but nothing happened. One autumn, my best friend and I saw a man in a yellow coat standing by the stove, but he vanished before we could see him clearly. Other times, the TV would turn itself on and off, channels changing, CDs skipping, volume fluctuating. It never felt hostile, just a presence wanting us to know it was there. My little sister, only 2 at the time, once pointed at my mom's closet and said, "A guy go in there." The most unsettling experience came when I was 14. Around midnight, just as I was falling asleep, I felt static coursing through my body and sensed someone sitting on my bed's edge. I heard whispers, static, and a car engine starting, sounds coming from the direction of the carriage barn. A deep sadness overwhelmed me. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped. Movement was slow, like stop motion. I managed to crawl to my bedroom door's threshold as the sun rose, and the feeling lifted. My mom noticed I looked unwell and let me stay home from school. Later, we learned the house once belonged to Kenny Whitney, a piano teacher who tragically took his own life in the carriage barn after being disowned for being gay. I think Kenny was trying to tell me his story. Even now, I'm drawn to that house, often dreaming of it and wishing I could live there again. Finally, a story from a family trip right after Christmas 2018. We went to a spa hotel known for being haunted, offering ghost tours and packages. I thought it was just a marketing gimmick. The hotel was in a small town famous for hot springs. The town felt worn down, and the hotel's history was tied to healing waters. One day, returning from lunch, we heard a radio blasting down the hall, scanning through stations, loud and distorted. It was coming from our room, even though the maid had cleaned it earlier. My husband works in hotels, so we always turn off alarms upon arrival to avoid surprises. That night, our daughter slept well, but the next night, she screamed uncontrollably, pulling herself up in her pack and play, desperate to escape. I held her all night as she clung to me. Later, I had a massage in the spa's grotto, where silence was strictly enforced. Just as I got comfortable, the relaxing music abruptly switched to loud FM radio, scanning channels. The therapist came in, calmly saying, "The ghosts have been messing with this all day," then carried on as if nothing unusual had happened. I never took the ghost tour, but now wish I had. That hotel was definitely haunted. Part of me wants to go back to see if it was a one-time thing, but another part is genuinely scared to return. Thanks for listening to these stories, some scary, Some strange, all unforgettable. I hope they give you a glimpse into the unseen echoes that ripple through places and moments, reminding us that sometimes the past isn't really gone, just waiting to be heard. Hey, I want to share this really strange experience that happened to me not too long ago, when I was about 18. So, it was the summer right after we graduated high school, and one of my closest friends, let's call him Mick, lived a couple towns over. We used to hang out all the time back then. For a good month or two, I'd head over to his neighborhood and we'd spend hours in my car, just smoking and talking. His neighborhood was this quaint little suburb, mostly older folks living there, quiet and peaceful, with these really charming streets lined with big trees. We had a few favorite spots to park and chill during our sessions. Sometimes, we'd even wander to this popular forest trail right at the edge of his neighborhood. It was a pretty well-used trail. Runners, walkers, bikers throughout the day. Nothing sketchy at all. One evening, Mick and I decided to smoke on that trail. Honestly, that was pretty normal for us by then. We walked maybe a mile and a half into the trail, just joking around, chatting about whatever came to mind. Eventually, we found a bench and sat down to light up and talk about our day, interests, future plans, typical stuff. We saw one other person the whole time, a middle-aged man jogging past us briefly. That was it. By the time we finished, the sun had set and it was getting pretty dark. So we figured we'd head back to the car to keep rolling. As we started walking back, Mick and I were talking casually, but the darkness around us was thickening fast. At first, I could barely see a thing, and I was trying to let my eyes adjust. After a few moments, my vision cleared just enough to see the trail with this eerie bluish tint, kind of like in those old horror movies where the night has this unnatural glow. The forest on either side was pitch black, like an endless wall of shadows. We kept walking shoulder to shoulder, and soon the trail stretched straight ahead, ending in a bend that disappeared from our view, maybe 150, 200 feet away. Mick was on my right, and we were chatting quietly, nothing serious. Then, out of nowhere, this narrow beam of white light appeared, cutting through the darkness just off the trail ahead, a little to the left. At first, I thought it was just moonlight reflecting off the riverbank nearby. But then I noticed the light was moving. And it wasn't just flickering or wavering. It was moving smoothly, deliberately, coming closer. I was mid-sentence when my words just trailed off. Mick was staring at it too, frozen. Our pace slowed without us even realizing it, and we watched this figure emerging from the forest. It was this whitish-gray shape, almost glowing, moving toward us but not seeming to touch the ground. No sound, no footsteps. Mick finally broke the silence, whispering, "Do you see that?" I nodded, though I was trying hard to convince myself it was something normal. I said, "It's probably just moonlight," but Mick wasn't buying it. "No, man, I don't think so." The figure was now maybe 60 feet away. We could tell it was human-shaped, legs, shoulders moving with the stride, but something was off. It looked like a woman in a white dress, her entire form glowing white, from head to toe. Her legs, arms, even her head were pale white, but I couldn't see any hair or details. It was like she was made of light. My heart started pounding. I tried to reason it out. Maybe a man in a white coat? But it didn't make sense to be out here so late. Plus, this figure wasn't stepping on the ground like a normal person. I was terrified but strangely calm, like there was no danger despite how unreal it all felt. She kept coming closer, closer, maybe 20 or 30 feet now. I could almost make out her height, tall, almost eye level with me. But no eyes, no face, just a gentle glow and the shape of a nose. Mick and I stopped dead in our tracks, frozen, our eyes locked on her as she approached directly between us. Without thinking, Mick and I exchanged a look, pure horror and disbelief. He blurted, "Dude, what is that?" We both stared back at her, and then, just like that, she was gone. Vanished into thin air, as if she'd never been there at all. We didn't say a word for a moment, just stunned. Then I said, "Let's go." We started speed walking, then broke into a run, trying not to leave each other behind. I have no idea how far we'd gotten, but it felt like we were suddenly at the trail's end. The whole thing probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt like time froze. We jumped into my car and I floored it back to Mick's place. He was shaking, asking over and over, "Bro, did you see that? We both saw it, right?" We kept confirming every detail, trying to make sense of it. What was it? Why did it show itself? What did it mean? It completely shattered my sense of reality. The area felt so unnatural after that, like we'd stepped into some kind of limbo. What really chills me out, but also keeps me grounded, is that Mick saw it too. We both saw this glowing woman walking toward us, gliding over the ground without a sound. Later, I thought maybe it was the spirit of someone who used to live in the neighborhood, maybe an old woman who loved that trail in her youth. I'd also heard the area was a Civil War site, so who knows? Mick and I sometimes talk about that night. We even tried going back once, hoping to see her again. But as soon as we got near the trail, this gut feeling told me to turn around. Neither of us wanted to face whatever it was again. Since then, I've become more open to the idea of spirits and things beyond our understanding. When we tell this story, people usually laugh it off, thinking it's just some wild tale. But for us, it was real. A truly strange, reality-bending experience. Thanks for listening. I'd love to hear if anyone else has had something similar happen. Hey, I want to share something really strange that happened to me and my cousin a few years back. I'm 31 now, but this took place when I was about 27 or 28. We were living together in a small apartment complex in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, right in the middle of a thick forested area. There was this freeway running right through the complex that connected to a highway, and we actually used to walk along this freeway every night to get to and from work. Yeah, walking on a highway, that alone was nerve-wracking, but that's where our story begins. So, we both worked at a Wendy's on Manheim Pike, and we always requested the same shifts because we liked working together. It was fun and made the long nights bearable. One night, around 3:30 in the morning, after closing the store at 1 a.m., we had finished all our closing duties. It usually took us at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to get everything sorted, and we started our walk home. My place was just about 50 to 70 feet from the freeway, and my cousin's apartment was just a short walk off the freeway too, so it was a pretty familiar route for us. We were walking down that dark freeway, chatting like we always did to pass the time. It was pitch black outside. When I say dark, I mean there wasn't a single streetlight for miles. Just trees, thick and dense, lining both sides of the road. At that hour, you literally couldn't see anything beyond the first row of trees. Even our phone flashlights only lit up about 5 feet ahead, but by then, we barely needed them because we knew the path so well. Out of nowhere, we noticed this bright light coming down the freeway. It looked like a headlight, but it was blindingly bright. Way too bright for any car or motorcycle I'd ever seen. At first, I thought it must be some new kind of fancy light, but then I realized there was only one light, so I assumed it was a motorcycle. What struck me as odd though, and it hit me only in hindsight, is that there was no sound. No engine noise, no hum, nothing. Just this eerie, blinding light. We moved to the other side of the road to stay safe, just in case. The light was still coming toward us, but then, when it reached the small bridge where a creek ran beneath it, the border between the apartment complex and the forest, the light just vanished, completely disappeared. I turned to my cousin and asked if he saw it too. He nodded, eyes wide, and said, "Yeah, that was nuts." We both laughed nervously and shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was some trick of the eyes. The very next day, same time, same walk home. Again, there it was, this bright light speeding down the freeway, but faster this time. We stopped dead in our tracks, just staring at it. The light raced past the bridge, but something impossible happened next. It made this incredibly sharp left turn, one that no vehicle could physically make at that speed, and then it shot straight into the trees. We watched, frozen, as the light zipped about 200 feet deep into the forest, weaving between the trees like it was dodging them. And then, just like before, it disappeared. No crash, no noise, nothing. We looked at each other, utterly baffled. Nothing that exists could do that. We kept walking, but now the air felt heavy, strange. We were on edge, glancing around nervously, but the forest was silent, the darkness impenetrable. Then came the third night. We were talking about the weird experiences from the past 2 nights, walking close together, me just a step behind my cousin, both of us looking over each other's shoulders as we talked. I pulled out my phone to check the time. We'd left the store at 2:58 a.m., and it was now 3:37. Suddenly, mid-conversation, everything changed. I stopped dead in my tracks, mid-step, my foot hanging in the air. The world around me vanished. There was no warning, no distortion, no flicker, just gone. 1 second, we were on that dark road with trees crowding both sides. The next, nothing. No road beneath my feet, no trees, no darkness, no sky, just endless, blinding white. Imagine standing on a blank sheet of paper, but all around you, infinitely, no edges, no shadows, no depth. It was like the first time Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber, just pure white, empty space. My cousin, who had been just a foot and a half ahead, was nowhere to be seen. I was completely alone in this impossible void. Fear gripped me. I didn't know what to do or how to react. I just stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of what was happening. After what felt like 3 seconds, though time seemed meaningless, it all snapped back. The road returned beneath my feet, the trees reappeared, and my cousin was about 5 feet ahead of me instead of just a step away. I realized I hadn't moved during that moment of nothingness, but clearly he had, which explained the distance. I'd read a little about these things, wormholes, glitches in reality, and how some people have said even a tiny movement inside them can land you miles away. I told him what I thought, but he was just as shaken. I asked him, "Did you see something?" He nodded, wide-eyed, and described it as the brightest lightning bolt he could imagine, like a lightning flash that was so intense it turned everything white, but 100 times worse. I told him I didn't see any lightning, just pure white nothingness. He agreed, saying that was the closest way he could explain it. Then I checked my phone again. It read 4:20 a.m. I was stunned. Just seconds before, it had said 3:37. That's nearly a 45-minute jump that we lost somewhere in that blank space. I showed my cousin and he joked that I was messing with him, but we both knew what we'd experienced was real. Looking around, we realized we were no longer near the start of that road where the dimension shift happened. We were actually about 200 feet past my house, a couple minutes walk back from where we'd been. It was unsettling to say the least. Since then, my cousin and I don't talk as much, but whenever we do, that night always comes up. We both still think about it, wonder what it was, and hope we never experience anything like it again. Has anyone else ever had something like this happen? Because as far as I know, it's just been us two. And honestly, it's the most bizarre, terrifying thing I've ever lived through. Hey, I want to share this really strange experience that happened a few years ago, back when I was living with my girlfriend. Well, my ex now, but she was my girlfriend for 8 years, at this tiny apartment in Manhattan. It was a rough time for us. We were having some serious relationship issues, and eventually, we separated a few months after what I'm about to tell you. But having been with me for so long, she had kind of gotten used to the fact that weird stuff tends to happen around me. For about 4 or 5 months, the paranormal activity in that apartment went completely off the rails. It got so bad that I actually started documenting everything. I really wish I still had the evidence to share with you now. It was almost daily occurrences. Things falling over when nobody was near them, doors opening by themselves, hearing someone calling your name when you were completely alone. And then there were these orbs, sometimes white, sometimes black, that would zip through the room. What was really eerie about these orbs was how fast they moved. It was almost impossible to follow them with your eyes, but if you managed, you'd see them fly right into a wall and then vanish, as if they were passing through it. I remember the silence that would follow, like the whole room was holding its breath. But the thing that really pushed me to start recording this stuff was something that happened with our gaming setup. We had all our consoles hooked up to one TV. By that time, I had run out of new games for my PS3 and Wii, so we mostly used the Xbox 360. But here's the catch. Our Xbox wasn't really for gaming. It was mostly connected to our phones via USB to play music and watch downloaded shows through the media center. We had a Kinect connected, and it was always on. One day, we were just chilling, listening to music through the Xbox Media Center, when I noticed something strange on the Kinect screen. It was showing 3 people registered in the room. But here's the weird part. There was only me and my girlfriend, and we were alone in the entire apartment. No one else was anywhere near us. What made it even more unsettling was where the Kinect said one of those people was standing, right above us on the top bunk bed. Now, we had bunk beds, and the top bunk was piled high with clean clothes we hadn't folded yet. According to the Xbox, this invisible person was standing there, sifting through the clothes and the bed itself. At first, we thought the Xbox was glitching, so I reset it. But nope, the 3 people were still there. We didn't know what to make of it, but we decided to keep the Xbox on every day for the same reason. Sometimes the 3 figures showed up. Sometimes they didn't. When they did, we'd check in on them. Sometimes one of the figures just stood there. Other times it would wave, and once or twice, it even looked like it was dancing. I knew no one would believe me if I told this story, so I started recording short clips whenever it happened. I think I managed to get 3 or 4 videos. It was bizarre and a little creepy, but also fascinating. Then, one day, we were sitting on the bed, playing cards quietly while listening to music. Suddenly, the music stopped without any warning. Puzzled, we looked up and saw that the voice command on the Xbox had activated all by itself. Neither of us had said a word. I grabbed my phone and started recording the TV, explaining what was going on. On the screen, the little microphone icon was lit up with sound waves, showing that someone, or something, was speaking, even though the room was completely silent. That moment was one of the creepiest for me. With all this weird stuff happening, I decided to keep a detailed log on my phone of every incident I could remember. The time it happened, what happened, everything. I filled about 2 months' worth of notes. Then, for 2 days, nothing happened. On the 3rd day, as I was heading to the bathroom, I heard footsteps inside. I stopped and jotted it down before going in, noting that no one was actually in there. Just as I hit save, I felt my phone get pulled right out of my hand. My heart jumped. I picked it back up and logged that strange event. After that, I went back to the bedroom where my girlfriend was waiting, and we started playing Assassin's Creed. I was bored, so I decided to replay some parts. I sat down on the bed, holding the PS3 controller in my right hand, and placed my old HTC phone on the bed next to me, between me and the TV. While playing, I got a text from a friend. Without pausing the game, I picked up the phone, read and replied to the message, then set it right back down in the same spot. 3 minutes later, feeling restless, I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go out for dinner. She agreed, and we started getting ready. As I was changing my pants, I reached to grab my phone to put it in my pocket, only to find it was gone. I asked her if she'd seen it. She said the last time she saw it was when I put it on the bed between us. I was baffled. I tore through the room, checking every corner, looking under the bed, behind furniture, and even throwing off all the blankets and sheets, hoping it would fall out. But nothing. I was so confused and frustrated, I told myself I'd find it when we got back. I finished dressing, putting on my scarf and hoodie, and just as I was about to leave, I looked down. And there it was. My phone was sitting right on the bed, exactly where I'd left it, on top of the pile of sheets I'd pulled off. I looked over at my girlfriend and asked, "Where did you find it?" She looked at me, completely puzzled. "Find what?" she said, not understanding. I pointed to the phone and repeated, "My phone. Where did you find it?" She gave me a confused look and said, "I didn't find it." I was stunned. "If you didn't find it, then where did it come from?" She shrugged and said, "I thought you found it." We just stared at each other for a moment, both of us unsure what to make of it. I shrugged and slipped the phone into my pocket. About a month later, the phone disappeared again. This time, it never came back. Looking back, I still get chills thinking about those days. The invisible presence, the strange connect readings, the voice commands activating on their own. It was as if our little apartment wasn't just home to us, but to something else entirely. I don't know what it was, but it definitely left its mark. And honestly, I'm still not sure I want to know the whole story. Hey, I want to share with you a story from when I was about 14 or 15 years old, back around 2004 or 2005. I grew up in the heart of Southwest Virginia, a real country kid through and through. You know how it is, running around outside, exploring the woods, raising hell with the dogs. Well, this one night stands out in my memory like no other. It was the first time my mom and stepdad trusted me to go raccoon hunting alone. That night, just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of orange and pink, I grabbed the dogs and headed out. Our hunting grounds were about a 2-mile walk from home, nestled deep in the woods near an old, dilapidated house. That house has its own stories, paranormal stuff, but that's a tale for another time. So I get there, and I let the dogs loose, like I'd done plenty of times before. Usually they'd start barking, baying, picking up scents, but this time, nothing. A few minutes pass, and still silence. I think, okay, maybe they're just taking their time. But as the minutes stretch into half an hour, with no sign of them, my gut starts to twist. It wasn't normal. Our coon dogs weren't the best trackers, true, but even when they couldn't find a raccoon, they'd usually catch onto deer tracks or something else. But this time, nothing. No barks, no rustling, no signs at all. I start walking around, calling their names, my voice echoing softly through the trees. But still, no response. That's when I notice it. The entire ridgeline to my right is glowing with this deep, unnatural red light. It's coming from the other side of the ridge, from the holler. At first, I tell myself it's probably the farmer burning brush, a big old fire. So I decide to check it out, to make sure it's not something dangerous like a forest fire. As I climb closer to the top of the ridge, my skin prickles. The air feels heavy, thick almost. The light isn't flickering like a fire should, and there's no smell of smoke at all. It's this solid, eerie red glow, the kind that reminds me of a stoplight on a dark, lonely road, casting an ominous red tint on everything around it. But here, in the middle of nowhere, a forest and cattle pastures with no electricity for miles. That didn't make any sense. Fear started creeping in, slow and cold. I was carrying my single-shot 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot, mostly for small game, but luckily, I had a few leftover buckshot and slug shells in my pack. I loaded a slug shell as quietly as I could, tucking 2 buckshot shells into my hand. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it might give me away. I knew I had to get out of there, fast. So I backed away carefully, taking the long way around, keeping my eyes on that red glow the whole time. Every step felt heavier than the last. Every shadow seemed to move, and the silence was thick, too thick. When I finally made it back home, I burst inside and told my mom and stepdad about what I'd seen. My stepdad wasn't having any of it. He scolded me for leaving the dogs in the woods, thinking maybe I was just making excuses because I didn't want to chase after them. He didn't believe me at all. Then, about a week later, something else happened. I woke up in the middle of the night and wandered into the living room, still shaken. My stepdad jumped up, eyes wide, and said, "I saw that red light too. It scared me just like it scared you." He told me he'd been hunting near the same area, not exactly the same spot, but close enough, and had seen 3 bright red flashes. They were so bright, he said, they lit everything around him up like someone had turned on a floodlight. Bright enough, he joked, to read a newspaper by. And then, just like that, it was gone. After that, we never saw or heard anything like that red light again. I don't know what I experienced that night, and honestly, it's haunted me ever since. Sometimes, I wish I had walked those extra 25 yards to peek over the ridge and see what was really there. But other times, I'm grateful I didn't. Some things, maybe, are better left in the shadows. Thanks for letting me share that with you. Hey there. Let me share a story from my younger days, something that's been with me for a long time now. I grew up out in the rural parts of Southwest Virginia, the kind of place where the woods stretch out endlessly, and the night sounds are so loud you can't ignore them. When I was about 14 or 15, not old enough to drive or anything fancy, I spent a lot of my time hunting. We didn't have cable TV or internet back then. Dial-up was the closest thing, and honestly, hunting was my escape, my way to feel alive and connected to the land around me. Now, near where I hunted, there was this old, abandoned house sitting deep in the hollow. It wasn't just any house. It was an old mansion, 2 stories tall with an attic and basement, and it even had slave quarters attached. I remember the basement walls had rusty shackles embedded in the stone, a chilling reminder of a darker past. The house had never had indoor plumbing or electricity, at least not that I could tell. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, but strangely, it was still remarkably intact. The windows still held their glass, the floors and walls weren't rotten, and there were no signs of animals nesting inside, which was odd for a place that old and empty. The farmer who owned the land next to us was kind enough to let me hunt on his property, but he always made it clear, stay away from that house. He used it as a storage spot for fence posts and barbed wire, but he didn't want anyone poking around inside. Of course, being a curious teenager, I couldn't resist sneaking a peek, but I was always careful not to disturb a thing. I usually hunted with my stepdad, but sometimes I'd take the coonhounds out on my own. When you're hunting raccoons with dogs, you let them loose and wait for them to chase the animal up a tree. It can take a while, and the chase can zigzag through the woods for miles. While waiting, you often just stand in the dark, no flashlight, because once your eyes adjust, you actually see better without one. The woods get quiet except for the dog's barks and distant sounds of nature. It was during these quiet moments that strange things happened near that old house. On more than one occasion, from the thick darkness, I'd see what looked like a flickering candlelight moving behind the windows of the house. But when we shone spotlights at the windows, there was never anything there. We heard knocks and bumps, like someone moving inside, but we figured it was just animals. Still, the weird part was that even the cows and raccoons kept their distance from the place, making trails that circled around instead of passing close. One evening, I was out hunting squirrels, wearing just a light jacket because the day had been mild. I had wandered nearly 2 miles from home when suddenly the temperature dropped sharply. A fierce wind kicked up, gusting around 30 miles per hour, and I started to feel an intense chill that cut through my clothes. I've camped in 0-degree weather and sat in deer stands for hours, but this cold was different, bone deep and biting. I realized I had to find shelter fast. That old house was the only place nearby. I made my way through the hollow, the wind howling in my ears, and when I stepped inside, the relief was immediate. The walls blocked the wind, and the cold pain in my face and hands started to fade. I felt warmth creeping back into my skin, and for a moment, it was pure comfort. Since I was already inside, I decided to explore again. Upstairs, I found the rooms empty. No furniture, no signs of recent life. The ground floor was mostly the same, except for the farmer's fence gear stored near the front. Then I headed down to the basement. I had a flashlight in my pack just in case, so I flicked it on as I opened the creaking door and stepped down the stairs. The air downstairs was heavy and musty, thick with a silence that made me hold my breath. The walls were bare except for some old shelves and those rusty shackles I'd seen before, still fixed deep in the stone. I reached out, running my fingers along the cold metal chains, and then, suddenly, a loud slam echoed from upstairs. My heart jumped. The house was supposed to be closed up tight, and though the wind was still blowing, I hadn't heard anything like that before. I wanted to tell myself it was just the wind, but the sound was sharp and sudden, like a door being slammed by someone angry or scared. I hurried back upstairs, feeling the atmosphere shift. The warmth I'd felt earlier had drained away, replaced by a cold, heavy feeling, as if the house itself was telling me I wasn't welcome. I didn't need to hear any ghost stories to feel the weight of that place pressing down on me. The wind had calmed a bit by then, but I didn't linger. I left the house and made my way home, the strange cold clinging to me even after I was back outside. That was the most intense experience I had with that old house. It's been over 15 years now since I last visited, and back then, I didn't have a fancy phone or camera to capture any of it. I've thought about going back with some equipment to see if I could record anything, but I'm older now, and I know I'd be trespassing without permission. Plus, out of respect for the farmer who let me hunt there all those years, I wouldn't want to disturb that land or the memories it holds. So, that's my story. Some hunting trips, some strange sights and sounds, and a haunted house that still lingers in my mind. Thanks for listening to my tales from the Hollow. Hey, I want to share something that's been on my mind about the restaurant where I work. It's this old place with a lot of history, though I honestly haven't dug into it much myself. The main thing is, there's this banquet room upstairs, up a couple of stairs, and we use it a lot for weddings and parties. It's always buzzing with energy, lots of laughter and clinking glasses during events, but on the quieter nights, it feels different. So, a few weeks after I started working there, around mid-September, I was asked to carry some dishes up to that banquet room to get ready for a wedding. No big deal, right? Just me, a stack of plates, making several trips up the stairs. But every time I'd step into that room, there was this subtle feeling that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't a chill or anything dramatic like goosebumps. It was more like this quiet whisper at the back of my mind telling me, "Hey, pay attention." I didn't think much of it at first, chalked it up to being in work mode, my brain focusing on the job. But I'm one of those people who's pretty in tune with vibes, whether it's from people or places, and I felt that oddity pretty clearly. Maybe I'm just sensitive, or maybe a little nuts. Who knows? Fast forward a couple of weeks to mid-October, and I'm back up there again with more dishes. This time, that feeling is stronger. It's not scary exactly, but it's a gut instinct that something's off. Like the room was holding its breath, waiting for something. After I finished, I went downstairs and, half joking, asked one of the waitresses if she ever felt anything weird up there. Right then, my boss turned the corner and overheard the conversation. The waitress smiled, a little nervous but amused, and said, "Yeah, the building is haunted, especially that banquet room upstairs." She admitted she doesn't like going up there alone. That caught me off guard. My boss then shared some stories. Apparently, a ghost hunting team came through once and captured an EVP where a voice said a bartender's name. There were tales of bar stools flipping over like someone was closing up the bar, but no one was there. And the scariest part? A blood-curdling scream that echoed down a hallway, not even in the banquet room itself. What really chills me is that I felt something was wrong before I even knew the place was haunted. It's like my senses were trying to warn me. I'm still trying to figure out if that feeling was a bad vibe, like the spirit didn't want me there, or just my own nerves getting the better of me. Since finding out about the hauntings, I dread going to work sometimes, because I know I'll have to head upstairs alone again. I make sure I'm never the last to leave the building. I don't want to risk any late-night encounters with whatever might linger there. That gut feeling. I'm convinced now it was a warning. Something in that room is watching, and it prefers not to be alone. It's strange but true, and every time I climb those stairs, I can't help but feel the weight of unseen eyes on me, wondering if I'll be the next to hear a whisper or catch a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I guess some stories are better left untold, but I just had to share this little piece of my world with you. So, a couple of weeks ago, I went to Greyfriars Kirkyard in Edinburgh late at night with one of my closest friends. Let's call her May. It was completely dark, and May was already regretting every decision that had brought her into an ancient graveyard filled with plague pits. I had practically dragged her along because I wanted the full spooky Edinburgh experience. We made our way toward the black mausoleum connected to Bloody Mackenzie. After unsuccessfully trying to peer through the cracks in the door, I turned my head and noticed someone moving through the section of the graveyard near the Greyfriars Bobby statue. It was a woman wearing what looked like an old-fashioned white dress, almost Victorian in style. She seemed to be in a real hurry, moving quickly toward the front of the church. At the time, I didn't think too much of it. I assumed May had seen her too, so I didn't mention it. We eventually left the graveyard and headed toward the grass market to find somewhere warm and have a drink. It wasn't until the next morning that something about the woman began bothering me. The more I pictured her, the more I realized there had been something strange about the way she moved. There was none of the natural movement you usually see when someone walks quickly. Her shoulders didn't rise or fall. Her dress didn't sway. There were no footsteps, even though the graveyard had been completely silent. She hadn't looked like she was running. She had looked like she was gliding. So I turned to May and casually said, You remember that woman we saw in the graveyard last night? May stared at me. What woman? The one in the white dress, I said, near the dog statue in front of the church. Her expression changed immediately. She told me to stop trying to frighten her and said she genuinely hadn't seen anyone. Her exact response contained quite a lot more colorful language, but the message was very clear. She did not want to discuss it. So I stopped talking about it. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. There had also been a faint glow around the lower part of the woman's dress. At the time, I assumed she might have been carrying a phone or a torch. But the more I considered it, the less sense that made. A torch would probably have been pointed toward the ground. A phone might have lit her face or her hands. Neither should have made the bottom of her dress appear softly illuminated. I tried to explain the clothing to myself too. Maybe she was a tour guide, dressed in costume, heading home after work. The problem was that it was far too late for any tours. I knew the schedules because I had spent an embarrassing amount of time searching for the latest, darkest, and most frightening ghost tour we could book for the following night. So now I keep replaying the moment in my mind. Was she simply an unusually graceful person? Can someone really walk that quickly without moving their shoulders or making their clothes shift? Did the darkness make an ordinary person seem unnatural? Part of me feels silly even saying it aloud. A mysterious woman in a flowing white dress gliding silently through a graveyard sounds almost too perfect, like something lifted straight from a ghost story. But I know what I saw. Or at least, I know what I think I saw. And no matter how many ordinary explanations I try to give myself, I still can't quite shake the feeling that the woman near Greyfriars Bobby wasn't an ordinary visitor at all. Hi everyone. I lost my dad about 10 weeks ago, and one of the hardest things is that I never had the chance to say goodbye. My dad and I were incredibly close. I cared for him for many years, and during that time, my whole life revolved around making sure he was safe, comfortable, and loved. I put many of my own plans aside, but I never resented him for it. I loved him deeply, and being there for him mattered more to me than anything. Toward the end of his life, he developed dementia, but before it became severe, we still had so many good moments together. We talked for hours, teased each other, shared little jokes, and laughed about things no one else would have understood. Those years created a bond between us that is difficult to put into words. When he passed away, he was staying with my older sister in another country. I wanted desperately to be there, but my travel documents had not been approved, so I had no way to reach him in time. The afternoon he died, he passed peacefully in his sleep. What happened at that exact time still stays with me. I had fallen asleep too, and I dreamed about my dad, my sister, and her family. In the dream, I felt this sudden, powerful need to go to them. It was not an ordinary feeling. It was urgent, almost as though something inside me was calling me to wake up. The moment I opened my eyes, my sister called. She told me that Dad had gone to sleep and never woken up. I was completely shattered. I could not even form a sentence. I remember holding the phone, hearing her voice, but feeling as though the entire world had disappeared around me. I eventually needed prescribed medication just to calm my body down because I could not stop shaking. After he passed, something began happening that brought me comfort. Whenever I cried for him, spoke to him quietly, or asked him to give me strength before I went to sleep, I would often dream about him. Those dreams felt peaceful and vivid. Sometimes he would speak to me. Sometimes he would simply be there, looking healthy and calm. I dreamed about him so often that I started feeling as though our connection had not completely disappeared. At night, I would sometimes light a small candle and talk to him. I know I cannot prove anything, but in those moments, I truly felt as though he could hear me. There were other little things too. I would have a stressful hospital appointment or an overwhelming task to deal with, and somehow everything would fall into place. Someone would offer help at the perfect moment. A problem I had been worrying about would suddenly resolve itself. It felt as though invisible doors were opening for me. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe grief made me search for signs. I honestly do not know. But believing that my dad was still looking out for me gave me strength when I had almost none left. About 5 weeks after he died, my mom suggested that we say a special prayer for him. It was a prayer she knew for loved ones who had passed away. We lit a candle and read it together. Most of it was beautiful, but one part immediately made me uneasy. It said something like, "I will no longer hold on to you or ask anything from you. I will not try to call you back. You are free to enter the light, find peace, and rest." It also said that the living should not keep trying to communicate with those who have died because their souls need to continue their journey. As soon as I read those words, I remember thinking, I am not ready for this part. I know it may sound selfish, but feeling that my dad was still close to me was the one thing helping me survive the grief. I wanted him to be at peace. Of course I did. But I was not ready to feel completely separated from him. Since the night we read that prayer, several weeks have passed. I have not dreamed about him once. I no longer feel that quiet presence around me. I still talk to him sometimes, but now it feels as though my words are disappearing into an empty room. I know my mom meant well, and I do not truly blame her. She had no idea how often I had been dreaming about Dad, or how connected I felt to him after he died. Still, a part of me became angry because everything seemed to change after that prayer. So I keep wondering whether he really had been close to me. Could that prayer have helped him move on? Could I have somehow given him permission to leave, even though my heart was not ready? Has anyone else experienced something like this after losing someone they loved? Have you ever felt their presence strongly, only for it to suddenly disappear? And is it possible to reconnect with that feeling, or do these experiences simply end when they are meant to? Had I known that saying those words might make me stop dreaming about him, I do not think I would have said them so soon. I truly want my dad to be peaceful. I want him to be free from pain, confusion, and everything he suffered near the end. I just wish I could have felt him beside me for a little longer. Thank you for listening. Have you ever gone somewhere that made your body react before your mind even understood what was happening? That's what happened to me near the Whaley House in San Diego, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. I had never done a haunted house tour before. I was curious, excited, and honestly, a little skeptical. I expected some eerie stories, a few creaky floorboards, maybe that nervous feeling you get when someone tells you a place is haunted. I did not expect to feel physically ill. Our guide told us about the Whaley family and explained that Elias Whaley had supposedly built the house near land once used for public executions. The tour took us through several parts of the building, including an old courtroom, a small general store, the dining room, and an upstairs theater. Everything felt normal at first. Then we entered the general store. While the guide was talking about Elias and the history of the family, a powerful headache suddenly came over me. It wasn't a slow, ordinary headache. It felt immediate and heavy, almost as though something were pressing down on the crown of my head. At the same time, my energy completely disappeared. I became nauseous, weak, and strangely exhausted. It felt as though the room were pulling something out of me. I remember standing there, trying to listen to the guide, while quietly wondering whether I needed to leave. As soon as we moved out of the general store, the pressure began to ease. Later, when we entered the theater, some of the sensations returned. They were much milder, but I could still feel that same heaviness and fatigue hovering around me. Once we finally stepped outside, I started feeling better. That was when I realized I was soaked in sweat. The strange thing was, I hadn't felt particularly hot. My partner had been beside me throughout the entire tour, and she looked completely comfortable. She wasn't sweating at all. By the time we reached the car, I felt so drained that I had to lie back in the passenger seat. Before the tour, I had been energetic and excited. Less than an hour later, I felt as though I had been awake for days. I might have dismissed the whole thing as anxiety, dehydration, or the heat. But then, it happened again. Later that evening, we joined another ghost tour that passed through the same neighborhood. I wasn't paying attention to where we were. My eyes were on the pavement because I have a habit of tripping over uneven sidewalks, and I was determined not to become the evening's accidental entertainment. Suddenly, the headache returned. Then came the nausea, the weakness, and that crushing pressure on my head. I looked up. The Whaley house was directly in front of me. We never went inside during the second tour, but we stood close to the property. While we were there, something even stranger happened. The side of my face turned toward the house began dripping with sweat, while the other side was only slightly damp. The temperature didn't feel any different. I didn't feel overheated. Yet the right side of my face, the side facing the building, was completely soaked. When the group moved away from the property, everything gradually faded again. The headache weakened. The nausea settled. My energy slowly returned. I've tried to think of a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe the building had poor ventilation. Maybe I reacted to something in the air. But none of those explanations fully account for why the symptoms returned before I even realized I was approaching the house again. This was the first experience I've ever had that I genuinely cannot explain. I don't know whether it was paranormal, environmental, psychological, or something else entirely. I only know that my body seemed to recognize that place before I did. And ever since then, I've wondered whether anyone else has felt something similar near the Whaley house. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old guy, and I've been trying to understand what's been happening to me lately. It started during my summer break in June. Honestly, that part of the month was wonderful. I reunited with a few friends from school, and we spent our days joking around, playing games, and talking about everything and nothing. The person I'm closest to in that group is Milo. That isn't his real name, but it's close enough. He's currently undergoing military training, and while he's there, he barely has access to his phone. No messages, no social media, nothing. For nearly 5 months at a time, we don't speak at all. Whenever he comes home, though, we meet almost every day. He lives only a few streets away, and those conversations feel like therapy to me. That's why I always become emotional when he has to leave again. Watching how disciplined he was inspired me. I'm really interested in competitive programming, and I decided I wanted to work as hard at coding as he worked during training. There was something comforting about knowing that one of my closest friends was out there pushing himself too. Most of my other friends spend a lot of time online, posting updates and worrying about appearances. Milo was different. He was focused, quiet, and determined. I wanted to become more like that. So at the beginning of July, I deleted Instagram and Snapchat. Those were the main places where I stayed in touch with people. The first few days were difficult. I kept reaching for my phone without thinking, wanting to see what everyone was doing. But I slowly realized that many of those people weren't really friends. They were simply people I knew. I've always leaned toward being introverted. I don't have close friends at college, so my school group is still the only group where I truly feel comfortable. Whenever everyone leaves for different cities and returns to their own lives, I'm left feeling lonely. It had happened before, but I usually ignored it and carried on. After about 4 days without social media, I began to feel lighter. I was also working harder than ever. At the time, I was doing an internship. Since I wasn't given many tasks, I often spent 3 or 4 hours at the office practicing competitive programming whenever I had free time. I would leave home shortly after 7 in the morning and return around 7 in the evening. Coding occupied nearly every thought I had. During lunch, I would read a difficult problem so I could think about it while eating. I tried to squeeze practice into every spare minute. Competitive programming didn't come naturally to me, and I wanted to improve so badly that I became almost completely consumed by it. When I returned home, I would rest for 20 minutes and then start coding again. Some evenings, there would be an online contest at 8. Those usually lasted around 2 hours. Afterward, I would eat dinner and go to sleep sometime after 11. Then something unusual happened. One night, I went to bed after struggling with a problem I couldn't solve. In my dream, I found myself working on that exact same problem. Somehow, the solution came to me effortlessly. When I woke up, I still remembered the approach. I went over it carefully, and it actually seemed logical. Once I reached the office, I rushed to test it before doing anything else. It worked. I was amazed. That evening, I deliberately studied another difficult problem before going to bed. The same thing happened again. At first, it felt incredible. It was as though my brain continued practicing even while I slept. During this period, though, I was barely speaking to anyone. My family noticed and kept asking whether I was all right. I told them I was fine, and I genuinely believed I was. I loved the feeling of improving every day. But then, without warning, a wave of sadness hit me. I was making my bed one morning when I suddenly started crying. There wasn't any clear reason for it. I walked onto the balcony, stared at the sky, and let the tears fall. I felt overwhelmingly sad, but I couldn't explain why. A few nights later, I had an experience that frightened me more than anything else. I usually sleep through the night without waking up. But that night, I suddenly felt as though someone was crouching beside my bed, staring directly at me. The feeling was so intense that I opened my eyes immediately. There was no one there. Still, the fear remained in my body. My chest felt tight, and I couldn't settle down. After about half an hour, I put in my earphones and played a video because listening to something familiar usually helps me fall asleep after a nightmare. Eventually, I drifted off again. In my dream, I was solving another programming problem. Then the feeling returned. Someone was watching me. Everything became confused. I could see a while loop physically running in front of me, almost as though the code had entered the room. A variable called ind began at 0. I got out of bed and tried to leave my room. But when I stepped through the doorway, I somehow entered the same room again from the opposite side. I know how impossible that sounds. Even now I struggle to describe it. But in that moment, it felt completely real. Every time I tried to leave, the value of ind increased by 1. I panicked and ran through the doorway again and again, only to return to the same room each time. The number kept rising until it reached 1047. It felt endless. It felt like I had been trapped inside a loop with no way to break out. Eventually, I curled up on the bed, hugged my knees, and started crying. I was so terrified that it took me a while to remember I could call someone. I phoned my mother and begged her to come to my room with my sister. When they arrived, I was shaking and crying. I told them we needed to leave the house because I was afraid they might become trapped too. They tried to calm me down and told me I had experienced a very vivid nightmare or a half-awake dream. But at the time, I couldn't accept that. Everything had felt too real. I slept beside my family for the rest of the night. Since then, something inside me has felt different. I haven't wanted to talk to anyone. My sister told me that I was probably exhausted and needed to stop coding for a while, so I followed her advice. I rested. I watched videos, stayed in bed, and sat outside on the balcony. But even while resting, my emotions became unpredictable. I would become furious at videos that weren't remotely offensive. Then I would suddenly feel sad. Sometimes I would laugh at things that weren't funny at all. That isn't normal for me. My mood is usually steady. I've never been someone who reacts strongly to random things online. One morning, while waiting for the bus to work, I heard a bell ringing nearby. I looked around, but there was no bicycle, temple, shop, or anything else that could have produced the sound. Since then, I've occasionally heard things without being able to identify where they're coming from. What happened today finally pushed me to speak about it. I was cleaning the balcony when I began hearing murmurs. Gradually, they sounded like muffled voices of people arguing somewhere in the distance. I couldn't understand the words, but I felt certain that a fight was happening nearby. When I looked outside, I thought I saw several people leaning from their windows and balconies, watching something below. I assumed there must be an argument in the street, but I wasn't completely sure. So I contacted a friend who lives nearby and asked whether she had heard or seen anything. She told me there had been no fight. That left me wondering what I had actually experienced. Were the voices, the people watching from their windows, and the entire scene something my mind created? In the moment, it didn't feel imagined. It felt present and real. These experiences have continued since that night, and I'm frightened by how much my thoughts, emotions, sleep, and perception have changed. I don't know whether this came from loneliness, exhaustion, stress, lack of sleep, or the pressure I placed on myself. I only know that I don't feel like myself anymore, and I think I need help understanding what is happening. I've been hearing strange stories about my grandmother's house since I was little. Almost everyone in my family who has stayed there overnight has experienced something they couldn't explain. Some relatives say they've heard slow footsteps moving through the hallway after everyone was asleep. Others swear they've seen doors open without anyone touching them. But the story that comes up most often is about a shadowy man appearing in different rooms of the house. Those stories terrified me when I was younger. But as I got older, I stopped taking them seriously. Nothing unusual had ever happened to me, so I figured everyone was just influencing one another and turning ordinary sounds into something frightening. Then, a few nights ago, everything changed. It was early Tuesday morning, and I couldn't sleep because I'd taken a long nap that afternoon. I spent most of the night lying in bed, watching videos and letting my mind wander. At around 5:30, I finally put my phone down and decided to try sleeping for an hour before I had to get ready. I closed my eyes, and only a few minutes later, I heard footsteps coming from the direction of the living room. At first, I assumed it was my grandfather getting up early. But the footsteps didn't stop. They moved slowly through the house, coming closer and closer until they seemed to pause directly outside my bedroom. Then I heard something scrape against the floor beside my bed. I remember trying to stay calm. I kept telling myself it was probably a bag shifting or something falling from the nightstand. I didn't want to open my eyes because I was afraid I'd scare myself over nothing. A moment later, I heard my bedroom door creak open. That was when I realized I couldn't move. I tried lifting my arms. I tried turning my head. Nothing worked. What happened next is difficult to explain because everything felt foggy, almost as though I was drifting between being awake and asleep. When I became fully aware again, I was staring straight up at the ceiling. Every time I tried to turn my head, the room seemed to spin in the opposite direction. The dizziness was so intense that I had to stop and breathe. Eventually, I forced myself to look toward the left side of the bed. The spinning stopped immediately. There was a dark figure standing beside me. It had the shape of a person, but something about it felt wrong. It was tall, slightly bent forward, and its face looked strangely stretched. The clearest detail I remember was its nose. It was unusually large and sharp. For a split second, I thought it might be one of my relatives checking on me. Then I realized nobody would be standing silently beside my bed in the dark. I don't know why, but my first reaction was to hit it. Somehow, I managed to move one arm. I clenched my fist and swung toward its chest as hard as I could. My hand passed straight through it. The figure suddenly turned its head toward me. Then it smiled. Its teeth were clearly visible, and its eyes looked far too wide, as though it had been waiting for me to notice it. And then, just like that, everything returned to normal. I could move again. I jumped out of bed, switched on the light, and searched the entire room. There was nobody there. The door was still partly open, but the hallway was empty. When I checked my phone, only about 25 minutes had passed. I still haven't told my family. I already know what they'll say. For years, they've insisted that something has been attached to that house. They've also told me an old family story about my grandmother's cousin, Mara. Apparently, she and my grandmother had a serious falling out many years ago, and some relatives believe Mara did something meant to bring bad luck into the home. They say strange things tend to happen whenever she visits, or whenever someone in the family goes to see her. I never believed any of that before. Now, I'm not so sure. Part of me thinks it was sleep paralysis. I had barely slept, so maybe exhaustion caused me to hallucinate. But the footsteps, the door opening, and the feeling of my hand passing through that figure felt painfully real. I honestly don't know what happened to me. All I know is that I no longer laugh when my family talks about the man inside my grandmother's house. Back when I was in college, I worked evenings at a small neighborhood bar. After closing, a few of us would usually stick around for a while. We'd practice making drinks, play a couple of games of pool, clean up slowly, and talk about whatever came to mind. It was the kind of place that felt strangely comfortable after midnight, when the music was off and the doors were locked. One night, sometime after 2 in the morning, 5 of us were still there. There was me, 2 coworkers around my age, 1 guy and 1 girl, and a regular customer I'll call Ren. Out of nowhere, Ren leaned against the bar and said, "Does anyone feel like visiting a haunted house?" We laughed at first, but he was completely serious. He told us about his friend Ray, who had just returned to town. According to Ren, Ray was unusually sensitive to spirits. People said he could see things that most of us couldn't. Ren called him, and after a bit of convincing, Ray agreed to pick us up. There was an abandoned house on the edge of town that almost everyone knew about. I'll call it the Hoshida House. It stood apart from the surrounding homes, with empty lots on either side. A tall iron fence circled the property, and the yard was buried beneath weeds. Near the porch, there was an old red wagon lying on its side, and a rusted swing that moved whenever the wind picked up. Nobody had lived there for a very long time. Still, people claimed they saw shapes moving behind the upstairs windows. Others said they heard someone crying inside late at night. But the warning everyone repeated was always the same. Never cross the fence. Because once you stepped onto the property, something might follow you home. On the drive there, we passed another place that was supposed to be haunted. As we went by, I noticed Ray staring through the window. Then he smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. It looked more like he had recognized someone standing outside. I nearly asked him what he was looking at, but something in my stomach told me to stay quiet. Ray barely spoke for the rest of the drive. When we reached the Hoshida house, we parked across the street and walked slowly along the outside of the fence. At first, nothing happened. No footsteps, no voices, no faces in the windows. My female coworker and I stood near the gate, looking at the old wagon in the yard. We whispered that maybe the stories had been exaggerated. Honestly, I was already thinking about going back to the bar. Then my other coworker, whom I'll call Kai, rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, I guess somebody has to go inside." We all told him not to. I said, "That's still private property. We could get arrested." Kai laughed and said, "It's not much of a ghost hunt if we stay on the sidewalk." Before anyone could stop him, he walked over to the fence. He gripped the top rail and started pulling himself up. The moment his feet left the ground, Ray rushed forward. He wrapped both arms around Kai's waist and dragged him down with so much force that they nearly fell onto the pavement. Ray didn't look at Kai. He didn't even look toward the house. He just said, "We're leaving. Get in the car." There was something in his voice that made all of us listen. Even Kai stopped joking, although he complained quietly during the drive back. When we returned to the bar, we stood together in the darkened room. Finally, someone asked Ray, "What did you see?" He didn't answer right away. For several seconds, he simply stared at Kai. Then he said, "As soon as you started climbing, a man appeared on the other side of the fence." Kai went pale. Ray continued, "He was standing directly in front of you. His face was very close to yours." He paused and swallowed. His eyes were completely black. Nobody spoke. Ray said, "If you had leaned forward just a little more, you would have gone straight into him." Kai asked, "What would have happened?" Ray slowly shook his head. "I don't know. But he wasn't trying to scare you away." His voice became quieter. "He wanted you to come closer. He was waiting for you to cross. That's why I pulled you back." I never visited the Hoshida house again, and as far as I know, it's still there. Still empty. Still waiting behind that fence. I was 16 when this happened, and even now, years later, I can still remember every detail. At the time, my mom and my stepmother had bought an old duplex together. My bedroom was on the top floor, tucked beneath the slanted attic roof, with my sister's room directly across the hallway. It was a quiet Sunday morning. I was still in bed, half awake, scrolling through music on my old MP3 player, when I suddenly heard footsteps. They were loud. Not normal footsteps either. They sounded like someone was charging up the stairs, taking them two at a time. The whole staircase seemed to shake beneath the weight of them. I immediately stopped what I was doing and stared at my bedroom door. For a few seconds, I wondered whether whoever was coming upstairs was heading toward my room or my sister's. Then my door flew open. My mom stood in the doorway. She was wearing the long burgundy nightgown she loved, along with a pair of worn, fuzzy house slippers. Her hair was tangled around her face, and she looked angrier than I had ever seen her. She started shouting at me. The strange thing was, I knew the words were supposed to be English. The rhythm sounded right. Her voice sounded exactly like hers. But no matter how closely I listened, I could not understand a single thing she was saying. It was complete nonsense. When she stopped, I quietly apologized and asked her to repeat herself. That only made her angrier. She shouted again, louder this time, but the words still made no sense. It sounded almost as though someone had learned how to imitate human speech without understanding language, I remember feeling guilty because she clearly wanted something from me. I wanted to help her, but I genuinely could not understand her. So I asked one more time, "Mom, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying." She let out this low, frustrated sound, almost like a growl. Then she threw her arms down, turned sharply, and ran out of my room. I heard her footsteps racing down the stairs. I jumped out of bed and followed her. I went down one floor, then another, expecting to find her furious about something. Instead, I found my mom sitting calmly in the living room. She was wearing navy pajama shorts and a faded white tank top. She had a cup of coffee in one hand and was watching television as though nothing had happened. When she noticed me, she smiled. "Morning," she said. "Did you sleep okay?" I just stood there staring at her. Eventually, I sat beside her and asked what she had needed from me upstairs. Her smile disappeared. She said she had not gone upstairs. She had been sitting in the living room for nearly an hour. I asked why she had changed her clothes. That was when she started looking genuinely worried. She told me she had been wearing the same outfit all morning. I explained everything: the footsteps, the door opening, the nightgown, the shouting, and the words I could not understand. At the time, she insisted I must have been dreaming. She said maybe I had experienced some kind of waking hallucination and told me not to talk about it anymore. For years, that was the explanation she held on to. Then, not long ago, I brought it up again. This time, she admitted that she had always believed me. She said the detail that frightened her most was the bedroom door. It had a habit of sticking, and it took real force to open it quickly. When I told her it had slammed open, she knew I had not simply imagined a shadow standing in the hallway. She confessed that the thought of something copying her face, her clothes, and her voice had scared her so badly that she needed to convince herself it had never happened. But it did happen, and it was not the only strange experience I have had. When I was younger, my stepsister and I saw something in the woods during a camping trip in northern Vermont that neither of us could explain. Years later, while walking into work for an overnight shift, I suddenly had a vivid image flash through my mind. It frightened me so much that I stopped walking. A moment later, a delivery van turned the corner. Its headlights illuminated a large mountain lion crouched beside the sidewalk, less than 15 feet away from me. The light startled it. It sprang into the air, twisted around, and disappeared behind a row of houses. Had I kept walking, I would have passed directly in front of it. I have experienced many things that sound impossible when spoken aloud. Some happened when I was alone. Others happened with witnesses. A few were even captured on video. I understand that some people will think I am exaggerating, lying, or imagining things. That does not bother me anymore. I know what I saw. My siblings know what they saw too. And once you experience something that completely changes your understanding of what is possible, you stop needing everyone else to believe you.